Friedrich Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra is a philosophical masterpiece that delves into existentialism, morality, and the human condition itself. Written in a lyrical and prophetic style, the narrative follows Zarathustra, a fictional prophet. Zarathustra is inspired by Zoroaster, the ancient Persian prophet, who is believed to have lived sometime between 1500 and 1000 BCE. Nietzsche chose Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, as his central character because of Zoroaster's historical role in founding one of the earliest monotheistic religions, namely Zoroastrianism. Nietzsche admired Zoroaster's emphasis on the dichotomy of good and evil, and saw him as a fitting figure to challenge and reinterpret these concepts in his own philosophical narrative. This profound work challenges readers to rethink conventional values and pursue the ideal of the Übermensch, which is also called the Superman. And now, without further ado, here begins Friedrich Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra in modern English. Zarathustra's prologue, a journey of self-discovery, begins. When Zarathustra turned 30, he left his home by the lake and went to the mountains. There he enjoyed his solitude and spirit for 10 years. But one morning he felt a change in his heart and spoke to the rising sun. "Great star, what would bring you happiness if you didn't shine for anyone? You visited my cave for 10 years, and without me, my eagle and my serpent, you might have grown tired of your light and the journey. We awaited you each morning, receiving your excess light, and blessed you for it. Now I am tired of my wisdom, like a bee with too much honey. I want to share and give, until the wise find joy in their foolishness again, and the poor find happiness in their riches. So I must descend into the depths, as you do in the evening when you go behind the sea and light up the underworld. I'm going down to those I'll meet there. Bless me, tranquil eye, that can see great happiness without envy. Bless the overflowing cup, so its water may shine like gold and reflect your bliss everywhere. This cup is about to empty, and Zarathustra is becoming a man once more, and so Zarathustra began his descent." Encounter with the old man, from hermit to herald. Zarathustra went down the mountain alone, without meeting anyone. As he entered the forest, an old man who had left his holy home to gather roots suddenly appeared before him. The old man spoke to Zarathustra. "I'm not a stranger to this wanderer. He passed by many years ago. He used to be called Zarathustra, but he has changed. Back then, you carried ashes into the mountains. Are you now going to bring your fire to the valleys? Aren't you afraid of causing destruction? Yes, I recognize you, Zarathustra. Your eyes are pure, and there's no contempt in your words. Do you walk like a dancer now? You've changed, Zarathustra. You've become like a child. You're awake now. What are you going to do in the land of those who sleep? You've lived in solitude like in the sea, and it has supported you. Will you now come ashore? Will you carry your body again?" Zarathustra replied, "I love humanity." "Why?" the old man said. "Did I go into the forest and the wilderness? Wasn't it because I loved people too much? Now I love God, not people. People are too flawed for me. Loving them would be my downfall." Zarathustra responded, "I wasn't talking about love. I'm bringing gifts to people." "Give them nothing," the old man said. "Instead, share their burden and help carry it. That will please them the most, if it pleases you. But if you want to give them something, give no more than charity, and let them ask for it." "No," Zarathustra said, "I don't give charity. I'm not that poor." The old man laughed and said, "Then make sure they accept your treasures. They're suspicious of hermits like us, and they don't believe we come bearing gifts. Our footsteps sound too hollow in their streets, much like when they hear someone up and about long before sunrise, and they wonder, 'Where's the thief going?' Don't go to people. Stay in the forest. Go to the animals instead. Why not be like me, a bear among bears, a bird among birds?" Zarathustra asked, "What do you do in the forest, saint?" The old man replied, "I compose hymns, sing them, and while doing so, I laugh, weep, and mumble. That's how I praise my God, with singing, weeping, laughing, and mumbling. But what gift do you bring?" After hearing these words, Zarathustra bowed to the old man and said, "What could I possibly give you? Let me hurry away so I don't take anything from you." They then parted ways, both laughing like schoolboys. When Zarathustra was alone, he said to himself, "Could it be possible? This old saint in the forest hasn't heard yet that God is dead." Zarathustra's message, the Superman and the Last Man. When Zarathustra arrived at the nearest town next to the forest, he found a crowd gathered in the marketplace. They were there to watch a tightrope walker perform. Zarathustra addressed the people. "I'm here to teach you about the Superman. Man is something that should be surpassed. What have you done to go beyond man? All creatures before you have achieved something greater than themselves. Are you content to regress to a state worse than animals? What does man mean to the Superman? He's like a joke, something to be ashamed of. You've come a long way from being worms, but there's still much of that in you. Even the wisest among you is a mix of discordant elements, but I don't want you to become phantoms or plants. I'm here to teach you about the Superman. The Superman is the purpose of the earth. Let your will say, the Superman shall be the purpose of the earth. I urge you, my brothers, stay true to the earth, and don't believe those who promise you otherworldly hopes. They are poisoners, whether they realize it or not. They despise life, and are themselves decaying and poisoned, which the earth is tired of, so cast them away. Once, blasphemy against God was the worst blasphemy, but God is dead, and so are those blasphemers. Now to blaspheme the earth is the most dreadful sin, to value the unknowable above the meaning of the earth. In the past, the soul looked down on the body with contempt, wishing it to be weak and starved, thinking it could escape from the body and the earth. But that soul was itself weak, starved, and cruel. What about you, my brothers? What does your body say about your soul? Isn't your soul filled with poverty, pollution, and self-satisfaction? Man is like a polluted stream. One must be a sea to receive it without becoming impure. The Superman is that sea. In him, your great contempt can be submerged. What is the greatest experience you can have? It's the moment of great contempt when even your happiness, reason, and virtue become repulsive to you. It's the time when you say, "What good is my happiness? It's nothing but poverty and self-satisfaction, but it should justify existence itself." It's when you say, "What good is my reason? Does it thirst for knowledge like a lion for food? It's nothing but poverty and self-satisfaction." It's when you say, "What good is my virtue? It hasn't made me passionate yet. I'm tired of my good and bad. It's all poverty and self-satisfaction." It's when you say, "What good is my justice? I don't see that I'm fervor and fuel. The just, however, are fervor and fuel." It's when you say, "What good is my pity? Is pity not the cross on which he who loves man is crucified? But my pity isn't a crucifixion." Have you ever spoken or felt this way? It's not your sins, but your self-satisfaction that cries out to the heavens. Where is the lightning to awaken you? Where is the frenzy to inoculate you? I teach you the Superman. He is that lightning. He is that frenzy. After Zarathustra's words, someone in the crowd shouted, "We've heard enough of the philosopher. It's time to see the tightrope walker." The people laughed, and the tightrope walker began his performance, thinking the words were directed at him. Tightrope walker's tragedy, the unexpected turn of events. Zarathustra, however, looked at the people and wondered. Then he spoke. Man is a rope, stretched between the animal and the Superman, a rope over an abyss. A dangerous crossing, a dangerous wayfaring, a dangerous looking back, a dangerous trembling and halting. Man is great because he is a bridge rather than a goal. He is lovable because he is both an overgoing and a downgoing. I love those that know not how to live except as downgoers, for they are the overgoers. I love the great despisers because they are the great adorers and arrows of longing for the other shore. I love those who do not first seek a reason beyond the stars for going down and being sacrifices, but sacrifice themselves to the earth, that the earth of the Superman may hereafter arrive. I adore the man who lives to learn and who pursues knowledge to enable Superman to live again. Thus, he seeks his own downgoing. I love him who works and invents, that he may build the house for the Superman and prepare for him earth, animal, and plant, because he seeks his downfall in this way. I adore someone who values virtue, because virtue is an arrow of longing and the will to humble oneself. I love him who shares his spirit, but want to be wholly the spirit of his virtue. Thus, he walks as spirit over the bridge. I love him who makes his virtue his inclination and destiny. Thus, for the sake of his virtue, he is willing to live on, or live no more. I love him who doesn't desire too many virtues. One virtue is more of a virtue than two, because it is more of a knot for one's destiny to cling to. I love him whose soul is lavish, who wants no thanks and does not give back, for he always bestows and does not keep desires for himself. I love him who is ashamed when the dice fall in his favor, and who then asks, "Am I a dishonest player?" for he is willing to give in. I love him who scatters golden words in advance of his deeds, and always does more than he promises, for he seeks his own downfall. I love him who justifies the future ones and redeems the past ones, for he is willing to succumb to the present ones. I love him who chastises his God, because he loves his God, and he must succumb to his God's wrath. I love him whose soul is deep even in the wounding, and may give in through a small matter, so he willingly crosses the bridge. I love him whose soul is so overfull that he forgets himself, and all things are in him, so all things become his downfall. I love him who is of a free spirit and a free heart, so his head is only the bowels of his heart. His heart, however, causes his downfall. I love all who are like heavy drops falling one by one out of the dark cloud that lowers over man. They indicate the coming of the lightning and give way as signals. Then, I am a signal of the lightning and a heavy drop out of the cloud. The lightning, however, is the Superman. Zarathustra's contemplation, the dead buffoon, and the last man. Once Zarathustra had spoken these words, he looked at the people and fell silent. He thought to himself, "There they are, standing and laughing. They don't understand me. My words aren't for them. Do I need to shout to make them listen with their eyes? Should I be like loud drums or preachers of repentance? Or will they only believe someone who stammers? They're proud of something. What is it? They call it culture, which sets them apart from goatherds. They don't like hearing about contempt for themselves, so I'll appeal to their pride. I'll talk to them about the most contemptible thing, the last man." And Zarathustra spoke to the people. It's time for humanity to set its goals. It's time to plant the seed of our highest hopes. Our soil is still fertile enough for it. But one day, it will become poor and exhausted, and no tall tree will grow. A time will come when people won't aim higher than themselves, and their aspirations will wither away. I tell you, you must have chaos within you to give birth to a dancing star. You still have chaos within you. But a time will come when no new stars will be born, a time of the most despicable human who can't even despise himself. Behold, I show you the last man. What is love? What is creation? What is longing? What is a star? The last man asks these questions and blinks. The world has become small, and the last man hops around, making everything small. Their kind is as persistent as fleas. The last man lives the longest. We've found happiness, say the last men and blink. They've left the harsh places to live where it's warm. They still love their neighbors and seek warmth. They consider getting sick and being suspicious as sinful. They walk cautiously. It's foolish to stumble over stones or people. A bit of poison now and then brings pleasant dreams, and much poison in the end for a pleasant death. They still work, but work is just a pastime. They're careful not to let it harm them. They don't aim to become rich or poor. Both are too burdensome. Who wants to rule? Who wants to obey? Both are too burdensome. No leaders, just one group. Everyone wants the same. Everyone is equal. Those who have different ideas willingly go to the madhouse. In the past, the whole world was insane, say the cleverest among them and blink. They're smart and know everything that's happened, so they never run out of jokes. People may still argue, but they quickly make up. Otherwise, it upsets their stomachs. They have small pleasures during the day and at night, but they care about their health. We've found happiness, say the last men and blink. And here ends Zarathustra's first speech, also known as the prologue. The crowd interrupted him with shouts and laughter. "Give us the last man, Zarathustra," they cried. "Turn us into these last men, and we'll give you the Superman." The people rejoiced, licking their lips. But Zarathustra grew sad and said to his heart, "They don't understand me. My words aren't for them. Perhaps I've spent too long in the mountains, listening to the streams and trees. Now I'm speaking to them as if they were goatherds. My soul is calm and clear, like the morning mountains, but they think I'm cold, a mocker with harsh jokes. They look at me, laugh, and in their laughter there's hatred. There's ice in their laughter." A twisted fate, a fall from the tightrope, and a chance encounter. Then something happened that silenced everyone and held their gaze. Meanwhile, the tightrope walker had started his show. He came out through a small door and walked along a rope stretched between two towers, high above the marketplace and the crowd. When he was halfway across, the small door opened again, and a brightly dressed person like a clown leapt out and hurried after the first performer. "Keep going, slowpoke," he shouted in a terrifying voice. "Move it, lazy intruder, pale-face, or I might give you a nudge with my heel. What are you doing between these towers? You belong locked up in a tower. You're blocking the way for someone better than you." With each word, he got closer to the first performer, but just as he was a step behind, something dreadful happened that silenced everyone and held their gaze. He let out a devilish scream and jumped over the person in front of him. However, when he saw his rival succeed, he lost his balance on the rope and his mind. He tossed away his pole and plummeted down faster than it, a whirl of arms and legs, into the abyss. The marketplace and the crowd scattered in disarray, especially where the body was about to fall. Zarathustra, however, remained standing, and the injured and disfigured body fell right beside him. After a while, the wounded man regained consciousness and saw Zarathustra kneeling beside him. "What are you doing here?" he finally asked. "I knew for a long time that the devil would trip me up. Now he's taking me to hell. Will you stop him?" "On my word, my friend," Zarathustra replied, "none of what you're saying is true. There's no devil and there's no hell. Your soul will pass away before your body does, so don't fear anything anymore." The man looked at Zarathustra with doubt. "If you're telling the truth," he said, "I lose nothing by losing my life. I'm not much more than an animal that's been taught to dance through beatings and meager food." "Not at all," Zarathustra said. "You've made danger your profession, and there's nothing contemptible about that. Now you're perishing in pursuit of your calling. Therefore, I'll bury you with my own hands." After Zarathustra said this, the dying man didn't respond further, but he moved his hand as if seeking Zarathustra's hand in gratitude. Zarathustra's solitary journey, reflections in the dark. As evening fell, darkness covered the marketplace, and people left, tired of curiosity and fear. Zarathustra stayed by the dead man, lost in thought, and lost track of time. When night arrived and a chilly wind blew, he finally stood up and said to himself, "Today, Zarathustra didn't catch a man but a corpse, quite a catch of fish indeed. Human life is gloomy and seems meaningless. Even a jester can hold significance in it. I aim to teach people the purpose of their existence, which is the Superman, a brilliant idea in the midst of darkness. Yet I'm distant from them. They see me as something between a fool and a corpse. The night is dark, and Zarathustra's path is bleak. Come, my cold and lifeless companion, I will take you to where I'll bury you myself." Zarathustra's encounter with the buffoon, a dire warning. When Zarathustra thought about this, he put the dead body on his shoulders and started walking. But after taking just a few steps, a man approached him and whispered in his ear. It turned out to be the buffoon from the tower. "Leave this town, Zarathustra," he said. "There are too many people here who hate you. Good and just people hate you and see you as their enemy. Those who believe in the traditional beliefs also hate you, thinking you're a threat. You were lucky to be laughed at, and you spoke like a buffoon. Associating with a dead dog saved your life today. Leave this town or tomorrow, I'll jump over you, a living man over a dead one." After saying this, the buffoon disappeared, and Zarathustra continued through the dark streets. At the town gate, he met the gravediggers, who recognized him and mocked him. "Zarathustra is carrying away the dead dog," they taunted. "What a fine turn of events! Zarathustra has become a gravedigger. Our hands are too clean for that. Will Zarathustra steal the devil's meal? Well, good luck with the feast. Just hope the devil isn't a better thief than Zarathustra. He'll steal them both and eat them." They laughed and spoke amongst themselves, and Zarathustra didn't respond. He kept walking. After 2 hours through forests and swamps, he heard the hungry howling of wolves, and he himself grew hungry. He came upon a lonely house with a light. "Hunger has attacked me like a robber," said Zarathustra. "It strikes me in the forests and swamps, even late at night." He knocked on the door, and an old man with a light appeared, asking who was disturbing his sleep. Zarathustra replied, "A living man and a dead one. Give me something to eat and drink. I forgot to eat during the day. Feeding the hungry refreshes one's own soul, as wisdom says." The old man went inside and returned with bread and wine. "This is a bad place for the hungry," he said. "That's why I live here. Animals and people come to me, the hermit. But tell your companion to eat and drink too. He seems more tired than you." Zarathustra replied, "My companion is dead, and I doubt I can convince him to eat." "That's not my concern," said the old man gruffly. "Anyone who knocks on my door must accept what I offer. Eat and be on your way." After that, Zarathustra continued his journey for another 2 hours, relying on the stars' light to guide him. He was an experienced night traveler who enjoyed looking at the sleeping world. When morning came, he found himself in a dense forest with no visible path. He placed the dead man in a hollow tree to protect him from wolves and lay down on the ground and moss to rest. Soon, he fell asleep, tired, but with a peaceful soul. Zarathustra's transformation, seeking companions for his vision. Zarathustra slept for a long time. He woke up and looked around, feeling amazed by the forest and the silence. He realized he needed living companions who wanted to follow their own path, not dead ones that he carried with him. He decided to speak to companions, not the people or the herd. He wanted to attract those who would challenge conventional values and create new ones. He sought fellow creators and reapers, not herders or believers. Zarathustra bid farewell to his first companion, buried them, and decided it was time to move on. He no longer wanted to talk to the masses or be a herdsman. He would associate with creators and those who embrace change. He aimed to lead them to a higher state of being, the Superman. He would sing his song to those who lived alone or in pairs, and those who were open to new ideas. He was determined to reach his goal and encouraged others to follow their paths without hesitation. Zarathustra's resolution, the guidance of his animals, begins. Zarathustra spoke these words to his heart when the sun was at its highest. He looked up because he heard a bird's sharp call above him. An eagle flew in wide circles, carrying a serpent, not as prey but like a friend, coiled around its neck. "These are my animals," Zarathustra said, feeling joyful. "The proudest and wisest creatures under the sun have come to check on me. They want to know if I'm still alive. Am I truly alive? I've found it more dangerous among humans than among animals. I walk on treacherous paths. Let my animals guide me." After saying this, Zarathustra remembered the words of a saint in the forest. He sighed and spoke to his heart. "I wish I were wiser, like my serpent, wise from the core. But that's impossible. So I'll ask my pride to always accompany my wisdom. If one day my wisdom leaves me, oh, it loves to escape, may my pride go with my foolishness." And so Zarathustra's descent began. Zarathustra's Discourses, First Part, Chapter 1, The Three Transformations. I'll explain 3 stages of the spirit's transformation. How the spirit becomes a burden-bearing camel, the camel transforms into a powerful lion, and the lion eventually becomes a child. The spirit faces many challenging tasks, especially the strong, burden-bearing spirit that holds reverence. It seeks to understand what is truly heavy and seeks to carry it with strength. What is considered heavy, you may ask? The burden-bearing spirit kneels down like a camel, ready to carry the weight. It might be the heaviest thing to humble oneself, to overcome pride, to expose one's foolishness, to laugh at one's wisdom, or to endure suffering for the sake of truth. Perhaps it's also to fall sick and reject comfort, choosing the company of those who cannot hear your pleas, or to embrace difficulty when it holds the truth, not rejecting cold frogs or hot toads. Could it be to love those who despise us, or to face our fears head-on? The burden-bearing spirit accepts all these heavy challenges, and like a laden camel, ventures into the wilderness. In the loneliest wilderness, the second transformation occurs. The spirit becomes a lion, seeking freedom and dominion in its own territory. It opposes its former lord and god, now seen as a great dragon. The dragon represents the command, "Thou shalt," covered in golden scales. It claims to embody all values, declaring that there shall be no more "I will." But the spirit of the lion says, "I will." Why does the spirit need to become a lion? Why not remain a humble beast of burden? Because the lion has the power to create freedom and challenge duty. It assumes the right to create new values, a daunting task for a reverent spirit. Now what can the child do that even the lion cannot? Why must the predatory lion become a child? The child symbolizes innocence, forgetfulness, a fresh start, a game, a spontaneous beginning, and an enthusiastic yes to life. For the act of creation, my friends, one must possess a sacred affirmation of life. The spirit now wills its own desires, and the outcast of the world conquers its own world. To sum it up, I've explained the 3 stages of the spirit's transformation, from camel to lion, and finally to a child. Thus spoke Zarathustra, who resided in a town known as the Pied Cow. Chapter 2. The Academic Chairs of Virtue. People praised a wise man to Zarathustra, saying he could talk well about sleep and virtue. He was highly honored for it, and young people gathered around him. Zarathustra went to him and sat among the young people. The wise man spoke, "Respect and humility in the presence of sleep, that's the first thing. Avoid those who sleep poorly and stay awake at night. Even thieves are modest around sleep. They steal quietly at night. But the night watchman is immodest. He carries his horn loudly. Sleeping is an art. You need to stay awake during the day for it. 10 times a day, you must overcome yourself. It brings good tiredness and soothes the soul. 10 times you must reconcile with yourself, for overcoming is bitter, and unrested souls sleep poorly. Find 10 truths during the day, or you'll seek truth at night, and your soul will hunger. Laugh and be cheerful 10 times a day, or your stomach, the source of discomfort, will trouble you at night. Few people know this, but you need all virtues to sleep well. Shall I bear false witness? Shall I commit adultery? Shall I covet my neighbor's servant? None of that goes well with good sleep. Even if you have all the virtues, one thing is still necessary. Put the virtues to sleep at the right time so they won't quarrel with each other, and find peace with God, your neighbor, and even your neighbor's devil, or it will haunt you at night. Respect the government, obey it, even if it's crooked. I can't help it if power walks on crooked legs. The one who leads the sheep to the greenest pastures is the best shepherd to me, and it suits good sleep. I don't want many honors or great wealth, they cause annoyance. But sleeping without a good reputation and a little treasure is bad. I prefer a small company to a bad one, but they must come and go at the right time, which is good for sleep. The poor in spirit also please me. They encourage sleep, especially if you're always generous to them. This is how virtuous people spend their day. When night comes, I avoid summoning sleep. It doesn't like to be called the Lord of Virtues. I think about what I've done and thought during the day. Reflecting patiently, I ask myself about my 10 triumphs, reconciliations, truths, and laughs. As I ponder, cradled by 40 thoughts, sleep overtakes me uninvited, the Lord of Virtues. Sleep gently taps my eyes, making them heavy, touches my mouth, leaving it open. It comes quietly, the dearest of thieves, and steals my thoughts. I stand there stupidly, like this academic chair, but not for long. I soon lie down. When Zarathustra heard the wise man, he laughed in his heart, for a light had dawned upon him. He thought, this wise man with his 40 thoughts might seem foolish, but I believe he knows how to sleep. It would be good to live near him. His sleep is contagious, even through thick walls. There's something magical in his academic chair, and the youths gathered around the preacher of virtue weren't wrong. His wisdom is to stay awake to sleep well. If life had no meaning, and I had to choose nonsense, this would be the most desirable nonsense for me. Now I understand what people sought when they looked for teachers of virtue. They wanted good sleep and virtues that support it. There are still some like this preacher of virtue today, but their time is passing. They don't stand for long, they're already lying down. Blessed are the drowsy ones, they will soon nod off. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 3. Backworlders. Once upon a time, Zarathustra also let his thoughts go beyond humanity, like all those who think about other worlds. The world appeared to me as the result of a suffering and tormented God. It seemed like a dream, and the words of a dissatisfied God, like colorful illusions before the eyes of a divine dissatisfied being. Good and evil, joy and sorrow, and me and you all looked like colorful illusions before a creative mind. The Creator wanted to look away from himself, so he created the world. For the sufferer, it's an intoxicating joy to divert attention from their suffering and forget about themselves. That's how the world appeared to me, full of intoxicating joy and self-forgetting. This world, eternally imperfect, an eternal image of contradiction and imperfection, brought intoxicating joy to its imperfect creator. That's how the world seemed to me back then. I, too, once thought beyond humanity, like all those who think about other worlds. But beyond humanity, my friends, the God I created was a product of human work and human madness, just like all the gods. He was a man, only a small part of a man and his ego. It came to me from my own experiences, not from some otherworldly source. What happened, my friends? I overcame my suffering and carried my own burdens to the mountain, creating a brighter flame for myself. And then, the illusion withdrew from me. Now, it would be suffering and torment for me to believe in such illusions, as I've recovered. It would be humiliating. That's what I tell the people who think about other worlds. Suffering and powerlessness created all these ideas about other worlds. The short-lived happiness, which only the greatest sufferers experience, created them. It's weariness that seeks the ultimate goal in one leap, a death leap. It's a kind of ignorant weariness that doesn't even want to will anymore. That's what created all gods and ideas about other worlds. Believe me, my friends, it was the body's despair that led to these ideas. The body was searching for something beyond itself, listening to the essence of existence. And then it tried to break through the ultimate barriers with its mind, not just the mind, but the other world too. But that other world, is hidden from humanity. It's not accessible, and the essence of existence only speaks to us as humans. It's really hard to prove the existence of everything, but it's especially challenging to prove the existence of the strangest things. Yes, this ego, with all its contradictions and perplexities, speaks honestly about its existence. It evaluates, desires, and creates, and it's the measure of all things. This ego, the most honest existence, speaks about the body, even when it's lost in thought, raving, or struggling. It learns to speak more honestly as it grows, finding value and honor in the body and the earth. I've learned a new kind of pride, and I teach it to people. We shouldn't bury our heads in heavenly matters, but carry them high, being fully terrestrial beings, giving meaning to the earth. I teach people to choose the path humanity has blindly followed, and to embrace it, not to shy away from it like the sick and dying. The sick and dying, they despised the body and the earth, and they invented the idea of a heavenly world and redemptive blood. But even those sweet and sad delusions were born from the body and the earth. They sought to escape their misery, but the stars were too distant. So they sighed and wished for heavenly paths to another existence and happiness. They created their own shortcuts and drank their own bloody concoctions. They thought they were transported beyond their bodies and this earth, but they actually owed their ecstasy to their bodies and the earth. Zarathustra is gentle with the sickly. He doesn't resent their attempts to find solace and their ingratitude. May they recover and overcome, creating better versions of themselves. Zarathustra is also understanding of those who, as they recover, look back tenderly at their delusions and visit the grave of their God at midnight. But even in their tears, sickness remains. Among those who ponder and yearn for God, there have always been many sickly individuals. They strongly dislike those who can see through their illusions and the virtue of honesty, which is uprightness. They constantly look back to dark times when delusion and faith were different. At that time, reason was considered godlike, and doubt was seen as a sin. I know these godlike individuals too well. They insist on being believed, and they consider doubt a sin. But what do they truly believe in? Not in other worlds or redemptive blood, but most of all, they believe in the body. Even though it's a source of discomfort to them, they'd gladly shed their skin. That's why they listen to preachers of death and preach about other worlds. Listen, my friends, to the voice of the healthy body instead. It speaks more honestly and purely. The healthy body, strong and well-formed, speaks of the meaning of the earth. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 4. Those who disdain the body. I want to talk to those who despise the body. I don't want to teach them anything new or different. I just want them to say goodbye to their own bodies and be silent. Some say, "I have a body and a soul," says the child, and why shouldn't we speak like children? But the awakened and knowledgeable person says, "I am just a body, nothing more. The soul is just a name for something within the body." The body is smart. It has many senses, can be both peaceful and in conflict, and acts as both a group and a leader. Your little wisdom, which you call spirit, is just a small tool of your big wisdom. You say ego and take pride in it, but the bigger thing you're unwilling to believe in is your body with its wisdom. It doesn't say ego, it just does it. What the senses feel and the spirit understands isn't the ultimate goal. But they want to convince you that they are. They're so conceited. The senses and the spirit are tools and toys. There's still the self behind them. The self sees through the senses and listens with the spirit. The self always listens and seeks. It compares, masters, conquers and destroys. It rules and is the ego's ruler. Behind your thoughts and feelings, there's a powerful master, an unknown sage called the self. It resides in your body. It is your body. Your body has more wisdom than your best knowledge. Who knows why your body needs your best knowledge? Your self laughs at your ego and its proud thoughts. What are these thoughts to me? It says. They're just a detour to my purpose. I lead the ego and prompt its ideas. The self tells the ego, feel pain, so it suffers and thinks of ways to end it because it's meant to think for that very reason. The self tells the ego, feel pleasure, so it rejoices and thinks of ways to experience joy, often because it's meant to think for that very reason. I have a word for those who despise the body. Their disdain is caused by their valuation. What created valuation, disdain, worth, and desire? The creating self created valuation and disdain. It created joy and sorrow for itself. The creating body created spirit as a tool for its will. Even in your foolishness and disdain, you serve yourself, you who despise the body. I tell you, yourself wants to die and turns away from life. Yourself can no longer do what it desires most, to create beyond itself. That's its greatest desire, that's its passion. But now it's too late to do that, so yourself wants to give up, you who despise the body. It wants to surrender, and that's why you despise the body. Yourself wishes to surrender, and that's why you despise the body. You can no longer create beyond yourselves. That's why you're angry with life and the world, and your contempt hides unconscious envy. I'm not going your way, you who despise the body. You're not a bridge to the Superman. That's what Zarathustra said. Chapter 5. Joys and Passions. My brother, when you possess a virtue that's truly your own, it's not shared with anyone else. You might want to name it and take pride in it, even show it off. But when you name it, you make it common, like everyone else's. You become one with the crowd, blending in with your virtue. It's better to say, it's ineffable and nameless, the thing that brings both pain and sweetness to my soul and satisfies my deepest desires. Let your virtue be beyond mere names. If you must talk about it, don't be ashamed to struggle with words. Say, this is my good, this is what I love, what pleases me, and what I desire. Don't desire it as if it were a law from a god or a human rule. Don't use it as a guide to otherworldly places or paradises. Love an earthly virtue, one with little practical wisdom. If it's like a bird that built its nest next to you, then love and cherish it, for it now sits beside you on its golden eggs. Once, you had passions and considered them evil, but now, you only have your virtues, born from those very passions. You planted your highest goals within those passions, and they became your joys and virtues. Whether you were once hot-tempered, pleasure-seeking, fanatical or vengeful, all your passions have transformed into virtues, and all your demons have become angels. You once had wild dogs in your cellar, but they've turned into birds and beautiful singers. You brewed balsam from your poisons and milked sweet milk from the cow of affliction. Now nothing evil remains in you, except the conflicts among your virtues. My brother, if you're fortunate, you'll have just one virtue, making it easier to cross the bridge. Having many virtues is admirable but challenging. Many have gone into the wilderness and perished because they grew weary of the constant struggle between their virtues. My brother, are war and conflict evil? They're necessary, but they bring envy, distrust, and backbiting among your virtues. Each virtue craves the highest position, wanting your entire spirit as its messenger, your full power in anger, hatred, and love. Every virtue is jealous of the others, and jealousy is a terrible thing. Even virtues can be defeated by jealousy. Someone consumed by jealousy may, like a scorpion, turn their poisoned sting against themselves. Have you never seen a virtue gossip and harm itself? Man is something to be surpassed, so love your virtues, for you'll be tested by them. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 6. The Pale Criminal. You don't intend to judge and punish until the person has shown remorse, do you? Look, the pale criminal has shown remorse. You can see it in his eyes, filled with great contempt. He says, my ego is something to be overcome. It's what I despise most about myself. That's what he speaks from his eyes. When he judged himself, that was his most important moment. Don't let the noble one fall back into his lowly state. There's no salvation for someone who suffers like this, unless death comes swiftly. Your judgment, judges, should be driven by pity, not revenge. When you pass judgment, make sure you're justifying life itself. Call him an enemy, not a villain. Say invalid instead of wretch, and fool instead of sinner. And you, Red Judge, if you were to speak aloud everything you've thought, everyone would cry out, away with this filth and venomous creature. But there's a difference between thought, action, and the idea of an action. The wheel of causality doesn't roll between them. An idea turned this man pale. He was prepared for the act when he committed it, but he couldn't bear the idea of it afterward. He began to see himself as the doer of just one deed, over and over. I call this madness. The exception became the rule for him. Just as a streak of chalk bewitches a hen, the blow he struck bewitched his feeble reason. I call this madness that comes after the deed. Listen, judges, there's another madness that comes before the deed, and you haven't delved deep enough into this soul. The Red Judge says, why did this criminal commit murder? He wanted to rob. But I tell you, his soul thirsted for blood, not loot. He craved the satisfaction of the knife. But his feeble reason couldn't understand this madness, so it persuaded him. What's the harm in some bloodshed? It said. Don't you want to gain something from it, or take revenge? He listened to his feeble reason, and its words weighed on him like lead. So, he robbed when he murdered, and didn't feel ashamed of his madness. Now, the weight of his guilt lies on him once more, and his feeble reason is numbed and paralyzed. If only he could shake his head to rid himself of this burden, but who can shake that head? What is this man? He's a mass of illnesses that reach out into the world through his spirit, seeking their prey. What is this man? A tangle of wild serpents that are rarely at peace among themselves. They slither out separately to seek their prey in the world. Look at that frail body. It interpreted its suffering and desires as murderous cravings and a longing for the knife's pleasure. When someone now becomes ill, evil overtakes them, and the evil they seek to inflict on others is the same evil they endure. But there have been other ages, with different notions of good and evil. In the past, doubt was considered evil, as was the desire for self. The sick person became a heretic or a sorcerer and sought to cause suffering. But you won't accept this. It offends your virtuous hearts. But what do I care about your virtuous hearts? Many things about your virtuous people disgust me, not their evil. I wish they had a madness like this pale criminal's. I wish their madness were called truth, or loyalty, or justice. Instead, they have their virtue to prolong their lives, and they bask in self-satisfaction. I am a railing beside the torrent. Anyone who can grasp me may do so, but I am not your crutch. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 7. Reading and Writing. I love only what someone wrote with their blood. Write with blood, and you'll find that blood is spirit. Understanding unfamiliar blood isn't easy. I dislike idle readers. Those who know the reader do nothing more for them. Another century of readers, and spirit will stink. Allowing everyone to learn to read ruins writing and thinking over time. Once, spirit was God, then it became man, and now it even becomes common. Someone who writes in blood and proverbs doesn't want to be read but remembered. In the mountains, the shortest way is from peak to peak, but for that, you need long legs. Proverbs should be peaks, and those spoken to should be significant. A rare and pure atmosphere, danger nearby, and a spirit full of joyful wickedness make a good match. I want goblins around me because I'm courageous. Courage that scares away ghosts creates goblins. It wants to laugh. I no longer feel in common with you. What I see beneath me, the darkness and heaviness I laugh at, that's your thundercloud. You look up when you long for exaltation, and I look down because I am exalted. Who among you can laugh and be exalted at the same time? Climbing the highest mountains, one laughs at all tragic plays and realities. Courageous, unconcerned, scornful, coercive, that's what wisdom wishes. She is a woman, and loves only a warrior. You say, life is hard to bear. But why be proud in the morning and resigned in the evening? Life is hard to bear, but don't pretend to be delicate. We're all like pack animals. What do we have in common with the trembling rosebud with a dewdrop on it? We love life not just because we live, but because we love. There's always some madness in love, but there's also some method in madness. To me, who appreciates life, butterflies and soap bubbles seem to enjoy happiness the most. Seeing these lively little sprites flit about moves Zarathustra to tears and songs. I'd only believe in a god who knows how to dance. When I saw my devil, I found him serious, thorough, profound, solemn. He was the spirit of gravity. Through him, all things fall. We don't slay with wrath but with laughter. Let's slay the spirit of gravity. I learned to walk, and since then, I've let myself run. I learned to fly, and I don't need pushing to move now. I am light. I can fly. I see myself beneath myself. A god dances in me now. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 8. The Tree on the Hill. Zarathustra noticed a young man avoiding him. One evening, as he walked alone on the hills near a town called the Pied Cow, he found the young man sitting by a tree, looking tired and gazing into the valley. Zarathustra approached and said, "If I tried to shake this tree with my hands, I couldn't do it, but the unseen wind can easily sway it as it pleases. We are most affected by things we can't see, just like this tree." The young man, startled, said, "I hear Zarathustra, and I was just thinking of him." Zarathustra replied, "Why are you scared? It's the same for people as it is for trees. The more we try to rise higher and brighter, the more our roots pull us downward into darkness and negativity." "Yes, into negativity," exclaimed the young man. "How did you know what's in my soul?" Zarathustra smiled and said, "Sometimes we have to invent a soul to discover it." "Yes, into negativity," the young man repeated. "You're right, Zarathustra. I can't trust myself anymore since I tried to climb higher. People don't trust me either. How did this happen? I change too quickly. Today contradicts yesterday, and I often skip steps when I climb. When I'm high up, I'm always alone. No one talks to me, and the loneliness makes me shiver. What am I seeking up there? My disdain and desire grow together. The higher I climb, the more I despise those who climb. What are they looking for up there? I'm ashamed of my climbing and stumbling. I mock my heavy breathing. I hate those who fly. I'm exhausted up high. At this point, the young man fell silent, and Zarathustra looked at the tree they stood beside and said, "This tree stands alone on the hills, towering above humans and animals. If it could speak, no one would understand it because it has grown so high. What is it waiting for? It lives too close to the clouds. Maybe it waits for the first lightning strike." After hearing this, the young man exclaimed with intense emotion, "Yes, Zarathustra, you speak the truth. I longed for my own destruction when I wanted to reach higher, and you are the lightning I waited for. Look at what I've become since you appeared among us. It's my envy of you that has ruined me." Zarathustra put his arm around the young man and led him away. After walking for a while, Zarathustra began to speak. "My heart is torn. Your eyes reveal more than your words. You are not yet free. You're still searching for freedom. Your constant seeking has made you sleep-deprived and vigilant. You want to be on the open heights because your soul thirsts for the stars, but your dark impulses also thirst for freedom. Your inner demons long for liberation. They cheer from their prison when your spirit tries to open every door. You are still a prisoner, but one who seeks freedom for himself. Such prisoners develop sharp, but also deceitful and wicked souls. To become truly pure, you must still cleanse yourself. Much of the prison and the mold remain in you. Your vision must become clear. I understand your danger, but I urge you with my love and hope, don't abandon them. You still feel noble, and others see your nobility too, even if they hold grudges and give you evil looks. Know this, a noble person stands in the way of everyone. Even the good ones find a noble person a hindrance, and they call him good to push him aside. The noble person seeks to create something new, a new virtue, while the good ones want to preserve the old. But the danger for the noble person is not to become good, but to become arrogant, mocking, or destructive. I have known noble people who lost their highest hopes and then disparaged all lofty ideals. They indulged in temporary pleasures and had no long-term goals. They said, "Spirit is also about pleasure," and then their spirit lost its wings and crawled, defiling wherever it went. They once aspired to be heroes, but now they are sensualists, and heroes are a source of trouble and fear to them. But I implore you with my love and hope, don't discard the hero within you. Preserve your highest hopes and keep them sacred. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 9. The Preachers of Death. Some people are preachers of death, and many need to hear about giving up on life. The world is full of unnecessary individuals, and too many have made life less enjoyable. Perhaps they can be convinced to leave this life with the promise of eternal life. These advocates of death are often called the yellow ones, but I'll describe them differently. Some are terrible individuals who carry a destructive nature within them. They are driven solely by desires or self-harm, and even their desires harm themselves. They haven't truly become mature adults yet. Maybe they should be the ones to talk about giving up on life and then do it themselves. Then there are those who are spiritually weak. They start dying shortly after they are born and seek teachings that promote laziness and giving up. They wish they were dead, and we should understand and respect their wishes. Let's be cautious not to disturb those who are like living coffins. These individuals see a sick person, an elderly person, or a corpse, and immediately proclaim, "Life is meaningless." However, it's their narrow perspective that is flawed. They are enveloped in deep sadness and eagerly await the small misfortunes that bring death. Alternatively, they indulge in pleasures and make fun of themselves for their childishness. They hold on to the fragile thread of life while mocking themselves for doing so. Their philosophy is simple. A fool is the one who remains alive, but we are the biggest fools, and that's the most foolish thing in life. Others claim life is only suffering, and they are not lying. So let's ensure they stop suffering by ending their lives. This should be the essence of your moral code. You should end your own life. You should distance yourself from yourself. Some who advocate for death argue, desire is sinful, let's live separately and not have children. Others say, giving birth is troublesome, why bother bringing more unfortunate beings into the world? They are also advocates for death. A third group argues, compassion is necessary. Take what I have. Take who I am. This way, life won't bind me as much. If they were consistently compassionate, they would make others detest life. Being wicked would be their true kindness. However, their ultimate goal is to escape life, and they don't care if they further bind others with their chains and gifts. To those of you for whom life is a struggle and filled with turmoil, aren't you tired of it? Aren't you ready to hear about giving up on life? Those of you who love hard work and the fast-paced, new and unusual aspects of life, you don't tolerate yourselves well. Your diligence is like running away, and you want to forget about yourselves. If you believed more in life, you would focus less on fleeting moments, but you don't have the patience for waiting or even for idleness. Everywhere, there are voices advocating for death, and many people need to hear about it. Whether it's eternal life or just death, it doesn't matter to me, as long as they depart quickly. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 10. War and Warriors. We don't want to be spared by our strongest enemies, or even by those we deeply care for. Let me speak honestly, my fellow warriors. I genuinely love you. I've always been your counterpart, and I'm also your fiercest adversary. So let me share the truth. I understand the hatred and envy within your hearts. You're not too noble to feel these emotions, so don't be ashamed of them. If you can't be saints of knowledge, at least be its champions. They pave the way for such saintly wisdom. I see many soldiers, but I wish to see many true warriors. People call what they wear a uniform, but let's hope it doesn't hide their uniqueness. You should be those who constantly seek an adversary, your own enemy. Some of you feel hostility upon first sight. Seek your enemy, wage your battle, all in the name of your ideas. Even if your thoughts falter, let your integrity proclaim victory. Embrace peace as a way to prepare for new conflicts, and value short-lived peace over long-lasting tranquility. I don't advise you to merely work, but to fight. I don't suggest peace, but victory. Let your work be a battle, and your peace a triumph. One can only be silent and serene when they have a bow and arrow, otherwise they talk and argue. Let your serenity be triumphant. You may say that it's a righteous cause that sanctifies war, but I tell you, it's the noble war that sanctifies every cause. War and courage have achieved more than charity. It's not your sympathy, but your bravery that has saved the helpless. What is good, you ask? Being courageous is good. Let the innocent say, being good is what's lovely and touching. They may call you heartless, but your hearts are true, and I admire the sincerity of your good intentions. You're ashamed of your emotions, while others are ashamed of their indifference. Are you considered ugly? Then, my comrades, clothe yourselves in the majesty of the unattractive. When your soul becomes great, it also becomes proud, and within your greatness lies wickedness. I understand you. In wickedness, the proud and the weak meet, but they misunderstand each other. I know you. You should have enemies to hate, not enemies to despise. Be proud of your adversaries. Their successes should be yours too. Resistance is the trait of a slave. Let your distinction be obedience. Let your command be an act of obedience itself. For a good warrior, thou shalt sounds better than I will. Everything you hold dear should first be commanded to you. Love life as an expression of your highest hope, and let your highest hope be the loftiest idea of life. Your most profound thought, however, I shall command to you, and it is this: humanity is something to be surpassed. So, live a life of obedience and war. Longevity doesn't matter. What warrior wishes to be spared? I won't spare you. I love you deeply, my fellow warriors. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 11. The New Idol. In a different place there are still tribes and groups, but not among us, my friends. Here we have nations. A nation? What's that, you ask? Well, listen closely, for I will now explain to you my thoughts about the downfall of tribes. A nation is like the coldest and most heartless creature. It lies coldly, and from its mouth comes this lie: I, the nation, am the people. It's a lie. It was the creators who made the people and instilled faith and love in them. They served life in this way, but destroyers are those who trap many and call it a nation. They hang a sword and countless desires over them. Where there is still a true people, they don't understand the concept of the nation. Instead, they hate it like an evil force, a violation of their traditions and customs. Here's my sign for you. Every people has its own language of good and evil, which its neighbors don't understand. They've created their own rules and customs, but the nation speaks in all languages of good and evil, and everything it says is a lie. Everything it has stolen. Deception is its nature. It bites with stolen teeth. Even its insides are false. A mix of good and evil languages, that's the mark of a nation. Truly, it signifies a will for destruction, beckoning to the preachers of death. Too many have been born. The nation was invented for the surplus. See how it lures them in, these many. It swallows them up, chews them, and regurgitates them. On earth, nothing is greater than I am. I am the finger of God that regulates everything, roars the monster. And even the short-sighted fall to their knees. Oh, even in your ears, great souls, it whispers its dark lies. It finds those with rich hearts who willingly offer themselves. Yes, it even finds you, the conquerors of the old God. You grew weary of the struggle, and now your weariness serves the new idol. Heroes and honorable ones, it wants to gather around itself, the new idol. It revels in the glow of righteous consciences, the cold monster. It will give you everything if you worship it, the new idol. It buys the shine of your virtue and the pride in your eyes. It seeks to entice the many, too many, through you. A hellish scheme has been devised here, a death horse adorned with divine honors. A dying for the many has been glorified as life, a service for all preachers of death. I call it the nation, where everyone drinks poison, the good and the bad. The nation where everyone loses themselves, the good and the bad. The nation where the slow suicide of all is called life. Look at these surplus people. They steal the works of inventors and the treasures of the wise. They call it culture, but it's all sickness and trouble to them. Look at these surplus people. They're always sick, vomiting their bile and calling it news. They devour each other and can't even digest themselves. Look at these surplus people. They accumulate wealth and become poorer for it. They seek power, especially money, these powerless ones. Watch them climb, these nimble apes. They climb over each other, scuffling into the mud and the abyss. They all strive for the throne. It's their madness, as if happiness sat there. Often filth sits on the throne, and sometimes the throne sits on filth. They all seem like madmen and climbing apes, too eager. The cold monster smells foul to me, and so do these idolaters. My friends, will you suffocate in their desires and appetites? It's better to break the windows and jump into the open air. Get away from the stench. Avoid the idolatry of the surplus. Get away from the stench. Escape the steam of these human sacrifices. The earth still has room for great souls. Many places remain for loners and pairs, where the scent of peaceful seas lingers. A free life still awaits great souls. Truly, those who have little are less possessed. Blessed is moderate poverty. There, where the nation ends, that's where the man who isn't surplus begins. There, the song of the essential ones, the unique and irreplaceable melody starts. Look there, my friends, where the nation ends. Can't you see it? The rainbow and the bridges of the Superman are waiting. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 12. The Flies in the Marketplace. Escape to solitude, my friend. I see you overwhelmed by the noise of important people and bothered by the annoyances of the insignificant ones. The forest and the rocks know how to be quiet with you. Be like the tree you love, the one with wide branches that quietly hangs over the sea. Where solitude ends, the marketplace begins. And where the marketplace begins, so does the noise of the great actors and the buzzing of the troublemakers. In the world, even the best things are worthless without those who represent them, known as great men. People don't really understand true greatness, which is the power to create, but they appreciate those who represent and act out great things. The world revolves around those who create new values, though it does so invisibly. But people and fame revolve around those who act and perform, such is the way of things. Actors have spirit, but they don't think much about it. They believe most strongly in themselves. They change their beliefs frequently, and their moods are unpredictable. For them, to upset means to prove, and to drive mad means to convince. They value bloodshed as the ultimate argument. If a truth is too subtle, they call it a lie. They only believe in gods who make a big show in the world. The marketplace is full of noisy fools, and people admire their great men. These are the heroes of the moment. But the moment pressures them, so they pressure you. They want your approval or disapproval. Would you sit between yes and no? Don't be jealous of these absolute and impatient ones, you lover of truth. Truth doesn't align with the absolute. For these abrupt ones, return to your safety. In the marketplace, is it ever just a yes or a no? Deep wells of knowledge take time to gain experience. Away from the marketplace and fame is where greatness truly resides, with those who create new values. Escape to solitude, my friend. I see you troubled by the poisonous flies. Go where the strong, refreshing breeze blows. Flee to your solitude. You've been too close to the small and pitiful. They harbor invisible grudges against you, nothing but vengeance in their hearts. Don't raise your arm against them. They are countless, and you're not here to be a fly-swatter. There are countless small and pitiful ones, and many a proud structure has fallen to raindrops and weeds. You are not made of stone, but the countless drops have already made you hollow. You'll break from the many drops. I see you exhausted, stung by poisonous flies, bleeding from 100 spots, and your pride doesn't even protest. They want your blood, innocently. Their bloodless souls crave it, and they sting you, all innocence. But you, the profound one, suffer too deeply from even small wounds. Before you could recover, the same poison worm crawled over your hand. You're too proud to kill these sweet-toothed pests, but beware of suffering their poisonous injustice. They surround you with praise, but it's intrusive praise. They want to be close to your skin and your blood. They flatter you as if you were a god or a devil, whimpering like children. What does it all mean? They're just flatterers and whiners, nothing more. Sometimes they pretend to be amiable, but it's just cowardice. Yes, cowards are cunning. They think a lot about you with their narrow minds, always suspicious of you. Whatever is thought about too much becomes suspect. They punish you for your virtues, but forgive your errors secretly in their hearts. You say they're blameless for their small existence because you're gentle and honest, but their narrow minds think all great existence is blameworthy. Even when you're kind to them, they feel you look down on them. They repay your kindness with hidden malice. Your silent pride goes against their liking. They rejoice when you're humble enough to be trivial. What we see in a person, we provoke in them. So, be cautious with the small ones. In your presence, they feel small, and their baseness shines with invisible vengeance against you. Have you noticed how they often become silent when you approach them? Their energy fades like a dying fire. Yes, my friend, you are the bad conscience of your neighbors because they're unworthy of you. That's why they hate you and want to drain your life. Your neighbors will always be like poisonous flies, and your greatness will only make them more poisonous and fly-like. Escape to solitude, my friend, where a strong breeze blows. You are not here to swat flies. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 13. Chastity. I love the forest. Living in cities is not good because there are too many people who want to satisfy their desires. Isn't it better to be in danger from a murderer than to be involved with a woman who only thinks about her desires? Just look at these men. Their eyes reveal it. They seem to know nothing better in life than being with a woman. Their souls are filled with impurity, and it's a problem if that impurity still has energy in it. I wish you could be pure, at least like animals. Innocence belongs to animals. Am I advising you to suppress your natural instincts? No, I'm suggesting you keep your instincts innocent. Am I suggesting you be chaste? Chastity is a virtue for some, but almost a vice for many. Some might control themselves, but their lustful desires still show. Even in their highest acts of virtue, and in their cold hearts, this lustful desire follows them, causing discord. And how cleverly it asks for a piece of the spirit when it can't have a piece of flesh. You love tragedies and anything that breaks the heart, but I'm suspicious of your lustful desires. You have cruel eyes, and you look lustfully at those who suffer. Has your lust just disguised itself as sympathy? Here's a story for you. Some who wanted to get rid of their own demons ended up becoming like pigs themselves. If chastity is hard for you, I advise against it, because it can lead to a path of misery, impurity, and lustful thoughts. Am I talking about impure things? Well, it's not the worst thing for me to do. It's not when the truth is impure, but when it's shallow that wise people hesitate to dive into its waters. There are truly chaste people by nature. They have kinder hearts and laugh more often and genuinely than you do. They even laugh at the idea of chastity and ask, "What is chastity? Isn't it foolishness?" But foolishness came to us. We welcomed it and gave it a place in our hearts. Let it stay as long as it wants. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 14. The Friend. The hermit thinks, having too many people talking about me is always a problem. It's always just me that makes it two in the end. I often talk seriously with myself, but it's only bearable because I have a friend. The hermit's friend is like a third person, preventing their conversation from sinking into deep loneliness. There are too many depths for all hermits, so they long for a friend and their companionship. Our trust in others can reveal our lack of trust in ourselves. Our desire for a friend can be our undoing. Sometimes we use love to hide our envy. We even create enemies to protect our vulnerabilities. A true sign of respect is saying, "At least be my enemy," without seeking friendship. To have a friend, you must be ready to fight for them. To fight, you must be capable of being an enemy. You should still respect your friend's differences. Can you be close to your friend without losing your own identity? In your friend, you should find your best opponent. You get closest to them with your heart when you stand up to them. Would you not hide anything from your friend? Do you show yourself as you are in honor of your friend? But sometimes they wish you'd disappear. Revealing everything about yourself can be shocking. You have reason to fear being exposed. If you were gods, you might be ashamed of wearing clothes. You can never be good enough for your friend. You should be an inspiration and a longing for something better. Have you ever seen your friend asleep? What do they look like when they're not aware? It's like seeing yourself in a rough mirror. Seeing your friend asleep might be unsettling. Man is something that needs improvement. A true friend is a master of divination and silence. You shouldn't wish to see everything. Your dreams will reveal what your friend does when awake. Let your compassion be a form of divination. Find out if your friend needs your sympathy. Perhaps they value your calmness and eternal perspective. Hide your compassion for your friend beneath a tough exterior. Let it have subtlety and sweetness. Are you like fresh air, solitude, nourishment and medicine to your friend? Some can't free themselves, but you can be their liberator. Are you a slave? Then you can't be a friend. Are you a tyrant? Then you can't have friends. There has been a hidden slave and tyrant in women for too long. That's why women can't yet be friends. They only understand love. In a woman's love, there's bias and blindness towards what they don't love. Even in conscious love, there's always surprise, darkness and light. Women aren't ready for friendship. They're still like cats, birds, or at best cows. But tell me, men, how many of you are truly capable of friendship? Oh, your poverty and your lack of soul. As much as you give to your friend, I'll give to my foe without becoming any poorer. Comradeship exists. Let there be friendship. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 15. The 1001 Goals. Zarathustra traveled to many lands and met many people. He learned about the good and bad sides of various cultures. He realized that there's no greater power on earth than the concepts of good and bad. Every group of people values something unique. To survive, a community must have its own set of values and not simply adopt what their neighbors believe. What one group considers good may be seen as worthless or even bad by another. People often don't understand each other and judge each other's beliefs. Every community has its own standards of excellence, and these standards represent their will to power. They admire what's challenging, necessary, and beneficial during tough times. Whatever helps them succeed and stand out, they see as the highest and most important thing. If you understand a community's needs, environment, and relationships, you'll understand why they value what they do. For example, the Greeks believed in being the best and having no other loves except for a friend. For my people, speaking the truth and being skilled with weapons were highly regarded but demanding values. Another group held honoring parents and doing their will from the heart as sacred. Yet another people valued fidelity and risking honor and even life for the sake of fidelity in difficult situations. These values shaped their character and gave them hope. People themselves determined what is good and bad. They didn't receive these values as divine messages. They assigned meaning to things to survive and called themselves human because they assign value. Assigning value is a creative act. It's the essence of the things being valued. Value comes from assigning it, and without this act, life would be empty. So, creators, understand that value comes from you. Changing values means changing the creators. First, it was entire communities, then individuals. The individual is the latest creation. In the past, communities had their own moral codes. Love and obedience were important to them, and they made rules accordingly. The desire to belong to a group was stronger than the desire for individuality. As long as following the group's rules was considered good, going against them was seen as bad. The cunning ego, without love, seeks personal gain even at the cost of others' well-being. This ego is not the source of community, but its downfall. The ones who loved and created were the ones who determined what's good and bad. The virtues and vices are fueled by love and anger. Zarathustra met many people, and he realized that the power of judgment and criticism is astonishing. Brothers and sisters, who can tame this power? Who can control the 1,000 judgments? There have been 1,000 different goals because there have been 1,000 different communities. What's still missing is one common goal for all of humanity. Humanity doesn't yet have a single purpose, but I ask you, my friends, if humanity lacks a common goal, doesn't it also lack humanity itself? Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 16. Neighbor-Love. People gather around their neighbors and say nice things to them, but I tell you, when you love your neighbor, you're really just loving yourselves poorly. You escape from your own problems by turning to your neighbors and pretending it's a virtuous act. But I see through your selflessness. The concept of you existed after the concept of others. Others have been praised, but not you yet, so people cling to their neighbors. Am I suggesting that you should love your neighbors? No, I advise you to distance yourselves from your neighbors and love those who are far away. Loving those in the distant future is even greater than loving your neighbors, and loving things and ideas is higher than loving people. The idea or goal that lies ahead of you, my friend, is more appealing than you are. Why not give it your all instead of running to your neighbor? You can't stand being alone and don't love yourselves enough, so you try to deceive your neighbor into loving you, trying to make yourselves look better. I wish you couldn't stand being around any close ones or their neighbors. Then you'd have to create your friend and their overflowing heart from within yourselves. You call in witnesses when you want to praise yourselves, and when you've convinced them to think highly of you, you start thinking highly of yourselves too. Not only is the person a liar who speaks against their own knowledge, but even more so is the one who speaks against their own ignorance. That's how you talk about yourselves to others and deceive your neighbors. The fool says, being around people ruins one's character, especially if one has none. One person goes to their neighbor because they're looking for themselves, while another goes to their neighbor because they want to escape themselves. Your poor self-love makes solitude feel like a prison. The distant ones pay the price for your love of those nearby. When there are just 5 of you, a 6th must always suffer. I don't like your festivals either. I often found too many actors there, and even the audience acted like actors. I'm not here to teach you about neighbors, but about friends. Let your friend be a celebration of life for you, a glimpse of the ideal human. I'm teaching you about friends and their generous hearts, but to be loved by such hearts, you must be like a sponge. I'm teaching you about the friend who embodies the world, a vessel of goodness, the creative friend who always has a whole world to offer. And as the world unfolded before him, it comes back together for him in cycles, as good emerges from evil, and purpose arises from chance. Let the future and the distant be your motivation for today. In your friend, you'll love the ideal human as your inspiration. My friends, I'm not advising you to love your neighbors, I'm advising you to love those who are farthest away. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 17. The Way of the Creating One. Do you want to be alone, my friend? Do you want to find yourself? Wait a bit and listen to me. People who seek isolation often lose their way, say the majority, and you used to be part of that majority for a long time. The voice of the majority will still affect you. And when you say, I no longer share the same beliefs as you, it will bring you pain. That pain is a result of your old beliefs, and they still linger in your suffering. But if you truly want to follow your own path of self-discovery, then show me your determination and strength to do so. Are you a new force with a new purpose? Are you a catalyst for change? Can you even make the stars revolve around you? But be careful. Many people crave power and status. There are countless ambitions that achieve nothing but inflation and emptiness. Do you call yourself free? I want to know what guides your thoughts, not that you've escaped from some burden. Free from what, you ask? It doesn't matter to Zarathustra. But can you tell me what you're free for? Can you make your own rules, both good and bad? Can you be your own judge and enforcer of your laws? Being alone with your own judgments and enforcing your own laws can be terrifying. It's like a star in the desolate void of space and the icy breath of solitude. Today, you still have the courage and hope, despite the crowd. But one day, solitude will wear you down. One day, your pride will fade and your courage will waver. You will cry out, I am alone. One day, you will no longer see your greatness, but instead see your flaws up close. Even your own grandeur will frighten you like a phantom. You will cry out, everything is false. There are emotions that seek to destroy the solitary one. If they fail, they will die themselves. But can you be a murderer? Have you ever experienced the feeling of disdain, my friend? The pain of being just to those who despise you. You make many people think differently about you, and they hold it against you. You came close to them, but passed them by, and they never forgive you. You've surpassed them, but the higher you rise, the less envy can see you. Most of all, the one who flies is hated. You must say, how could you be fair to me? I accept your unfairness as my destiny. They throw injustice and filth at the solitary one, but my friend, if you want to be a star, you must shine for them regardless. Beware of the good and just. They want to crucify those who create their own virtue, and they hate the solitary ones. Also be cautious of religious simplicity. It condemns everything that isn't straightforward and is eager to play with fire. And be careful of your own love. The recluse readily extends a hand to anyone who crosses their path. You shouldn't give your hand to everyone, only your paw, and I hope your paw has claws. But the worst enemy you will ever face is yourself. You will ambush yourself in caves and forests. You, the solitary one, are on a path to self-discovery, and ahead of you and your 7 devils, your path leads. You will be a heretic to yourself, a magician, a fortune-teller, a fool, a doubter, a reprobate, and a villain. You must be ready to burn in your own fire. How can you become new if you don't first become ashes? You, the solitary one, are on the path of creation. You will create a god for yourself from your 7 devils. You, the solitary one, are on the path of love. You love yourself, and because of that, you despise yourself, as only the lovers do. The lover desires to create because they despise. How can you truly know love if you've never had to despise what you loved? Go into your solitude with your love and your creativity, my friend, and justice will come later. Go into your solitude with your tears, my friend. I love those who seek to create beyond themselves, and in doing so, surrender. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 18. Old and Young Women. Why are you sneaking around in the twilight, Zarathustra? And what are you hiding under your cloak so carefully? Is it a treasure you've received, a child you've had, or are you on a thief's mission, my friend of the dark? Zarathustra replied, It's indeed a treasure I've been given, a small truth I carry. But it's naughty, like a young child, and if I don't keep its mouth shut, it screams too loudly. Today, as I walked alone when the sun was setting, an old woman approached me and said, Zarathustra has spoken to us women, but he has never spoken about women. I replied, We should only discuss women with men. She insisted, Talk to me about women. I'm old enough to forget it soon. So I obliged and said, Everything about women is a mystery, and the answer to it all is pregnancy. Man is a means for woman. The purpose is always the child. But what is woman for man? A true man desires 2 things, danger and amusement. That's why he desires woman as the most dangerous plaything. Men are trained for war, and women are for the entertainment of warriors. Everything else is nonsense. Men don't like overly sweet fruits. They prefer women, even if they're bitter. Women understand children better than men, but men are more childlike than women. In a true man, there's a hidden child yearning to play. So women, awaken that child in men. Be a plaything, pure and precious, illuminated by virtues from a future world. Let the stars' beam shine in your love. May your hope say, I shall bear the Superman. Show valor in your love. With your love, challenge the one who inspires fear in you. Make your love your honor. Woman rarely understands honor otherwise. Your honor should be to always love more than you're loved and never be second. Men should fear when women love, as women make every sacrifice, deeming everything else worthless. Men should fear when women hate, for deep within, man is inherently evil, while woman is petty. Who does woman hate most? The iron spoke to the lodestone, saying, I hate you most because you attract, but are too weak to pull me in. Man's happiness is, I will, while woman's happiness is, he will. Now the world has become perfect, every woman thinks when she obeys with all her love. Woman must obey and find depth beneath her surface. Her soul is a shifting, tempestuous film on shallow water. Man's soul, on the other hand, is deep, flowing in subterranean caverns. Woman senses its power, but cannot grasp it. The old woman then said to me, Zarathustra has said many remarkable things, especially for those young enough to understand them. Strange. Zarathustra knows little about women, yet he's right about them. Could it be because nothing is impossible with women? Now accept a small truth as thanks. I'm old enough for it. Wrap it up and keep its mouth shut, or it will scream too loudly. This little truth. Give me your little truth, I said to the woman. And she spoke, You're going to women, don't forget your whip. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 19. The Bite of the Adder. One day had Zarathustra fallen asleep under a fig tree, owing to the heat, with his arms over his face, and there came an adder and bit him in the neck, so that Zarathustra screamed with pain. When he had taken his arm from his face, he looked at the serpent, and then did it recognize the eyes of Zarathustra, wriggled awkwardly, and tried to get away. As yet hast thou not received my thanks. Thou hast awakened me in time. My journey is yet long. Thy journey is short, said the adder sadly. My poison is fatal. Zarathustra smiled. "When did ever a dragon die of a serpent's poison?" said he. "But take thy poison back. Thou art not rich enough to present it to me." Then fell the adder again on his neck, and licked his wound. When Zarathustra once told this to his disciples, they asked him, "And what, O Zarathustra, is the moral of thy story?" And Zarathustra answered them in this way: "The destroyer of morality, the good and just call me, my story is immoral. When, however, you have an enemy, then return him not good for evil, for that would abash him, but prove that he has done something good to you, and rather be angry than abash anyone. And when you are cursed, it pleases me not that you should then desire to bless. Rather curse a little also, and should a great injustice befall you, then do quickly 5 small ones besides. Hideous to behold is he on whom injustice presses alone. Did you ever know this? Shared injustice is half justice, and he who can bear it shall take the injustice upon himself. A small revenge is humaner than no revenge at all, and if the punishment be not also a right and an honor to the transgressor, I do not like your punishing. Nobler is it to own oneself in the wrong than to establish one's right, especially if one be in the right. Only one must be rich enough to do so. I do not like your cold justice. Out of the eye of your judges there always glanceth the executioner and his cold steel. Tell me, where find we justice, which is love with seeing eyes? Devise me, then, the love which not only beareth all punishment. Devise me, then, the justice which acquitted every one except the judge. And would you hear this likewise? To him who seeketh to be just from the heart, even the lie becomes philanthropy. But how could I be just from the heart? How can I give everyone his own? Let this be enough for me. I give unto everyone mine own. Finally, my brothers, guard against doing wrong to any anchorite. How could an anchorite forget? How could he requite? Like a deep well is an anchorite. Easy is it to throw in a stone. If it should sink to the bottom, however, tell me, who will bring it out again? Guard against injuring the anchorite. If ye have done so, however, well then, kill him also." Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 20. Child and Marriage. I have a question for you alone, my brother. I cast this question into your soul like a sounding lead to know its depth. You're young and desire a child and marriage, but I ask you this. Are you a man entitled to desire a child? Are you the one who conquers yourself, rules your passions, and masters your virtues? That's what I'm asking. Or is it just an animal instinct or necessity speaking in your wish for a child? Or is it loneliness or inner conflict? I want your victory and freedom to desire a child. You should build living monuments to your triumph and liberation. You should build beyond yourself, but first you must build yourself up, both in body and soul. You should not only propagate forward, but also upward. Marriage can help you with that. You should create a higher self, a first step, a self-propelled force, a creator. I call marriage the will of 2 individuals to create something greater than themselves. The reverence they have for each other as they exercise this will is what I call marriage. Let this be the meaning and truth of your marriage. But what most people call marriage, those excessive ones, what shall I call it? The poverty of their souls, the impurity of their souls, their pitiful self-satisfaction. They call it all marriage, and they say their marriages are made in heaven. I don't like that heavenly excess, and I don't like those caught in heavenly traps. I don't want the God who limps over there to bless what he hasn't matched. Don't laugh at such marriages. Many children have had reasons to cry because of their parents. This man seemed worthy and ripe for understanding the world, but when I saw his wife, the world appeared to me a playground for fools. I wish the earth would shake with convulsions when a saint mates with a fool. This one set out in search of truth as a hero and ended up with a dressed-up lie, which he calls his marriage. That one was selective in his choices, but spoiled his company forever one time, and that's what he calls his marriage. Another sought a virtuous angel for a partner, but became a servant of a woman, and now he wants to become an angel himself. I found all buyers to be cautious, with keen eyes, but even the cleverest of them buys his wife in a sack. You call many short-lived follies love, and your marriage ends many short-lived follies with one long stupidity. Your love for women and women's love for men, oh, if only it were sympathy for suffering and hidden divinities. But most of the time, it's just 2 animals coming together. Even your greatest love is only an intense metaphor and a painful passion. It's a torch that guides you to higher paths. Someday, you should love beyond yourselves, but first, learn how to love. That's why you had to taste the bitterness of your love. Even the best love has bitterness in the cup, making you long for the Superman and thirst for it, you, the Creator. The Creator thirsts for the Superman. Is that your will for marriage, my brother? I call such a will and such a marriage holy. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 21. Voluntary Death. Many people die too early or too late, but Zarathustra teaches a strange idea: die at the right time. If you never live at the right time, how can you die at the right time? It would be better if you were never born. I advise those who are extra. Even the extras make a big fuss about their death, and even the emptiest nut wants to be cracked. Everyone thinks dying is a big deal, but death is not a celebration yet. People haven't learned to have the best celebrations. I'll show you the ultimate death, which becomes an inspiration and promise for the living. The one who reaches the ultimate death dies triumphantly, surrounded by hopeful and promising people. This is the best way to die. The next best is to die in battle and give up a great soul. But what's equally hated by the fighter and the victor is sneaky death, which comes like a thief but acts like a master. I praise my own death, the voluntary death that comes to me because I want it. When will I want it? When I have a goal and an heir, I'll want death at the right time for the goal and the heir. Out of respect for them, I won't hang withered wreaths in the sanctuary of life anymore. I won't be like rope makers who keep extending their cord and going backward. Some people grow too old for their truths and triumphs. A toothless mouth no longer has the right to every truth. If you want to be famous, you must leave honor early and practice the art of timing. You should stop being celebrated when you taste the best, because those who want to be loved for a long time know this. There are sour apples that wait until the last day of autumn to become ripe, yellow, and wrinkled. Some people age in their hearts first, others in their spirits. Some are old in youth, while the late bloomers stay young for a long time. Life is a failure for many people. A poison worm gnaws at their hearts. They never become sweet and rot even in the summer. It's their fear that keeps them stuck to their branches. Too many people live for too long, hanging on to their branches. I wish a storm would come and shake off all this rot and decay from the tree. We need preachers of speedy death, not slow death. But all I hear is preaching patience with earthly things. You preach patience with what's earthly. It's earthly things that have too much patience with you, you blasphemers. That Hebrew whom the preachers of slow death honor died too early. It was a disaster for many. He only knew tears, Hebrew melancholy, and hatred from the good and just, the Hebrew Jesus. He longed for death. If he had stayed in the wilderness, far from the good and just, he might have learned to live, love the earth, and even laugh. Believe me, my friends, he died too early, and he would have disowned his own teachings if he had lived as long as I have. He was noble enough to disown them, but he was still immature. The youth loves immaturely, and hates man, and the earth immaturely. His soul and spirit are still confined and awkward. But in man, there's more of the child than in the youth, and less melancholy. He understands life and death better. He's free for death and free in death, a holy naysayer when there's no time for agreement. That's how he understands death and life. I ask that your dying doesn't bring shame to man and the earth. In your dying, let your spirit and virtue still shine like an evening afterglow around the earth. Otherwise, your death will be unsatisfactory. I will die in a way that makes you love the earth more because of me. I will become earth again and rest in the earth that bore me. Zarathustra had a goal. He threw his ball. Now you, my friends, are the heirs of my goal. I throw you the golden ball. I hope to see you, my friends, catch the golden ball. So I'll stay a little while longer on this earth. Forgive me for it. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 22. The Bestowing Virtue. The Virtue of Giving. Zarathustra's teachings on the value of selflessness. When Zarathustra said goodbye to the town he cherished, known as the Pied Cow, many people who called themselves his followers followed him. They accompanied him until they reached a crossroad. At that point, Zarathustra told them he wanted to continue his journey alone because he enjoyed solitude. Before his departure, his disciples gave him a staff with a golden handle adorned with a serpent coiled around the sun. Zarathustra was pleased with the staff and used it to support himself. He spoke to his disciples. Tell me, how did gold become so valuable? It's because it's rare, shiny, and soft in its brilliance. It always gives of itself. Gold's value comes from being an image of the highest virtue. The bestower's gaze shines like gold, and gold's radiance brings harmony between the moon and the sun. The highest virtue is rare, unselfish, radiant, and gentle in its brilliance. The highest virtue is about giving. I understand you, my disciples. You aspire to possess the virtue of giving. What do you have in common with cats and wolves? You desire to be sacrifices and gifts yourselves, accumulating all riches in your souls. Your souls thirst for treasures and jewels because your virtue is insatiable in its desire to give. You make everything flow toward you and into you so that it can flow back out of your hearts as gifts of love. Truly, such giving love must become an appropriator of all values, but I call it healthy and holy selfishness. There is another selfishness, a pitiful and hungry kind that always wants to steal, the selfishness of the sick, the sickly selfishness. It looks upon everything bright with the eyes of a thief, measures the abundance of others with the hunger of need, and prowls around the tables of those who give. This craving speaks of sickness and hidden degeneration, the degeneration of a sickly body. My brother, what do we consider bad, the worst of all? Is it not degeneration? We always suspect degeneration when the soul that gives is absent. Our path leads upward from generation to supergeneration, but we dread the sense of degeneration that says, all for myself. Our sense ascends. It is a symbol of our body, an emblem of elevation. The virtues are named after such symbols of elevation. The body moves through history, becoming and fighting, and the spirit, what is it to the body? It is the herald, companion, and echo of its battles and victories. Names for good and evil are all metaphors. They do not explain, they merely suggest. It's foolish to seek knowledge from them. Pay attention, my brothers, to every moment when your spirit speaks in metaphors. That is the source of your virtue. Your body becomes elevated and enraptured by the spirit, becoming a creator, a valuer, a lover, and a benefactor of all. When your heart overflows like a river, a blessing and a danger to those in the lowlands, that is the source of your virtue. When you rise above praise and blame, and your will seeks to command all things out of love, that is the source of your virtue. When you reject pleasures and the soft couch, distancing yourself from all that is effeminate, that is the source of your virtue. When you have a single will, and every change of need is necessary for you, that is the source of your virtue. Indeed, it is a new form of good and evil, a new deep murmur, and the voice of a new spring. This is power, this new virtue. It is a governing thought with a subtle soul, a golden sun with the serpent of knowledge coiled around it. Returning virtue to earth, Zarathustra's plea for a meaningful existence. Zarathustra paused for a moment, gazing fondly at his disciples. Then he continued to speak in a different tone. Stay connected to the earth, my friends, through the strength of your virtue. Let your love and knowledge be dedicated to understanding the purpose of the earth. This is my plea and my summons to you. Don't let it drift away into the unknown, clashing against eternal barriers with its wings. Too often, virtue has escaped us. Follow my lead and bring back that lost virtue to the earth, back to the realm of the physical and life itself. Let it give the earth meaning, a human meaning. Countless times both spirit and virtue have strayed and made mistakes. Regrettably, our bodies still house all this confusion and error. They have become the vessels of ignorance. Spirit and virtue have made countless attempts and errors. Man himself is an attempt, and within us lies much ignorance and misconception. We carry not only the wisdom of ages, but also their madness. It's perilous to be an heir. We continue to battle the unpredictable forces of fate, and throughout history, senselessness has prevailed over sense. My friends, devote your spirit and virtue to understanding the essence of the earth. Let you determine the value of everything anew. Therefore you must be fighters, creators. The body purifies itself intelligently. It elevates itself through intelligent effort. To the discerning, all impulses become sacred, and to the elevated, the soul finds joy. Physician, heal yourself, and you will heal your patient. Let the sight of your own recovery be his best medicine. There are countless unexplored paths, numerous sources of well-being, and hidden islands of life. Man and his world remain inexhaustible and undiscovered. Awaken and listen, you who are isolated. The future brings winds with silent wings, bearing good tidings for those with keen ears. You lonely ones of today, you who have separated yourselves, you shall one day become a people. From among you, a chosen people shall emerge, and from them, the Superman. The earth shall truly become a place of healing, and a new scent already fills the air, a fragrance of salvation and a new hope. Zarathustra's farewell, the call for self-discovery and the superhuman. When Zarathustra spoke these words, he paused as if he hadn't finished yet. He held the staff in his hand, contemplating. Finally he said this, and his voice had changed. I'm going alone now, my followers. It's time for you to go your separate ways too. That's how I want it. I advise you to leave me and distance yourselves from Zarathustra. It might be even better if you felt ashamed of me. Maybe I've misled you. A person of knowledge should be capable of not only loving their enemies, but also of harboring some resentment toward their friends. You're not repaying your teacher well if you remain mere students. Why don't you try to take the laurel wreath from my head? You respect me, but what if your admiration one day crumbles? Be careful that you're not crushed by a falling statue. You claim to believe in Zarathustra, but what's the worth of Zarathustra? You are my believers, but what's the value of all believers? You hadn't really looked for yourselves before, and that's when you found me. All believers are like this, which is why belief itself isn't worth much. Now I urge you to lose me and find yourselves. Only when you've all rejected me will I come back to you. I'll seek my lost ones with a different perspective, my brothers, and love you with a different kind of love. At that time, you'll have become my friends again, and we'll share a common hope. I'll be with you for the third time to celebrate the Great Noon. It's the Great Noon when humanity stands between being mere animals and becoming superhumans. We celebrate our progress towards the evening as our highest hope because it's a step towards a new morning. At this time, those who've descended will bless themselves for having risen above, and the sun of their knowledge will be at its peak. All the gods are dead, and now we desire the Superman to live. Let this be our final wish at the Great Noon. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Second part. When all of you have rejected me, I will come back to you. Indeed, my friends, in the future, I will search for my lost ones with a different perspective, and I will love you with a different kind of love. Zarathustra, I, the bestowing virtue. Chapter 23. The Child with the Mirror. Zarathustra went back to his mountain cave, seeking solitude and distancing himself from people, like a farmer waiting after sowing seeds. His heart grew restless and yearned for his loved ones, as he still had much to share with them. Holding back his generosity out of love was the hardest challenge for him. As time passed, Zarathustra's wisdom grew, causing him pain due to its abundance. One morning, he awoke before dawn, and after deep thought said to himself, "Why was I startled in my dream, causing me to wake up? Did a child not come to me with a mirror?" The child said, "O Zarathustra, look at yourself in the mirror." When Zarathustra looked, he was shocked and his heart raced. In the mirror, he didn't see himself but a devil's mocking face. He realized the dream warned that his teachings were in danger, twisted by enemies, making his closest followers ashamed. Understanding this, Zarathustra decided it was time to find his lost friends. He got up, inspired like a prophet or a singer filled with spirit. His animals, the eagle and serpent, watched him, amazed by the joy in his face. Zarathustra asked his animals, "What has happened to me? Have I changed? Has joy come to me like a storm?" His happiness felt foolish and immature, and he knew he needed patience to understand it fully. He felt wounded by his happiness, eager to return to his friends and even his enemies. Zarathustra was ready to speak, share, and show his deepest love to those he cherished. His impatient love overflowed, aiming to reach everyone, from sunrise to sunset. His soul, emerging from quiet mountains and storms, was eager to descend into the valleys. Zarathustra had longed and waited for too long, losing his ability to remain silent. He became like a brook, flowing from high rocks, ready to share his thoughts openly. He spoke of new paths and new ways of speaking, tired of old languages. He desired swift movement, like a storm, longing to reach distant lands where his friends and enemies lived. He expressed gratitude to his enemies, as their opposition gave him the strength to confront challenges. He anticipated releasing his intense emotions, like a storm, knowing this might scare even his friends. He wished he could gently win them back with his newfound wisdom. Zarathustra's wild wisdom, nurtured in solitude, now sought the gentle understanding and love of his friends. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 24. In the Happy Isles. The figs fall from the trees ripe and sweet, their red skins breaking as they drop. I am like a north wind to these ripe figs. Similarly, my teachings drop to you, my friends, full of juice and sweet essence. It's a time of fullness, clear skies and autumn afternoons. Look at the abundance around us. It's delightful to gaze upon distant seas amid such plenty. People once saw God when looking at distant seas, but I have taught you to see the Superman. God is just an idea, but I don't want you to dwell on what's beyond your creative power. Could you create a God? If not, then stay silent about all gods. But you could work towards creating the Superman. Maybe not you personally, my brothers, but you can become the ancestors of the Superman. God is just an idea, but I want your thoughts to be confined to what's conceivable. Could you imagine a God? Everything should be transformed into what's humanly conceivable, visible, and sensible. Follow your understanding to its conclusion. What you call the world should be your own creation, your reason, your image, your will, your love. This is true bliss for you, the discerning ones. How could you endure life without this hope? You couldn't have been born into the inconceivable or irrational. Let me reveal my heart to you, my friends. If there were gods, how could I stand not being a god? Therefore, there are no gods. Yes, I've reached this conclusion, and now it guides me. The idea of God brings such bitterness. Could anyone bear it without dying? Should the Creator lose his faith, or the eagle be denied its flight into the heights? God is just a thought, twisting the straight and making the steady wobble. Imagine time gone, and all that's perishable just a lie. Such thoughts bring dizziness and nausea. I call it the sickness of conjecture. Teachings about the eternal, the unchanging, I find evil and misanthropic. The eternal is just a metaphor, and poets exaggerate too much. The best metaphors should speak of time and change, celebrating and justifying all that is perishable. Creating is the great salvation from suffering, the relief of life. But to appear as a creator, one must suffer and be transformed. Oh, how much dying there must be in your life, creators. You justify all that is perishable. To be the newborn child, the Creator must also bear the pains of childbirth. I've journeyed through many souls and births, knowing the agony of final moments. But this is my creating will, my fate. Or to be more honest, such a fate is what my will desires. All feeling suffers in me, imprisoned, but my willing comes as my liberator and comforter. Willing frees, that's the true doctrine of will and emancipation, as taught by Zarathustra. No longer willing, valuing, or creating would be a great weakness. I only feel the joy of my will's procreation and evolution in my knowledge. If there's innocence in my knowledge, it's because it contains the will to procreate. My will lured me away from God and gods. What's there to create if gods exist? But it constantly drives me towards mankind, my eager creative will, like a hammer to stone. Amen. Within the stone sleeps an image, my vision. Alas, it sleeps in the hardest, ugliest stone. Now my hammer rages against its prison, shattering the stone. What do I care for the fragments? I will complete my vision. A shadow came to me, the most silent and light of all things. The beauty of the Superman came to me as a shadow. Ah, my brothers, what are the gods to me now? Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 25. The Pitiful. My friends, some have mocked me, saying, "Look at Zarathustra. Doesn't he walk among us as if we were mere animals?" But it's more accurate to say that a wise person sees others as animals with red cheeks, blushing from too much shame. Shame, my friends, is the history of man according to the wise. This is why the noble-minded person avoids causing embarrassment. They practice modesty, especially in front of those who are suffering. I don't appreciate those who find joy in pity. They lack modesty themselves. If I show pity, I prefer not to be labeled as such, and to do it from a distance. I'd rather hide and escape unnoticed, and I advise you to do the same. I hope to meet untroubled people like you, to share hope, meals, and joy. I've helped the afflicted, but I've done better when I've learned to enjoy myself more. Our original sin is not enjoying life enough. By learning to enjoy ourselves, we stop causing and planning pain. I wash my hands and soul after helping someone, ashamed of their shame and hurting their pride. Big favors often lead to revenge, not gratitude, and small favors can turn into lingering resentment. Be cautious in accepting help, especially when you can't return it. I am a giver, sharing freely with friends. Strangers and the poor may take what they need without shame, but beggars should be eliminated. Dealing with them is always frustrating. Sinners and guilty consciences. The sting of conscience teaches one to sting back. Petty thoughts are the worst. It's better to act badly than to think pettily. You might think indulging in small evils prevents greater ones, but don't be sparing here. Big misdeeds are like boils, irritating but honest about their nature. But petty thoughts are like infections, hiding and spreading until they destroy everything. To someone possessed by evil, I would say, better to confront your evil. Even you can achieve greatness. We know too much about each other, making transparency without understanding. It's hard to live among people because it's hard to keep silent. We are unfair not to those who offend us, but to those who don't matter to us. If you have a suffering friend, be a firm support for them, like a hard bed. If a friend wrongs you, forgive them for hurting you, but remember they've hurt themselves more. True love surpasses even forgiveness and pity. Keep control of your heart, for losing it leads to losing your mind. The greatest follies and suffering come from the pitiful. Pity can be a trap, even for the loving. The devil once told me that even God has his hell, his love for mankind, and he recently said, God is dead, killed by his pity for man. Beware of pity, it brings troubles. Remember, great love is above pity, as it seeks to create what it loves. I offer myself and my neighbor as myself, that's the way of creators. But all creators are hard, thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 26. The Priests. One day Zarathustra signaled his disciples and spoke to them about encountering priests, his adversaries. He advised passing them peacefully without confrontation. Zarathustra acknowledged that some priests, having endured much, seek to make others suffer. He described their meekness as vengeful and warned of the contamination from engaging with them, yet he felt a kinship with them and wished to see his bloodline honored in theirs. After they passed the priests, Zarathustra felt pain, but soon began to speak again. He expressed his emotional turmoil for the priests, despite their differing beliefs. Zarathustra saw them as prisoners to their own misguided faith, trapped by false values and misguided words. He wished for their liberation from what they called their savior. Zarathustra criticized their belief system, comparing it to a monster disguised as an island, waiting to devour those who built upon it. He scorned their churches, calling them caves with tainted air that stifles the soul. He condemned their practices of shame and penance. He questioned who would create such places of concealment and shame, longing for the day when the clear sky would shine through their ruins again. Zarathustra reflected on their concept of God, born from opposition and suffering, and their way of showing love through crucifixion. He felt the presence of death around them and compared living near them to being close to stagnant, toad-filled pools. Zarathustra challenged the sincerity of their faith, expressing a desire to see genuine beauty and freedom in their repentance rather than disguised affliction. He criticized the saviors for lacking in freedom and knowledge, accusing them of masking their flaws with the concept of God. He saw their pity as a weakness that often led to greater folly. Zarathustra described their shepherding as misguided and limited, suggesting that even the broadest of souls have been confined. He disputed their belief that truth is proven by blood, arguing that blood corrupts teachings into hatred. Zarathustra claimed that genuine teaching arises from personal experience and transformation, not from external trials. He warned of the danger in following those who preach from a place of emotional fervor rather than balanced wisdom, calling them saviors. Zarathustra asserted that true salvation requires greater beings than these saviors. He concluded by reflecting on the human condition, having seen both the greatest and smallest men. Zarathustra found them too similar, all too human, even in the greatest among them, implying that the ideal of the Superman had not yet been realized. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 27. The Virtuous. I made a sign to my disciples and said these words to them, Here are priests, but although they are my enemies, pass them quietly and with sleeping swords. Even among them there are heroes. Many have suffered too much, and now want to make others suffer. Their meekness is vengeful and harmful, yet my blood is related to theirs. I wish to see my blood honored in theirs. After passing the priests, a pain struck me, but I soon spoke. My heart is moved for these priests. They go against my taste, but that is a small matter. I suffer and have suffered with them. They are prisoners, stigmatized by their savior. They are fettered by false values and fatuous words. Oh, that someone would save them from their savior. They mistook a slumbering monster for an island. False values and fatuous words are the worst monsters, waiting to devour those who build upon them. Look at the tabernacles the priests built, calling them churches. The air is mustified, and their belief commands submission. Their belief disdains shameless honesty. They created these caves and penitent stairs out of concealment and shame. Only when the clear sky shines through their ruins will I turn my heart to their God. They worshipped a God born from suffering and opposition, loving their God through crucifixion. They wish to live like corpses, talking of charnel houses. One living near them lives near black pools. I would believe in their Savior if his disciples seemed more like saved ones. Their Savior did not come from freedom or knowledge. Their Saviors drowned in pity, leading to greater folly. They eagerly drive their flock, as if there were only one path to the future. Their shepherds are part of the flock, with small spirits. They wrote their path in blood, teaching that truth is proven by blood. But blood is the worst witness to truth. What does it prove when a person suffers for his teaching? True teaching comes from one's own burning. Where the heart is hot and the head cold, the Saviour arises. Greater and higher born ones than these saviours are needed for true salvation. I have seen the greatest and smallest men, too similar to each other, all too human. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 28. The Rabble. Life is a well of delight, but where the rabble also drink, there all fountains are poisoned. To everything cleanly am I well disposed, but I hate to see the grinning mouths and the thirst of the unclean. They cast their eye down into the fountain, and now glances up to me their disgusting smiles out of the fountain. They have tainted the holy water with their lustfulness, and when they called their disgusting dreams a delight, they tainted the words as well. When they set their wet hearts on fire, their indignation turned into a flame, and when the rabble got too close to the fire, the spirit itself began to bubble and smoke. Mawkish and overly gentle, they resemble the fruit they are holding. Shaky and withered at the top, they resemble the fruit tree. And many a one who has turned away from life has only turned away from the rabble. He hated to share with them fountain, flame, and fruit. And many who has gone into the wilderness and suffered thirst with beasts of prey disliked only to sit at the cistern with filthy camel drivers. And many who has come along as a destroyer and as a hailstorm to all cornfields wanted merely to put his foot into the jaws of the rabble and thus stop their throat. And it is not the mouthful which has most choked me to know that life itself requires enmity and death and torture crosses. But I asked once, and suffocated almost with my question, what? Is the rabble also necessary for life? Are poisoned fountains necessary, and stinking fires, and filthy dreams, and maggots in the bread of life? Not my hatred, but my loathing, gnawed hungrily at my life. Ofttimes became I weary of spirit, when I found even the rabble spiritual. And on the rulers turned I my back, when I saw what they now call ruling, to traffic and bargain for power, with the rabble. Among peoples of a strange language I dwelled, with stopped ears, so that the language of their trafficking might remain strange to me, and their bargaining for power. And holding my nose, I went morosely through all yesterdays and todays, verily, badly smell all yesterdays and todays of the scribbling rabble, like a cripple become deaf and blind and dumb. Thus have I lived long, that I might not live with the power rabble, the scribe rabble, and the pleasure rabble. Toilsomely did my spirit mount stairs, and cautiously, arms of delight were its refreshment. On the staff did life creep along with the blind one. What has happened to me? How have I freed myself from loathing? Who has rejuvenated my eye? How have I flown to the height where no rabble any longer sit at the wells? Did my loathing itself create for me wings and fountain-divining powers? Verily, to the loftiest height had I to fly, to find again the well of delight. Oh, I have found it, my brothers. Here on the loftiest height bubbles up for me the well of delight. And there is a life at whose waters none of the rabble drink with me. Almost too violently dost thou flow for me, thou fountain of delight. And often you empty the goblet again, in wanting to fill it. And yet must I learn to approach thee more modestly. Far too violently does my heart still flow towards thee, my heart on which my summer burns, my short, hot, melancholy, over-happy summer. How my summer heart longs for thy coolness. Past, the lingering distress of my spring. Past, the wickedness of my snowflakes in June. Summer have I become entirely, and summer noontide. A summer on the loftiest height, with cold fountains and blissful stillness. O come, my friends, that the stillness may become more blissful. For this is our height and our home. Too high and steep do we here dwell for all uncleanly ones and their thirst. Cast but your pure eyes into the well of my delight, my friends. How could it become turbid thereby? It shall laugh back to you with its purity. On the tree of the future we build our nest. Eagles shall bring us lone ones food in their beaks. Indeed, there is no food that the impure can share. Fire they would think they devoured and burn their mouths. Indeed, we do not prepare any homes for the impure here. Our happiness would be an ice cave to their bodies and spirits. And as strong winds will we live above them, neighbors to the eagles, neighbors to the snow, neighbors to the sun. This is the way the strong winds live. And like a wind will I one day blow amongst them, and with my spirit take the breath from their spirit. That is my future. Verily, a strong wind is Zarathustra to all low places, and this counsel counsels he to his enemies and to whatever spouting and spewing. Take care not to spit against the wind. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 29. The Tarantulas. Behold, this is the tarantula's den. Do you wish to see the tarantula? Here is its web. Touch it so it trembles. The tarantula comes willingly. Welcome, tarantula. Black is the triangle on your back, your symbol. I know what's in your soul. Your soul harbors revenge. Wherever you bite, a black scab forms. Your poison makes the soul giddy with revenge. I speak to you in parables, you preachers of equality, you tarantulas full of secret revenge. I will expose your hiding places. Thus, I laugh in your faces with my lofty laughter. I tear at your web, so your rage draws you from your den of lies, and your revenge springs from behind your word, justice. For man to be redeemed from revenge, that for me is the bridge to the highest hope, a rainbow after long storms. But the tarantulas wish for the world to be filled with storms of their vengeance. They talk of using vengeance and insult against those unlike them. They pledge their tarantula hearts to this cause. Their cry for equality is the tyrant frenzy of impotence, their secret longing for tyranny disguised as virtue. Fretted conceit, suppressed envy, may be inherited from your fathers, break out in you as flames and frenzy of vengeance. What the father hid, the son reveals. They resemble inspired ones, but it is not the heart that inspires them, it's vengeance. When they become subtle and cold, it's not spirit but envy that makes them so. Their jealousy leads them to think, they go too far, until their fatigue must rest on the snow. Their lamentations and praises are filled with vengeance and maleficence. Being a judge seems bliss to them, but I counsel you, my friends, distrust all in whom the impulse to punish is strong. They are of a bad race. From their faces, the hangman and sleuth-hound peer out. Distrust those who talk much of their justice. Their souls lack more than just honey. When they call themselves good and just, remember that they lack nothing but power to be Pharisees. I refuse to be mixed up and confounded with such people. There are those who preach my doctrine of life, and yet are preachers of equality and tarantulas. They speak in favor of life while sitting in their dens, these poison spiders, withdrawn from life, to do harm to those in power. If it were different, the tarantulas would teach otherwise. They were once the best world maligners and heretic burners. I refuse to be mixed up with these preachers of equality. Justice speaks to me. Men are not equal, nor should they become so. What would be my love for the Superman if I said otherwise? They will throng to the future on 1,000 bridges and piers, always with more war and inequality among them. Thus, my great love speaks. They will be inventors of figures and phantoms in their hostilities, fighting the supreme fight with them. Good and evil, rich and poor, high and low, all names of values will be their weapons, signs that life must surpass itself again and again. Life will build itself aloft, with columns and stairs, gazing into remote distances, towards blissful beauties. Therefore it needs elevation, and because it needs elevation, it needs steps and climbers. Life strives to rise and surpass itself. Behold, my friends, here, by the tarantula's den, an ancient temple's ruins rise. See it with enlightened eyes. He who built his thoughts in stone here knew as well as the wisest ones about life's secret. There is struggle and inequality, even in beauty, war for power and supremacy. How divinely do the vault and arch contrast in their struggle here, striving against each other with light and shade, these divinely striving ones. Thus, let us also be enemies, steadfast and beautiful, my friends. Divinely will we strive against one another. Alas, the tarantula has bitten me, my old enemy. Steadfast and beautiful, it bit my finger. Punishment and justice, it thinks. He shall not sing songs in honor of enmity for nothing. Yes, it has taken its revenge, and alas, now it seeks to make my soul dizzy with revenge. To prevent dizziness, bind me fast, my friends, to this pillar. I'd rather be a pillar saint than a whirl of vengeance. Truly, I am no cyclone or whirlwind. If I am a dancer, I am certainly not a tarantula dancer. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 30. The Famous Wise Ones. the people you have served, and the people's superstition. Not the truth, you famous wise ones. And it is for this reason that they revered you, and for this reason they tolerated your unbelief, because it was a form of entertainment and a side path for the people. Thus, the master allows his slaves to roam freely and even enjoys their audacity. But the one hated by the people, like the wolf among dogs, is the free spirit, the enemy of chains, the non-worshipper, the dweller in the wilderness. To hunt him out of his lair has always been considered right by the people. They still unleash their sharpest-toothed dogs upon him. For truth is where the people are, they say. Woe, woe to those who seek otherwise. This echo has resounded through all time. You sought to justify the people in their reverence. You called it the will to truth, you famous wise ones, and your hearts always told you, I come from the people, from there the voice of God also came to me. Stubborn and cunning like the donkey, you have always been advocates of the people. Many a powerful individual who sought favor with the people harnessed a donkey, a famous wise man, in front of his horses. And now, you famous wise ones, I want you to shed entirely the lion's skin. Shed the skin of the beast of prey, the speckled skin, and the tangled hair of the investigator, the searcher, and the conqueror. Ah, for me to believe in your conscientiousness, you would first have to break your veneration. Conscientious is what I call the one who ventures into God-forsaken wildernesses and has broken his venerating heart. In the yellow sands, scorched by the sun, he gazes thirstily at the isles rich with springs, where life rests under shady trees. But his thirst doesn't persuade him to become like those comfortable ones, for where there are oases, there are also idols. Hungry, fierce, lonely, God-forsaken, such is the lion's will. Free from the happiness of slaves, redeemed from gods and adorations, fearless and awe-inspiring, grand and lonely, such is the conscientious will. Conscientious ones have always dwelt in the wilderness as lords. In the cities, you find the well-fed, famous wise ones, the draft animals, for always, like donkeys, they pull the people's carts. Not that I blame you for it, they have been good servants and worthy of their pay. For thus, virtue says, if you must be a servant, seek one for whom your service is most useful. Your master's spirit and virtue shall be advanced by your service, and thus you shall advance with his spirit and virtue. And verily, you famous wise ones, you servants of the people, you yourselves have advanced with the spirit and virtue of the people, and the people have advanced through you. I say this to your honor. But to me, you remain the people, even with your virtues, the people with blind eyes, the people who do not know what spirit is. Spirit is life that cuts into life by its own torment, increasing its own knowledge. Did you know that? And the spirit's happiness is this, to be anointed and consecrated with tears like a sacrificial victim. Did you know that? And the blindness of the blind one and his searching and groping shall one day testify to the power of the sun into which he gazed. Did you know that? And with mountains the discerning one shall learn to build. It is a small thing for the spirit to move mountains. Did you know that? You only know the sparks of the spirit, but you do not see the anvil it is, or the cruelty of its hammer. You do not know the spirit's pride, but even less could you endure the spirit's humility, should it ever want to speak. And you could never cast your spirit into a pit of snow. You are not hot enough for that. Thus, you are unaware of the delight of its coldness. In all respects, you make yourselves too familiar with the spirit, and you have often turned wisdom into an almshouse and hospital for bad poets. You are not eagles, therefore you have never experienced the happiness of the spirit's ecstasy, and he who is not a bird should not nest near the abyss. You seem lukewarm to me, but deep knowledge always flows cold. The innermost wellsprings of the spirit are ice-cold, a refreshment for hot hands and handlers. You stand there respectably, stiffly with straight backs, you famous wise ones. No strong wind or will propels you. Have you never seen a sail crossing the sea, rounded and filled with the violence of the wind? Like a sail trembling in the violence of the spirit, my wisdom crosses the sea, my wild wisdom. But you, servants of the people, famous wise ones, how could you go with me? Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 31. The Night Song. It is night, now all gushing fountains speak louder, and my soul also is a gushing fountain. It is night, now only do all songs of the loving ones awaken, and my soul also is the song of a loving one. Something unappeased, unappeasable is within me, it longs to find expression. A craving for love is within me, which speaks the language of love. I am light, oh that I were night, but it is my loneliness to be surrounded by light. Oh, that I were dark and nocturnal, how I would suck at the breasts of light. And I would bless you, you twinkling stars and glowworms above, and I would rejoice in the gifts of your light. But I live in my own light. I draw back into myself the flames that emanate from me. I do not know the joy of receiving, and often I have dreamed that stealing must be more blessed than receiving. It is my poverty that my hand never ceases to give. It is my envy that I see waiting eyes and the brightened nights of longing. Oh, the misery of all givers! Oh, the dimming of my sun! Oh, the desire to desire! Oh, the violent hunger in satiety! They take from me, but do I touch their souls? There is a gap between giving and receiving, and the smallest gap must eventually be bridged. A hunger arises from my beauty. I would like to harm those I illuminate. I would like to rob those I have gifted. Thus do I hunger for wickedness. I withdraw my hand when another hand is already reaching out for it. I hesitate like a waterfall that hesitates even in its descent. Thus do I hunger for wickedness. Such is the revenge my abundance contemplates. Such mischief wells up from my loneliness. My happiness in giving died while giving. My virtue grew weary of itself through its abundance. He who constantly gives is in danger of losing his shame. For him who constantly dispenses, the hand and heart become callous from the very act. My eyes no longer overflow with tears for the sake of the supplicant's shame. My hand has become too hard for the trembling of filled hands. Where have the tears of my eyes gone, and the softness of my heart? Oh, the loneliness of all givers! Oh, the silence of all shining ones! Many suns revolve in the empty space. They speak with their light to all that is dark, but to me they are silent. Oh, this is the hostility of light towards the shining one. It pursues its course without pity. In its innermost heart, it is unfair to the shining one, cold to the suns. This is how every sun travels. Like a storm, the suns pursue their paths. That is their journey. They follow their inexorable will. That is their coldness. Oh, you alone, you dark nocturnal ones, extract warmth from the shining ones. You alone drink milk and refreshment from the light's udders. Ah, there is ice around me. My hand burns with cold. Ah, there is thirst within me. It longs for your thirst. It is night. Alas, that I have to be light, and thirst for the nocturnal and loneliness. It is night. Now my longing bursts forth like a fountain. For speech do I long. It is night. Now all gushing fountains speak louder, and my soul also is a gushing fountain. It is night. Now all the songs of lovers awaken, and my soul also is the song of a lover. Thus sang Zarathustra. Chapter 32. The Dance Song. One evening, Zarathustra and his disciples ventured through the forest in search of a well. To their surprise, they stumbled upon a peaceful green meadow, surrounded by trees and bushes, where maidens were dancing joyfully. When the maidens recognized Zarathustra, they paused in their dance. However, Zarathustra approached them with a friendly demeanor and spoke these words: "Don't stop your dancing, lovely maidens. I haven't come to spoil your fun or be an enemy to maidens. I am here as God's advocate against the spirit of gravity, which is the devil. How could I, you light-footed ones, be hostile to divine dances or the graceful feet of maidens? Certainly, I am like a forest, and my demeanor can be dark like a night in the woods. But for those who aren't afraid of my darkness, they will find banks full of roses beneath my cypress trees. You might even discover the little god here, who is dear to maidens, resting quietly beside the well with his eyes closed. He fell asleep in broad daylight. That lazy one. Perhaps he had been chasing butterflies too much. So don't blame me, you beautiful dancers, when I chastise the little god a bit. He may cry and weep, but even his tears are laughable. With tears in his eyes, he will ask you for a dance, and I will sing a song to accompany his dance, a dance song and a satire on the spirit of gravity, that supreme devil who is said to be the lord of the world. And this is the song that Zarathustra sang when Cupid and the maidens danced together. Recently, I gazed into the eyes of life, and it seemed to me that I was sinking into the unfathomable depths. But you pulled me out with a golden hook and mockingly laughed when I called you unfathomable. You said, that's how all fish speak. What they can't fathom is unfathomable. But I am only changeable and wild, not virtuous. Although you call me the profound one, the faithful one, the eternal one, and the mysterious one, you men attribute your virtues to me. Alas, you virtuous ones." She laughed, that unbelievable one, but I never believe her laughter when she speaks ill of herself. And when I had a face-to-face conversation with my wild wisdom, she spoke to me angrily. "You desire, you crave, you love, that's why you praise life." I almost responded indignantly and told the truth to the angry one, and there's no more indignant response than when one tells the truth to their wisdom. That's how things are with us three. In my heart, I love only life, and I love her most when I hate her. But I also have a fondness for wisdom, often too much, because she reminds me so strongly of life. She has her eye, her laughter, and even her golden fishing rod. Is it my fault that they are so similar? And when life once asked me, "Who is this wisdom?" I answered eagerly, "Ah, yes, wisdom. I thirst for her, and I am never satisfied. I look through veils and grasp through nets. Is she beautiful? What do I know? But even the oldest carps are still attracted to her. She is changeable and capricious. I've seen her bite her lip and comb her hair against the grain. Perhaps she is wicked, false, and altogether a woman. But when she speaks ill of herself, that's when she's most seductive." When I said this to life, she laughed maliciously and closed her eyes. "Who are you talking about?" she asked. "Maybe about me. And if you're right, is it right to say such things to my face? But now, please, speak about your wisdom." "Ah, you have opened your eyes again, beloved life, and I seem to sink into the unfathomable once more." Thus sang Zarathustra. But when the dance was over, and the maidens had departed, he became melancholic. "The sun has long set," he said at last. "The meadow is damp, and coolness emanates from the forest. An unknown presence surrounds me, and I contemplate thoughtfully. Why do you still live, Zarathustra? Why? Wherefore? Whereby? Whither? Where? How? Is it not foolishness to continue living? Ah, my friends, it is the evening that questions me in this way. Forgive my melancholy. The evening has arrived, so forgive my evening." Thus sang Zarathustra. Chapter 33. The Grave Song. Over there is the graveyard island, the silent island, and there lie the graves of my youth. I will carry an evergreen wreath of life there. With this resolution in my heart, I sailed across the sea. Oh, the sights and scenes of my youth! Oh, all the glimpses of love, those divine fleeting glimpses! How could you disappear so quickly for me? Today, I think of you as my departed ones. From you, my dearest departed ones, comes a sweet fragrance to me, heart-opening and melting. Truly, it convulses and opens the heart of the solitary sailor. I am still the richest and most to be envied, I, the loneliest one. For I have possessed you, and you still possess me. Tell me, who has ever received such rosy apples from the tree as I have? I am still the heir and legacy of your love, blooming in your memory with many-hued, wild-growing virtues, O my dearest ones. Ah, we were meant to remain close to each other, you kindly strange marvels. And you came to me, and my longing not like timid birds, but as trusting ones to a trusting one. Yes, made for faithfulness like me, and for fond eternities, I must now call you by your faithlessness, you divine glances and fleeting gleams. I have not learned any other name yet. Truly, you died too early for me, you fugitives. Yet you did not flee from me, and I did not flee from you. We are innocent to each other in our faithlessness. They strangled you to kill me, you singing birds of my hopes. Yes, malice always shot its arrows at you, my dearest ones, to hit my heart. And they hit it. Because you were always my dearest ones, my possession, and my possessedness, that is why you had to die young and too early. They aimed the arrow at my most vulnerable point, namely, at you, whose skin is as soft as down, or rather like a smile that vanishes in an instant. But let me say this to my enemies, what is all murder compared to what you have done to me? You did worse evil to me than all murders. You took away what cannot be retrieved. That's how I speak to you, my enemies. Did you not kill my youthful visions and dearest marvels? You took my playmates from me, the blessed spirits. I place this wreath and curse in their memory. This curse upon you, my enemies. Did you not make my eternity short, like a tone that fades away on a cold night? It came to me scarcely like the twinkle of divine eyes, like a fleeting gleam. Once, my purity spoke in a happy hour, everything shall be divine to me. Then you haunted me with foul phantoms. Where has that happy hour gone? Once, the wisdom of my youth said, all days shall be holy to me. That was the language of joyful wisdom. But then you, my enemies, stole my nights and sold them for sleepless torment. Where has that joyful wisdom gone? Once I longed for good omens, then you led an owl monster into my path, an ominous sign. Where did my tender longing flee? I once vowed to renounce all hatred, then you transformed my closest ones into sores. Where did my noblest vow go? I once walked like a blind person on blessed paths. Then you threw filth on the blind person's path, and now he is disgusted with the old path. And when I achieved my greatest task and celebrated my victories, you made those who loved me shout that I grieved them the most. It was always your doing. You poisoned my best honey and the diligence of my best bees. You sent the most shameless beggars to my charity, and you surrounded the shamelessly incurable with my sympathy. That's how you wounded the faith of my virtue. And when I offered my holiest as a sacrifice, your piety immediately placed its fatter offerings beside it, so that my holiest suffocated in the fumes of your fat. Once I wanted to dance as I had never danced before, far beyond the heavens. Then you seduced my favorite minstrel, and now he plays a dreadful melancholic tune. Alas, he played it as a mournful horn in my ear. Murderous minstrel, instrument of evil, most innocent instrument. I was ready for the finest dance, and you killed my ecstasy with your notes. Only in the dance do I know how to speak the parable of the highest things, and now my grandest parable remains unspoken in my limbs. Unspoken and unrealized is my highest hope, and all the visions and consolations of my youth have perished for me. How did I bear it? How did I survive and overcome such wounds? How did my soul rise again from those graves? Yes, something invulnerable and unburyable is within me, something that would tear rocks apart. It is called my will. It proceeds silently and remains unchanged through the years. My old will follow its course on my feet, unyielding in nature and invulnerable. I am only invulnerable in my heel. You live there forever and are like yourself, the most patient one. You have broken all the shackles of the tomb. In you, the unrealized dreams of my youth still live. You sit hopefully on the yellow ruins of graves, like life and youth. Yes, you are still the demolisher of all graves. Hail to you, my will, and only where there are graves are there resurrections. Thus sang Zarathustra. Chapter 34, Self-Surpassing. Will to truth is what you call it, you wisest ones, the force that drives you and makes you fervent. The desire for the comprehensibility of all existence is what I call your drive. You want to make all existence understandable because you have good reason to doubt if it's already understandable. But it shall adapt and bend itself to you. That's what your drive wishes. It shall become smooth and receptive to the spirit, like its mirror and reflection. That is your entire drive, you wisest ones, a will to power. Even when you speak of good and evil and value judgments, you still want to create a world before which you can bow down. That's your ultimate hope and ecstasy. The ignorant, the people, they are like a river on which a boat floats. In the boat sit the judgments of value, solemn and disguised. You have placed your will and your values on the river of becoming. It reveals to me an old will to power, what the people believe to be good and evil. It was you, you wisest ones, who placed such guests in this boat, and gave them pompous and proud names, you and your ruling will. Now the river carries your boat forward, it must carry it. It's a small matter if the rough waves foam and angrily resist its keel. It's not the river that is your danger, and the end of your good and evil, you wisest ones, but the will itself, the will to power, the inexhaustible, procreating life will. But so that you may understand my gospel of good and evil, I will tell you my gospel of life and the nature of all living things. I followed the living thing. I walked on the broadest and narrowest paths to learn its nature. With a 100-faced mirror, I captured its gaze when its mouth was closed, so that its eye could speak to me. And its eye spoke to me. But wherever I found living things, I also heard the language of obedience. All living things are obedient. And this is what I heard secondly: whatever cannot obey itself is commanded. That is the nature of living things. But this is the third thing I heard: commanding is more difficult than obeying, and not only because the commander bears the burden of all obeyers, and this burden can easily crush him. Commanding is an attempt and a risk, I realized, and whenever it commands, the living thing risks itself. Even when it commands itself, it must atone for its command. It must become the judge, avenger, and victim of its own law. How does this happen? I ask myself. What persuades the living thing to obey, to command, and even to be obedient in commanding? Listen to my words, you wisest ones. Test it earnestly to see if I have entered into the heart of life itself and into the roots of its heart. Wherever I found a living thing, I found a will to power. Even in the will of the servant, I found the will to be the master. To the stronger, the weaker shall serve. This is what persuades his will who wishes to be the master over someone weaker. He is unwilling to forgo that delight alone. And as the weaker surrenders himself to the stronger to have delight and power over the weakest, so does even the strongest surrender himself and stake life for the sake of power. The surrender of the greatest to run risk and danger and to play dice with death. And where there is sacrifice, service, and loving glances, there is also the will to be the master. The weaker slinks into the fortress and into the heart of the stronger one through byways and steals power. This secret of life itself spoke to me. Behold, it said, I am that which must always surpass itself. You may call it a will to procreate, or an impulse toward a goal, toward the higher, remoter, more manifold. But all of that is one and the same secret. I would rather succumb than disown this one thing. And where there is succumbing and falling leaves, life sacrifices itself, for power. I must be struggle, becoming, purpose, and cross-purpose. Anyone who discerns my will well also understands the crooked paths it must tread. Whatever I create, and however much I love it, I must soon oppose it and my love. Such is my will. Even you, discerning one, are only a path and footprint of my will. Indeed, my will to power walks on the feet of your will to truth. He did not hit the truth when he shot at it with the formula, will to existence. That will does not exist. For what does not exist cannot will. That which already exists, how could it still strive for existence? Only where there is life is there also will. But it is not a will to life, but as I teach you, a will to power. The living one often values much more than life itself, but it speaks of the will to power, the sparkling, trembling, and overflowing of your souls. But a stronger power arises from your values, a new surpassing. It breaks egg and eggshell. And he who has to be a creator in good and evil must first be a destroyer and break values into pieces. Thus, the greatest evil belongs to the greatest good. That is the creative good. Let us speak of it, you wisest ones, even if it is bad. Silence is worse. All suppressed truths become poisonous. And let everything that can break up through our truths. Many a house is still to be built. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 35. The Sublime Ones. Calm is the depths of my soul. Who would guess that it conceals amusing monsters? Unperturbed is my inner self, yet it glistens with swimming enigmas and laughter. Today I encountered a sublime and solemn figure, a penitent of the spirit. Oh, how my soul laughed at his unattractiveness. With his chest held high, and resembling those who draw in their breath, he stood there, the sublime one, in silence. Adorned with ugly truths, the spoils of his intellectual pursuits, and dressed in tattered garments, many thorns clung to him, but I saw no roses. He had not yet learned the art of laughter and beauty. This hunter returned from the forest of knowledge with a somber demeanor. He came back from the battle with wild beasts, but even now a wild beast lurks within his seriousness, an unconquered wild beast. He stands like a tiger, always on the verge of pouncing. But I do not favor such tense souls. My taste is unkind towards those absorbed in themselves. And you tell me, friends, that there should be no dispute about taste and preferences, but all of life is a debate about taste and preferences. Taste is both weight and balance. Alas for every living being that seeks to exist without debate about weight and balance. Only when this sublime one grows weary of his sublimity will his beauty emerge, and only then will I savor his essence. And only when he turns away from himself will he cast aside his own shadow and truly bask in his own light. He has spent too long in the shade. The cheeks of the penitent of the spirit have grown pale, and he has almost starved on his expectations. Contempt still lingers in his gaze, and disgust hides in his mouth. Certainly he now rests, but he has not yet found rest in the sunlight. He should be like an ox, and his happiness should smell of the earth, not disdain for it. I would like to see him as a white ox, ploughing with snorts and lowing, and his lowing should praise all that is earthly. His countenance is still dark, the shadow of his hand dances upon it. His eyes are still overshadowed. His deeds are still a shadow upon him, his actions obscure the doer. He has not yet transcended his own deeds. I love in him the strength of an ox, but now I also want to see the eye of an angel. He still needs to unlearn his hero will. He should be exalted, not just sublime. Let the ether itself elevate him, the will-less one. He has conquered monsters and solved mysteries, but he should also redeem his monsters and enigmas, transforming them into heavenly beings. His knowledge has not yet learned to smile and be without jealousy. His passionate fervor has not yet found calmness in beauty. Truly, his longing will not cease in satiety, but in beauty. Grace belongs to the generosity of the magnanimous. His arm above his head, that's how the hero should rest. That's how he should transcend his rest. But beauty is the hardest thing for a hero to attain. It is unattainable for all ardent wills. A little more, a little less. This is precisely what matters here. It matters most here. To stand with relaxed muscles and an unharnessed will, that's the greatest challenge for all of you, you sublime ones. When power becomes gracious and descends into the visible, I call this condescension beauty. And from you, the powerful one, I desire beauty more than from anyone else. Let your goodness be your ultimate self-conquest. I attribute all evil to you, therefore I seek the good from you. Indeed, I have often laughed at the weaklings who consider themselves virtuous because they have crippled paws. Strive for the virtue of the pillar. It becomes more beautiful and graceful as it rises higher, yet internally it grows harder and more supportive. Yes, you sublime one day you will also be beautiful and reflect upon your own beauty. Then your soul will tremble with divine desires, and even in your vanity there will be worship. For this is the secret of the soul. When the hero abandons it, only then does the superhero approach it in dreams. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 36, The Land of Culture. I ventured too deeply into the future, and a sense of horror overcame me. When I looked around me, I found that time itself was my only contemporary. I then hurried back, homewards, and faster I came to you, the people of the present day, and into the land of culture. For the first time, I brought an eye to see you, and a good desire. With longing in my heart, I arrived, but what did I encounter? Despite my initial alarm, I had to laugh. Never before had my eyes seen such a colorful spectacle. I laughed and laughed, while my feet still trembled, and my heart too. Here indeed is the home of all the paint pots, I said. With 50 patches of paint on your faces and limbs, you sat there, astonishing me, people of the present day, surrounded by 50 mirrors that flattered your colorful displays and reflected them. Truly, you couldn't wear better masks than your own faces. Who could recognize you? Covered with the marks of the past, and these marks further adorned with new ones, you have hidden yourselves well from all decipherers, and even if one were an expert in interpreting symbols, who would still believe that you have symbols? It seems you are made of colors and glued scraps. All eras and cultures gaze forth from your veils, and all customs and beliefs speak through your gestures in various colors. Anyone attempting to strip away your veils, paints, gestures, and even gestures would find little left but a scarecrow to frighten away the crows. Indeed, I am that frightened crow who once saw you naked and without paint, and I flew away when the skeleton stared at me. I would prefer to be a laborer in the underworld among the shades of the past. Fatter and fuller than you, indeed, are the inhabitants of the underworld. This is bitter to my bowels, that I can neither endure you naked nor clothed, you people of the present day. Everything that is unfamiliar in the future, and whatever makes lost birds shiver, is truly more familiar and homely than your reality. For this is how you speak. We are entirely real, without faith and superstition. That's how you boast, even without feathers. How could you believe, you who are a patchwork of all that has ever been believed? You are walking contradictions, doubting belief itself, and causing confusion in all thought. Unreliable ones, that's what I call you, you real ones. All errors argue against each other within your minds, and the dreams and arguments of all errors were even more real than your wakefulness. You are unproductive, and that's why you lack belief. But those who had to create always had their prophetic dreams and celestial intuitions, and they believed in belief. You are like half-open doors where gravediggers wait. And this is your reality. Everything deserves to perish. How laughable you are to me, you people of the present day, especially when you marvel at yourselves. And woe unto me if I couldn't laugh at your marveling, and had to swallow all the repugnance you serve on your plates. But as it is, I will make light of you, for I have to carry what is heavy. And what does it matter if beetles and maybugs also land on my burden? It shall not become heavier for me. My great weariness shall not arise from you, people of the present day. Ah, where shall I now ascend with my longing? I search for homelands and ancestral lands on every mountain, but I have found no home. I am unsettled in all cities and ready to leave at any gate. I am a stranger and a mockery to the people of the present day. I am exiled from ancestral lands and homelands. Therefore, I love only my children's land, the undiscovered one in the farthest sea. To my children, I will make amends for being the child of my fathers, and to all of the future, for this present day. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 37, Immaculate Perception. When the moon rose last evening, I imagined it to be carrying a sun, so broad and pregnant, did it appear on the horizon. But it was deceptive in its pregnancy, and I would sooner believe in the man in the moon than in the woman. To be sure, he is not much of a man, that timid night reveller. He stalks over the rooftops with a guilty conscience, for he is covetous and jealous, this monk in the moon. He covets the earth and all the joys of lovers. No, I do not like him, that rooftop tomcat. I find all those who lurk around half-closed windows detestable. He stalks piously and silently on the starry carpets, but I do not like the soundless steps of humans on which spurs do not even jingle. Every honest step has a voice, but the cat sneaks silently. Behold, the moon approaches like a cat, stealthily and dishonestly. This parable I speak to you, sentimental dissemblers, you pure discerners. I call you covetous ones. You also love the earth and the earthly, I have understood that well. But there is shame in your love and a guilty conscience, much like the moon. Your spirit has been persuaded to despise the earthly, but not your bowels. Your bowels are the strongest within you. Now your spirit is ashamed to serve your bowels and takes crooked paths to avoid its own shame. I would find the highest meaning in life, your deceitful spirit says to itself, to gaze upon life without desire, unlike the dog with a hanging tongue, to be happy in contemplation, with a will devoid of grasping and the greed of selfishness, to be cold and ashy grey all over, but with intoxicated moon-like eyes. That would be the dearest thing to me. Oh, you sentimental dissemblers, you covetous ones, your desires lack innocence, and now you slander desire because of it. Indeed, you do not love the earth, its joys and its beauty as creators, procreators, or jubilators would. Where is innocence? It is where there is a will to procreate, and the purest will for me is one that seeks to create beyond itself. Where is beauty? It is where I must will with my entire will, where I love and perish, so that an image does not remain just an image. To love and to perish, these have been intertwined from eternity. Willing to love means being ready for death. That's what I say to you, you cowards. But now your emasculated gaze pretends to be contemplation, and you christen as beautiful that which can be examined by cowardly eyes. O you violators of noble names! Your curse, you immaculate ones, you pure discerners, shall be that you can never bring forth, even though you lie broad and teeming on the horizon. You fill your mouths with noble words, and are we to believe that your hearts overflow, you deceivers? My words are humble, contemptible, stammering words, yet I can still speak the truth to dissemblers. Even though they may be fish bones, shells, and prickly leaves, my words will tickle the noses of dissemblers. Bad air always surrounds you and your feasts. Your lascivious thoughts, your lies and secrets fill the air. Dare to believe in yourselves, in your innermost selves. Whoever does not believe in themselves is always a liar. You have hung a god's mask in front of you, you pure ones. Even Zarathustra was once fooled by your godlike exterior. He did not see the serpent's coil within. I once thought I saw a divine soul playing in your games, you pure discerners. I never dreamed of better arts than your arts. But hidden from me were the serpent's filth and evil odor, concealed by distance, and a lizard's cunning prowled lasciviously nearby. But I came close to you, then came the day, and now it comes to you. The moon's love affair is at an end. Behold, surprised and pale, it stands before the rosy dawn. For she is coming, the fiery one, her love for the earth is coming. Innocence and creative desire, that is all solar love. See how she impatiently approaches over the sea. Can't you feel the thirst and the hot breath of her love? She wants to suck and drink from the depths of the sea, and the sea's desire rises with its 1,000 breasts. It would like to be kissed and sucked by the thirst of the sun. It would become vapor, height, path of light, and light itself. Truly, like the sun, I love life and all deep seas, and to me knowledge means that everything deep should rise to my heights. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 38. Scholars. When I was asleep, a sheep came and nibbled at the ivy wreath on my head. It ate and proclaimed, Zarathustra is no longer a scholar. This revelation was delivered to me by a child. I enjoy lying here where children play, beside the ruined wall, among thistles and red poppies. I am still a scholar to the children, and even to the thistles and red poppies. They are innocent, even in their mischief. But to the sheep, I am no longer a scholar, and so be it, blessings upon my fate. The truth is, I have left the company of scholars, and I have firmly shut the door behind me. My soul sat hungry for too long at their table. I have not acquired their skill in investigation, akin to cracking nuts. I cherish freedom and the fresh air over fertile soil. I would rather sleep on ox skins than on their honors and dignities. I burn with the heat of my own thoughts, often suffocating. I must escape to the open air, away from dusty rooms. They sit cool in the shade, always spectators, avoiding the sun's heat on the steps. They are like those who stand in the street and watch passers-by. They wait and gaze at thoughts conceived by others. If one were to approach them, they raise a dust like flour sacks, unintentionally. Who would guess that their dust comes from grains and the golden delight of summer fields? When they claim wisdom, their petty sayings and truths chill me. In their wisdom, there is often an odor as if from a swamp. I have even heard the croak of frogs in it. They are clever, with dexterous fingers. What does my simplicity amount to in comparison to their complexity? Their fingers are adept at threading, knitting, and weaving, the weavers of the spirit. They are like well-tuned clocks. Just remember to wind them up properly. They indicate the hour without fail and make a modest noise in the process. They work like millstones and pestles, feed them seed corn, and they know how to grind it finely, turning it into white dust. They watch each other closely and are cautious in trusting anyone. Ingenious in their little tricks, they wait for those whose knowledge walks with a limp, like spiders waiting for prey. I have seen them prepare their poison with care, wearing glass gloves on their fingers while doing so. They know how to play with loaded dice, and they engage in it so fervently that they break into a sweat. We are strangers to each other, and their virtues are more distasteful to me than their falsehoods and loaded dice. When I lived among them, I lived above them, and that's why they grew resentful. They do not want to hear of anyone walking above their heads, so they put wood, earth, and rubbish between me and their heads. They muffle the sound of my footsteps, and I have been heard less by the most learned among them. They have placed all of mankind's faults and weaknesses between themselves and me, like a false ceiling in their homes. But I continue to walk with my thoughts above their heads. Even if I tread upon my own errors, I remain above them and their heads. For men are not equal, justice proclaims it. What I desire they may not desire. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 39, Poets. Zarathustra spoke to one of his disciples, saying, "Since I have known the body better, the spirit has only been a symbolic concept to me, and all that is called imperishable is but a metaphor." The disciple replied, "I have heard you say this before," and you added, "But the poets lie too much. Why did you say that poets lie too much?" Zarathustra responded, "Why? You ask why. I do not belong to those who can be questioned about their why. Is my experience of yesterday. I have long ago experienced the reasons for my opinions. Should I carry my reasons with me like a barrel of memory? It's already a burden to me to retain my own opinions, and many thoughts have flown away. Sometimes I find a fugitive creature in my dovecote, which is alien to me and trembles when I lay my hand upon it." The disciple asked, "But what did Zarathustra once say to you, that the poets lie too much? But Zarathustra is also a poet. Do you believe that he spoke the truth? Why do you believe it?" The disciple replied, "I believe in Zarathustra." But Zarathustra shook his head and smiled, saying, "Belief does not sanctify me, least of all belief in myself." He continued, "But let's assume that someone said seriously that poets lie too much, and he was right. We do lie too much. We also know too little and are poor learners, so we are compelled to lie. Why do poets adulterate their wine? Many a poisonous concoction has been brewed in our cellars, many an indescribable thing has been concocted. Because we know little, we are pleased with the simple-minded, especially when they are young women." Zarathustra added, "We desire even those things that old women whisper to each other in the evening. We call this the eternally feminine in us. We believe that there is a special secret source of knowledge that flows only for those who are receptive, as if there is a hidden access to knowledge that chokes for those who learn too much. So we believe in the people and their wisdom." He continued, "All poets believe that anyone who listens attentively, while lying in the grass or on lonely slopes, learns something about the things between heaven and earth. And if tender emotions arise, poets think that nature herself is in love with them, whispering secrets and amorous flatteries into their ears. They take pride in this above all mortals." Zarathustra explained, "There are so many things between heaven and earth that only poets have dreamed of, especially above the heavens. All gods are poetical symbolizations, poetical sophistications. We are always drawn upwards, to the realm of the clouds, where we place our colorful puppets, calling them gods and supermen. Are they not light enough for those thrones, all these gods and supermen? Ah, how tired I am of all that is claimed to be real, but is insufficient. Ah, how tired I am of the poets. When Zarathustra finished speaking, the disciple was displeased but remained silent. Zarathustra too fell into silence, gazing inwardly as if into the distant future. Finally he sighed and spoke again. I belong to today and yesterday, he said, but something in me is of tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the hereafter. I have grown weary of the poets, both old and new. They are superficial and shallow waters to me. They have not thought deeply enough. Their feelings do not reach the depths. Zarathustra expressed his discontent. Some sensation of voluptuousness and some sensation of tedium is the most profound contemplation they have achieved. Their harps jingle-jangle like ghost breaths and ghost whispers. What do they know of the fervour of tones? They are not pure enough for me. They muddy their water to make it seem deep. He continued, they try to reconcile and mediate, but to me they are mixers and impure. I have cast my net into their sea, hoping to catch good fish, but I have only pulled up the heads of ancient gods. The sea has given a stone to the hungry one. Perhaps they themselves come from the sea. Zarathustra reflected, certainly I have found pearls in them, making them more like hard mollusks. Instead of a soul, I have often found salt slime. They have learned vanity from the sea, for is not the sea the peacock of all peacocks? It spreads its tail before even the ugliest buffalo, but the buffalo looks disdainfully at it, drawing closer to the sand, closer to the thicket, and closest to the swamp. What is beauty, sea, and peacock splendor to the buffalo? This is the parable I speak to the poets. He concluded, indeed their spirit is the peacock of all peacocks, a sea of vanity. Seekers are looking for the spirit of the poet, even if they are buffaloes. But I have grown weary of this spirit. I see the time coming when it will grow weary of itself. I have seen poets change, turning their gaze inward. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 40. Great Events. In the sea, not far from Zarathustra's Happy Isles, there is an island with a constant smoky volcano. The locals, especially the elderly women, believe that this island acts as a barrier guarding the entrance to the underworld. They claim that the volcano itself is the narrow path leading downward to this gateway. During Zarathustra's stay on the Happy Isles, a ship anchored near the island with the smoking mountain. The crew went ashore to hunt rabbits. Around noon, as the captain and his crew gathered, they suddenly saw a man approaching them through the air. A voice proclaimed, "It is time. It is the highest time." As the figure came closest to them, though it passed quickly like a shadow in the direction of the volcano, they were astonished to recognize that it was Zarathustra. All of them, except the captain who hadn't seen him before, had seen Zarathustra and held great reverence and love for him. The old helmsman exclaimed, "Look, Zarathustra is going to hell." Around the same time the sailors landed on the Fire Isle, rumors spread that Zarathustra had disappeared. When his friends were asked about it, they mentioned that he had boarded a ship in the night without revealing his destination. This caused unease among people. After 3 days, the story of the ship's crew added to their anxiety, and many believed that the devil had taken Zarathustra. While his disciples laughed at this notion, they too felt anxious and longed for his return. Their joy was immense when Zarathustra appeared among them on the 5th day. Zarathustra then recounted his encounter with the fire dog. He described the earth as having a skin, and this skin having diseases. One such disease is called man. Another disease is called the fire dog, which people have greatly misunderstood. Zarathustra claimed that he had gone across the sea to fathom the mystery of the fire dog and other subversive devils that people feared. He claimed to have seen the truth and understood them. He confronted the fire dog, telling it to rise from its depths and reveal the source of its snorting. He accused it of taking nourishment from the surface and being like a ventriloquist that made noise but lacked depth. Zarathustra declared that the most significant events were not the noisiest, but the quietest ones. He urged those in power and churches to be overthrown, as it was the way for new values to emerge. The fire dog interrupted Zarathustra, asking what a church was. Zarathustra explained that it was a kind of state and described how it, like the fire dog, used smoke and noise to appear important. The fire dog became envious and questioned whether the state was truly the most important creature on earth. It reacted with anger and smoke, which made Zarathustra laugh. Zarathustra then spoke of another fire dog that extracted gold from the heart of the earth. He emphasized the value of laughter and how this fire dog found joy in life. When the fire dog heard this, it could no longer bear to listen and retreated into its cave. Zarathustra wondered about the meaning of the ghostly figure's cry, "It is time, it is the highest time." He questioned whether he was a ghost himself and pondered the significance of the highest time. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 41, The Soothsayer. In Zarathustra's dream, he saw a great sadness engulfing humanity. The best among them grew weary of their labors. A doctrine emerged, accompanied by a faith. All is empty, all is alike, all has been. These words echoed from every hill, repeating the sentiment that everything was meaningless and repetitive. Despite their harvest, their fruits turned rotten and brown. People questioned what had fallen from the evil moon the night before. Their efforts seemed in vain as their wine turned to poison, their fields and hearts were singed by the evil eye, and they all became arid. Even fire seemed weary. All the fountains dried up, the sea receded, and the ground seemed ready to swallow everything, yet it couldn't. People lamented that there was no longer a sea in which they could drown. Even death seemed too weary, and they chose to stay awake and live among the graves. Zarathustra heard a soothsayer speak of this and was deeply affected. He wandered about with a heavy heart, resembling those the soothsayer had described. He told his disciples that a long twilight was approaching, and he wondered how to keep his light alive through it, to shine in remote worlds and nights. For 3 days, Zarathustra neither ate nor drank, lost his speech, and fell into a deep sleep. His disciples waited anxiously for him to awaken and speak again, and this is what Zarathustra recounted upon waking. He had renounced all of life, and became a night watchman and guardian of graves. He guarded coffins in a mountain fortress of death, where vanquished life gazed at him from glass coffins. He breathed the odor of dust-covered eternities, and felt sultry and dust-covered within. He described the brightness of midnight, the loneliness that accompanied it, and the oppressive silence, like the death rattle of a friend. He carried the rustiest keys, and knew how to open creaking gates. 3 thunderous peals came to the gate, and Zarathustra went to see. He cried out, asking who was carrying their ashes to the mountain. The wind tore open the gate, and a black coffin was thrown toward him. The coffin burst, and 1,000 caricatures of life, children, angels, owls, fools and butterflies laughed and mocked him. He cried out in fear, awakening from the dream. Zarathustra's disciple interpreted the dream, saying that Zarathustra himself embodied the wind that burst open the gates of death. He was the coffin containing the multifaceted aspects of life. His laughter would frighten and overpower those who guarded the graves. Even in the long twilight of life, Zarathustra's light would continue to shine, bringing laughter to sepulchres. When Zarathustra awoke, he recognized the truth in his disciples' interpretation. He sat up, and his disciples urged him to leave his sadness and return to them. After a moment of contemplation, Zarathustra agreed, suggesting they have a good meal to make amends for bad dreams. He also intended to share the feast with the soothsayer, indicating that he would show the soothsayer a sea in which he could drown himself. Zarathustra then gazed at the dream interpreter and shook his head, as if finally grasping the significance of his own dream. Chapter 42, Redemption. As Zarathustra walked over the great bridge one day, he was surrounded by cripples and beggars. Among them, a hunchback addressed him, saying, "Behold, Zarathustra, even the people are learning from you and gaining faith in your teachings. But for them to fully believe in you, one thing is still necessary. You must first convince us cripples. Here you have a fine selection, and indeed, an opportunity with more than one forelock. You can heal the blind, make the lame walk, and perhaps even take a little from those who have too much. That, I believe, would be the right way to make the cripples believe in Zarathustra." Zarathustra responded to the hunchback with these words, "When one takes the hump from a hunchback, one takes away their spirit, as people believe. When one gives sight to a blind man, he often sees too many unpleasant things on earth, leading him to curse the one who healed him. And as for making the lame walk, it can bring them harm, for their vices may run away with them. This is what people teach about cripples. But why shouldn't Zarathustra also learn from the people, just as they learn from him?" Zarathustra then expressed that, among men, he had witnessed far worse conditions than physical disabilities. He had seen men who lacked everything, except that they had too much of one thing, men who were nothing more than a gigantic eye, mouth, belly, or something else oversized. He called them reversed cripples. He shared a personal experience of seeing a man with an immense ear, as big as a man, perched on a small, thin stalk. This genius had a small, envious countenance beneath the ear, and a bloated sollet dangled at the stalk. Zarathustra doubted that such individuals were truly great men. Instead, he believed they were reversed cripples, having too little of everything and too much of one thing. After addressing the hunchback and those who spoke through him, Zarathustra turned to his disciples with deep dejection. He lamented that he walked among men as if among fragmented and scattered human beings, as if on a battlefield or butcher's ground. He found men broken and scattered, but no complete individuals. Zarathustra's most unbearable trouble was the state of humanity in the present and the past. He found fragments, limbs, and fearful events, but no whole men. It was his ability to foresee the future that allowed him to continue living. He considered himself a seer, a creator, and a bridge to the future, even though he felt like a cripple on that bridge. He addressed his disciples, acknowledging that they too had questioned his role. Was he a promiser or a fulfiller, a conqueror or an inheritor, a harvest or a plowshare, a physician or a healed one, a poet or a genuine one, an emancipator or a subjugator, a good one or an evil one? Zarathustra saw himself as walking among men as fragments of the future, and his purpose was to compose and unite what was fragmented and mysterious into a coherent whole, a future he envisioned. And how could I endure being a man if man were not also the composer, the riddle reader, and the redeemer of chance? To redeem what has passed and to transform every it was into thus I would have it. That is what I call redemption. Will, this is what the emancipator and joy-bringer is called. I have taught you this, my friends, but now learn this as well. The will itself is still a prisoner. Willing emancipates, but what do you call that which still puts the emancipator in chains? It was, that is what the will's teeth-gnashing and loneliest tribulation is called. It is impotent regarding what has been done and can only maliciously observe the past. The will cannot will backward, it cannot break time and time's desires. That is the loneliest tribulation of the will. Willing emancipates, but what does the will itself devise to free itself from its tribulation and mock its prison? Ah, every prisoner becomes a fool. The imprisoned will foolishly delivers itself. The fact that time does not run backward is the will's animosity, and it calls the stone that it cannot roll that which was. Thus, it rolls stones out of animosity and ill-humor, taking revenge on anything that does not share its rage and ill-humor. So, the will, the emancipator, becomes a torturer and seeks revenge on everything capable of suffering because it cannot reverse time. This, indeed, is revenge itself, the will's aversion to time, and it was. A great folly resides in our will alone, and it became a curse to all of humanity when this folly gained strength. The spirit of revenge, my friends, that has been humanity's most profound contemplation. It claimed that wherever there was suffering, there must be punishment. It called itself punishment. With a deceptive word, it pretended to have a righteous conscience, and because the one who wills experiences suffering and cannot will backward, the act of willing itself and all of life were deemed to be punishment. Cloud after cloud rolled over the spirit until madness proclaimed, everything perishes, therefore everything deserves to perish. And this itself is justice, the law of time, that it must devour its own children, as madness preached. Things were morally ordered according to justice and punishment. Oh, where could there be deliverance from the flow of things and from the existence of punishment? Thus, madness preached. Can there be deliverance when there is eternal justice? Alas, the stone it was is unrollable. Thus, all punishments must also be eternal. Thus, madness preached. No deed can be annihilated. How could it be undone by punishment? This is what is eternal in the existence of punishment. That existence must also be eternally recurring deed and guilt. In the passage you've provided, Zarathustra is discussing the concept of the will and its role in creation and change. He begins by mentioning the idea that the will might ultimately deliver itself, and willing would become non-willing. This idea, he notes, is a fabulous song of madness, and something he led his followers away from when he taught them that the will is a creator. Zarathustra emphasizes that everything that was in the past is fragmented, a riddle, and subject to chance, until the creative will says, "But thus would I have it," or "Thus do I will it." He questions whether the will has ever spoken in this way, and whether it has become its own deliverer, bringing joy. Has it unlearned revenge and hostility? Has it learned to reconcile with time and seek something higher than mere reconciliation? As Zarathustra continues to speak, he suddenly pauses and appears alarmed, looking at his disciples as if trying to read their thoughts. However, he quickly laughs and comments on the difficulty of living among people because silence is challenging, especially for someone who tends to speak a lot. The hunchback, who had been covering his face during the conversation, asks why Zarathustra speaks differently to his disciples than he does to himself. Zarathustra responds by saying that it's not surprising and that one can adapt their speech to match the characteristics of the audience. He uses the analogy that he might speak in a hunchbacked way to a hunchback, implying that he tailors his communication to the listener's understanding. The hunchback then asks why Zarathustra speaks differently to his pupils than he does to himself, raising a deeper question about the nature of Zarathustra's teachings and his relationship with his disciples. Chapter 43. Courageous Caution. It's not the ascent, but the descent that is frightening. The declivity where the gaze shoots downwards and the hand grasps upwards. There, the heart becomes dizzy due to its double will. Ah, friends, can you also guess my heart's double will? This is my slope and my danger. My gaze aims toward the summit, while my hand longs to grasp and lean towards the abyss. My will clings to humanity. I bind myself to humanity with chains because I am drawn upwards toward the Superman. Thus, my other will leads me, and that's why I live blindly among people, as if I don't know them, so that my hand doesn't entirely lose its belief in firmness. I don't know you people. This gloom and consolation often surround me. I sit at the gateway for every scoundrel and ask, who wants to deceive me? This is my first manly wisdom, to allow myself to be deceived so that I don't guard against deceivers. Ah, if I were guarded against humanity, how easily I would be pulled upwards and away. This is the providence of my fate, to be without foresight. And he who doesn't want to languish among people must learn to drink from all glasses. He who wants to remain pure among people must know how to wash himself even with dirty water. And I often speak to myself for consolation, courage, cheer up, old heart, misfortune hasn't befallen you, consider it as your happiness. This, however, is my other manly wisdom. I am more patient with the vain than with the proud. Isn't wounded vanity the mother of all tragedies? But where pride is wounded, something better than pride can grow. Life must be fair to behold, its game must be well played, and for that purpose it needs good actors. I have found good actors among the vain. They play and wish people to admire them. All their spirit is in this wish. They represent and invent themselves. In their presence, I enjoy looking at life. It cures my melancholy. Therefore, I'm patient with the vain. They are the healers of my melancholy, keeping me attached to humanity like a drama. And who can fathom the full depth of the modesty of the vain man? I'm sympathetic to him because of his modesty. He learns to believe in himself from you. He feeds on your glances and craves praise from your hands. He even believes your lies when you speak kindly of him, because deep down, his heart sighs, "What am I?" And if true virtue is being unaware of oneself, then the vain man is unaware of his modesty. This is my third manly wisdom. I'm not repelled by wickedness due to your timidity. I'm delighted to see the marvels that the warm sun brings forth, tigers, palms, and rattlesnakes. Among humans, there's also a beautiful offspring of the warm sun, and much that's marvelous in wickedness. In truth, human wickedness has not lived up to its reputation in my eyes. I've often asked in amazement, why do you still rattle, you rattlesnakes? There is still a future for evil, and the warmest south is still undiscovered by humanity. Many things that are now called the worst wickedness are only 12 feet wide and last for 3 months. But someday, even greater dragons will emerge into the world. To ensure that the Superman has a worthy dragon, much warm sun still needs to shine on moist virgin forests. Your wildcats must evolve into tigers, and your poison toads into crocodiles. For the good hunter to have a good hunt, greater dragons must come into the world. Verily, you good and just ones, your fear of what has been called the devil is laughable to me. You are so averse to greatness that the Superman would be terrifying in his goodness to you. You wise and knowledgeable ones would flee from the solar glow of the wisdom in which the Superman joyfully bathes his nakedness, you highest men I've encountered. This is my doubt about you, and my secret laughter. I suspect you would call my Superman a devil. I grew tired of those highest and best ones. I longed to ascend, rise, and depart toward the Superman from their height. A horror came over me when I saw those best ones naked. That's when wings grew for me, to soar into distant futures. Into more distant futures, into more southern lands than any artist ever dreamed of, to places where gods are ashamed to wear clothes. But I want to see you disguised, you neighbors and fellowmen, well-dressed, vain and respectable as the good and just, and I will disguise myself among you, to mistake you and myself. That is my final manly wisdom. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 44. The Quietest Hour. What has happened to me, my friends? You see me troubled, driven forth, unwillingly obedient, ready to go, alas, to go away from you. Yes, once more must Zarathustra retire to his solitude, but unjoyously this time does the bear go back to his cave. What has happened to me? Who ordered this? Ah, my angry mistress wishes it so. She spoke to me. Have I ever named her after you? Yesterday, towards evening, there spoke unto me my stillest hour. That is the name of my terrible mistress. And this is how it happened. For everything I must tell you, your heart may not harden against the suddenly departing one. Do you know the terror of him who fell asleep? To the very toes he is terrified, because the ground gives way under him, and the dream begins. This is what I say to you in parable. Yesterday, at the stillest hour, the ground gave way under me. The dream began. The hour hand moved on, and the timepiece of my life drew breath. Never did I hear such stillness around me, so that my heart was terrified. Then was there spoken to me without voice. You know it, Zarathustra. And I cried in terror at this whispering, and the blood left my face. But I was silent. Then was there once more spoken unto me without voice. You know it, Zarathustra, but you do not speak it. And at last I answered, like one defiant, Yes, I know it, but I will not speak it. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. You will not, Zarathustra. Is this true? Conceal yourself, not behind your defiance. And I wept and trembled like a child and said, Ah, I would indeed, but how can I do it? Exempt me only from this. It is beyond my power. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. What matters about yourself, Zarathustra? Speak your word, and succumb. And I answered, Ah, is it my word? Who am I? I await the worthier one. I am not worthy even to succumb to it. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. What matters about yourself? You are not yet humble enough for me. Humility has the hardest skin. And I answered, What has not the skin of my humility endured? At the foot of my height do I dwell. How high are my summits? No one hath yet told me. But well, I know my valleys. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. O Zarathustra, he who has to remove mountains, also valleys and plains. To which I replied, As of now, my word has not moved mountains, nor has what I have spoken reached man. Yes, I did travel among men, but I have not yet reached them. Then, once more, I heard someone say inaudibly, What do you know of this? During the quietest hours of the night, dew falls on the grass. And I answered, They mocked me when I found and walked in my own path, and certainly did my feet then tremble, and thus did they speak unto me, Thou forgot the path before, did you also forget how to walk? Then I heard it said to me once more, voiceless, What matters about their mockery? You are one who has unlearned to obey. Now you shall command. Do you not know who everyone needs the most? He who commands great things. Executing great things is difficult, but the more difficult task is commanding great things. This is your most unpardonable obstinacy. You have the power, and you will not rule. And I answered, I lack the lion's voice for all commanding. Then I heard it said to me once more, almost like a whisper, The quietest words are the ones that cause the storm. Thoughts that come with dove's footsteps guide the world. O Zarathustra, you shall go as a shadow of that which is to come. Will command your command this way, and be the one in charge. And I answered, I am ashamed. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice, You must yet become a child, and be without shame. The pride of youth is still upon you. Late hast you become young, but he who would become a child must surmount even his youth. And I considered it for a long while, and trembled. At last, however, I said what I had said at first. I will not. Then I heard laughter all around me. Oh, the pain that laughter caused to my heart and intestines! For the very last time, I heard someone say to me, O Zarathustra, your fruits are ripe, but you are not ready for them. So you must go again into solitude, for you shall eventually become mellow. And again was laughter, and it fled. Then did it become still around me, as with a double stillness. I lay, however, on the ground, and the sweat flowed from my limbs. Now, have you all heard why I have to return into my solitude? Nothing have I kept hidden from you, my friends. But even this have ye heard from me, who is still the most reserved of men, and will be so. Ah, my friends, I should have something more to say to you. I should have something more to give to you. Why do I not give it? Am I then an ungenerous person? When, however, Zarathustra had spoken these words, the violence of his pain and a sense of the nearness of his departure from his friends came over him, so that he wept aloud, and no one knew how to console him. In the night, however, he went away alone and left his friends.
Third part. You look upward when you long for exaltation, and I look downward because I am exalted. Who among you can laugh and be exalted at the same time? He who climbs the highest mountains laughs at all tragic plays and tragic realities. Zarathustra, I, Reading and Writing. Chapter 45. The Wanderer. Then, when it was about midnight, Zarathustra continued his journey over the ridge of the island, aiming to arrive early in the morning on the other side where he intended to embark. There was a good harbour there where foreign ships often anchored, carrying many people who wanted to cross from the Happy Isles. As Zarathustra ascended the mountain, he reflected on the numerous solitary wanderings he had undertaken since his youth, climbing many mountains, ridges and summits. I am a wanderer and a mountain climber, he said to himself. I do not love the plains, and it seems I cannot sit still for long. And whatever fate and experience may still bring to me, it will involve wandering and mountain climbing. In the end, one only experiences oneself. The time has passed when accidents could befall me, and what could now happen to me that is not already a part of me? It returns, and it comes home to me at last, my own self and everything that has been scattered among things and experiences. One thing I know for certain, he continued, I stand now before my last summit and the greatest challenge that has been reserved for me. Ah, my hardest path lies ahead. I have begun my loneliest journey. But he who shares my nature does not shy away from such moments. It is the moment that tells him, now, you are on the path to greatness. Summit and abyss are now one. This is the path to greatness. It must be my greatest courage, for there is no longer a path behind me. No one shall follow me, for my foot has erased the path, and over it is written, impossibility. If all ladders fail me now, he contemplated, then I must learn to ascend on my own head. How else could I ascend? On my own head, and beyond my own heart. I must become harder, for he who has indulged himself too much eventually sickens of it. I do not praise the land where butter and honey flow. To learn to look away from oneself is necessary to see many things. Every mountain climber needs this hardiness. Those who are too intrusive with their discerning eyes can never see beyond the foreground. But I, Zarathustra, wish to see the foundation and the background of everything. I must climb above myself, upward, until even the stars are beneath me. I have recognized my destiny, Zarathustra concluded sadly, and I am prepared. My last solitude has begun. Ah, this dark, sad sea below me. Ah, this somber, nocturnal annoyance. Ah, fate and sea, I must descend to you now. Before my highest mountain I stand, and before my longest journey. I must go deeper down than I have ever ascended, even into the darkest flood of pain. This is what my fate demands, and I am ready. Where do the highest mountains come from? He mused. I once asked this question and learned that they emerge from the sea. Their stones and summit walls bear witness to this origin. The highest must rise from the deepest. Thus spoke Zarathustra on the mountain ridge where it was cold. But when he approached the sea and stood alone among the cliffs, he felt weariness and eagerness he had never felt before.
"Everything still sleeps," he observed. "Even the sea sleeps. It gazes upon me drowsily and strangely, but it breathes warmly. I feel it, and I feel that it dreams. It dreams restlessly on hard pillows. Listen, listen. It groans with evil memories or evil expectations. Ah, I am sad along with you, you dusky monster, and I am angry with myself for your sake. Ah, my hand is not strong enough. I would gladly free you from your evil dreams."
While Zarathustra spoke, he laughed at himself with melancholy and bitterness. "What, Zarathustra," he said to himself, "will you sing consolation even to the sea? Ah, you amiable fool, Zarathustra, you too blindly trusting one. But this is how you have always been. You have approached everything with confidence, even the terrible. You would caress every monster, a gentle touch, a soft tuft on its paw, and you were ready to love and entice it. Love is the danger of the loneliest one, love for anything that lives. How laughable is my folly and modesty in love." Thus spoke Zarathustra, and laughed for the second time. But then he thought of his abandoned friends, and as if he had wronged them with his thoughts, he reproached himself because of them. And immediately he began to weep, laughing and weeping with anger and longing. Chapter 46. The Vision and the Enigma. Zarathustra's Revelation, the Vision of the Lonesomest One. When it got abroad among the sailors that Zarathustra was on board the ship, for a man who came from the Happy Isles had gone on board along with him, there was great curiosity and expectation. But Zarathustra kept silent for 2 days, and was cold and deaf with sadness, so that he neither answered looks nor questions. On the evening of the second day, however, he again opened his ears, though he still kept silent, for there were many curious and dangerous things to be heard on board the ship, which came from afar, and was to go still further. Zarathustra, however, was fond of all those who make distant voyages, and disliked to live without danger. And behold, when listening, his own tongue was at last loosened, and the ice of his heart broke. Then did he begin to speak thus, to you, the daring venturers and adventurers, and whoever hath embarked with cunning sails upon frightful seas, to you the enigma intoxicated, the twilight enjoyers, whose souls are allured by flutes to every treacherous gulf. For ye dislike to grope at a thread with cowardly hand, and where ye can divine, there do ye hate to calculate. To you only do I tell the enigma that I saw, the vision of the lonesomest one. Gloomily walked I lately in corpse-coloured twilight, gloomily and sternly with compressed lips. Not only one sun had set for me, a path which ascended daringly among boulders, an evil, lonesome path, which neither herb nor shrub any longer cheered, a mountain path, crunched under the daring of my foot. Mutely marching over the scornful clinking of pebbles, trampling the stone that let it slip, thus did my foot force its way upwards, in spite of the spirit that drew it downwards, towards the abyss, the spirit of gravity, my devil and arch-enemy. Upwards, although it sat upon me, half dwarf, half mole, paralysing, dripping lead in my ear, and thoughts like drops of lead into my brain. "O Zarathustra," it whispered scornfully, syllable by syllable, "your stone of wisdom! You threw yourself high, but every thrown stone must fall. O Zarathustra, your stone of wisdom, your slingstone, your star-destroyer, you throw yourself so high, but every thrown stone must fall. Condemned of yourself, and to your own stoning, O Zarathustra, you throw your stone far, but upon yourself it will recoil." Then was the dwarf silent, and it lasted long. The silence, however, oppressed me, and to be thus in pairs, one is verily lonesomer than when alone. I ascended, I dreamt, I thought, but everything oppressed me. A sick one did I resemble, whom was bad torture, and a worse dream reawakened out of his first sleep. But there is something in me which I call courage. Until now, it has slain for me every low spirit. This courage at last bade me stand still and say, "Dwarf, you or I." For courage is the best slayer, courage which attacks, for in every attack there is sound of triumph. Man, however, is the most courageous animal. Thereby has he overcome every animal. With sound of triumph has he overcome every pain. Human pain, however, is the sorest pain. Courage slays also giddiness at abysses, and where does man not stand at abysses? Is not seeing itself seeing abysses? Courage is the best slayer. Courage also slays fellow suffering.
Fellow suffering, however, is the deepest abyss. As deeply as man looks into life, so deeply also does he look into suffering. Courage, however, is the best slayer, courage which attacks. It slays even death itself, for it says, "Was that life? Well, once more." In such speech, however, there is much sound of triumph. He who has ears to hear, let him hear.
The enigmatic parable, a shepherd's transformation. "Hold on, dwarf," I said. "Either I or you, but I am the stronger of the two. You don't know the depths of my thoughts. It's something you couldn't handle." Then something happened that lightened my mood. The dwarf jumped off my shoulder, the curious little spirit. It landed on a rock in front of me. We had come to a stop near a gateway. "Look at this gateway, dwarf," I continued. "It has two faces. Two paths converge here, and no one has reached the end of either. One path stretches back for an eternity, and the other extends forward, also for an eternity. These paths are opposites, and yet they meet at this gateway. It's named this moment. But if we were to follow them further, do you think, dwarf, that these paths would always remain opposites?" "Everything straight lies," muttered the dwarf with disdain. "All truth is crooked, and time itself is a circle." "You spirit of gravity," I exclaimed angrily, "don't take this lightly, or I'll let you sit there, Holtfoot, and I carried you high." "Look," I went on, "at this moment, from the gateway called this moment, there's a long eternal path backward. An eternity lies behind us. Haven't all possible events already occurred along that path? Haven't all that can happen already happened, had its consequences, and passed by? And if everything has already existed, what do you think, dwarf, about this moment? Hasn't this gateway existed as well? Aren't all things interconnected in such a way that this moment drags all future events with it, including itself? For if everything can happen, then even this long path forward, must it not happen again and again?" Thus did I speak, growing softer, for I was afraid of my own thoughts and my backlog of thoughts. Suddenly I heard a dog howl nearby. Had I ever heard a dog howl like that before? Memories flooded back. Yes, when I was a child, in the most distant recesses of my childhood, I had heard a dog howl like that. I had seen it too, with its hair standing on end, head raised, trembling in the quietest midnight, when even dogs believe in ghosts. It filled me with pity then, for the full moon was passing overhead, silent as death, casting a bright glow over the house, seemingly resting on the flat roof like it belonged there. The dog had been terrified, as dogs believe in thieves and ghosts, and when I heard that howling again, it stirred my pity once more. Where was the dwarf now, and the gateway, and the spider, and all the whispering? Had I dreamt it all? Had I awakened? I stood alone among rugged rocks in the dreariest moonlight, but there lay a man, and there, a dog leaping, hair standing on end, whining. Now it saw me approaching and howled again, crying out for help like I had never heard a dog cry before. What I saw then, I had never seen the like of before. I saw a young shepherd, writhing, choking, quivering, with a contorted face and a heavy black serpent hanging out of his mouth. Had I ever seen such loathing and pale horror on someone's face? Perhaps he had fallen asleep, and the serpent had crawled into his throat, then bitten and fastened itself there. I tried to pull the serpent out of his throat with my hand, but in vain. It wouldn't budge. Then I cried out, "Bite! Bite its head off!" My horror, hatred, loathing, pity, all my good and bad cried out in unison. You brave souls around me, you adventurers and venturers, those of you who have set sail on uncharted seas with cunning sails, you lovers of enigmas. Explain to me the riddle I witnessed, interpret the vision of the loneliest one. It was a vision and a premonition. What did I see in that parable? Who is destined to come one day? Who is the shepherd into whose throat the serpent crawled? Who is the man into whose throat all the heaviest and darkest things will crawl? The shepherd bit as my cry had urged him. He bit with all his might and spat out the serpent's head, then jumped up. No longer a shepherd, no longer a man, but a transformed being, bathed in light, and he laughed. I had never heard a human laugh like that before. Oh, my brothers, I heard laughter that was not human laughter, and now an unquenchable thirst and longing gnaw at me. My longing for that laughter gnaws at me. How can I still bear to live, and how can I bear to die now? Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 47. Involuntary Bliss. With such mysteries and bitterness in his heart, Zarathustra sailed over the sea. But when he was 4 days' journey away from the Happy Isles and his friends, he had overcome all his pain. Triumphantly, and with a firm step, he once again embraced his destiny. Then Zarathustra spoke to his exulting conscience in this manner: I am alone once again, and it seems I will remain so, alone under the pure sky and the open sea. The afternoon surrounds me once more. It was on an afternoon that I first met my friends, and it was on another afternoon that I found them again, at the hour when all light grows quieter. For whatever happiness is on its way between heaven and earth now seeks a place to rest, and with happiness all light has become calmer. Oh, afternoon of my life! I first encountered my happiness in the valley on an afternoon, and then I found it once more on another afternoon. Now, in the afternoon of my life, I have surrendered much to have one thing, this living garden of my thoughts and the dawn of my highest hope. Once, the Creator sought companions and children of his hope, and behold, he could not find them unless he first created them himself. So I find myself in the midst of my work, going to my children and returning from them. For the sake of his children, Zarathustra must perfect himself. For in one's heart, one loves only one's child and one's work, and where there is great self-love, it is a sign of pregnancy. That's what I have discovered. My children are still in their first spring, standing close together, swaying in unison in the wind. They are the trees of my garden, my best soil, and where such trees stand close together, there are happy isles. But one day I will separate them and place each one alone. They will learn solitude, defiance, and prudence. Gnarled and twisted, with flexible strength, they will stand by the sea, like living lighthouses of unconquerable life. There, where the storms rush into the sea and the mountain's snout drinks water, each of them will have their day and night watches for testing and recognition. Each will be recognized and tested to see if they are of my type and lineage, masters of a long will, speaking silently even when they speak, giving in such a way that they receive. So that one day they may become my companions, fellow creators, and fellow enjoyers with Zarathustra. They will write my will on my tablets to perfect all things. And for their sake, and for those like them, I must perfect myself. That's why I now avoid my own happiness and present myself to every misfortune for my final test and recognition. It's time for me to go. The shadow of the wanderer, the longest tedium, and the stillest hour have all told me, it's high time. The word whispered through the keyhole, saying, "Come." The door opened subtly and said, "Go." But I am bound by my love for my children. Desire has set this trap for me, the desire for love, to become prey to my children and lose myself in them. Desiring, that's what it means to have lost myself. I possess you, my children. In this possession, everything is assurance, and nothing is desire. But the sun of my love has brooded over me, and within me, shadows and doubts have awakened. I long for frost and winter. Oh, that frost and winter would come to make me shiver and crunch. My past has risen from its grave. Many pains that were buried alive have awakened. They had only been asleep, concealed in corpse clothes. Everything called out to me with signs, "It's time." But I didn't hear until at last my abyss stirred, and my thoughts bit me. Ah, abysmal thought, which is my thought. When will I find the strength to hear you digging and not tremble? My heart throbs all the way to my throat when I hear you digging. Even your silence is like strangling me, you abysmal silent one. I have never dared to call you up. It's been enough that I carried you with me. I have not been strong enough for my final lion wantonness and playfulness. Your weight has always been sufficiently formidable for me. But one day I will find the strength and the lion's voice to call you up. When I have overcome you in that, then I will overcome even greater challenges. Victory will be the seal of my perfection. Meanwhile, I sail on uncertain seas. Chance flatters me, smooth-tongued chance. I look forward and backward, but I still see no end. The hour of my final struggle has not yet come, or perhaps it is just now arriving. Truly, sea and life look at me insidiously, surrounding me with deceptive beauty. O afternoon of my life, O happiness before evening, O haven on the high seas, O peace in uncertainty. I distrust all of you, your insidious beauty. I am like a lover who distrusts a too smooth smile. I push away this blissful hour, for it has come at the wrong time. Go away, blissful hour. Your involuntary bliss is making me ready for my severest pain. I stand here now, prepared for my final test. But you have come at the wrong time. Go away, blissful hour. Seek shelter with my children instead. Bless them with my happiness before evening arrives. Evening is approaching. The sun is sinking. Go away, my happiness. So spoke Zarathustra, and he waited for his misfortune throughout the night, but it did not come. The night remained clear and calm, and happiness itself drew closer to him. Towards morning, Zarathustra laughed in his heart and said mockingly, "Happiness is chasing after me. That's because I do not chase after women, but happiness is a woman." Chapter 48. Before Sunrise. O heavenly sky above me, you pure, profound heaven, you abyss of light. Gazing upon you, I tremble with divine desires. To cast myself up to your height, that is my depth.
To hide myself in your purity, that is my innocence.
The god veils his beauty, and so do you hide your stars. You do not speak. Thus, you proclaim your wisdom to me. You rise silently over the raging sea today. Your love and modesty reveal themselves to my tumultuous soul. In coming to me, beautiful and veiled in your beauty, and speaking to me silently but clearly in your wisdom, how could I not perceive the modesty of your soul? You arrived before the sun, the loneliest one. We have been friends from the beginning. We share grief, horror, and ground in common. Even the sun is common to us. We do not need words, for we know too much. We remain silent to each other, smiling with the knowledge we share. Aren't you the light of my fire? Don't you possess the sister soul of my insight? Together, we have learned everything. We've learned to transcend ourselves and smile unconditionally, even when constraint, purpose, and guilt flow beneath us like rain. When I wandered alone, what did my soul long for in the night and in labyrinthine paths? When I climbed mountains, whom did I seek if not you, on those mountains? All my wanderings and mountain climbing were necessities and makeshifts for the unhandy one. My entire will desires only to fly into you. What have I hated more than passing clouds and anything that taints you? I have even hated my own hatred because it tainted you. I detest passing clouds, those stealthy predators, for they take away what is common between you and me, the vast, boundless affirmation. We detest these mediators and mixers, the passing clouds, those half-and-half beings who have neither learned to bless nor curse with their hearts. I'd rather sit in a tub under a closed sky, or in the abyss without a sky, than see you, the luminous heaven, tainted by passing clouds. I have often wished to pin them with jagged golden lightning wires, to beat their kettle bellies like a furious drummer, for they steal from me and you our affirmation and agreement. I hate them. I'd rather have noise, thunder, and tempest blasts than this discreet, doubting, cat-like tranquility. Among humans, I hate most those who walk softly, the half-and-half ones, the doubting and hesitating, like passing clouds. He who cannot bless shall learn to curse. This clear teaching came from the clear sky and stands in my heaven even on dark nights. I am a blesser and a yea-sayer. That's why I struggled for so long and strived, so that one day I would have my hands free for blessing. My blessing is this: to stand above everything as its own heaven, its round roof, its azure bell, and eternal security. Blessed is he who blesses in this way. All things are baptized in the font of eternity, beyond good and evil. Good and evil themselves are transient shadows and passing clouds. Indeed, it is a blessing, not blasphemy, when I teach that above all things stands the heaven of chance, the heaven of innocence, the heaven of hazard, the heaven of wantonness. Of hazard, this is the oldest nobility in the world, which I gave back to all things, emancipating them from the bondage of purpose. I placed this freedom and celestial serenity above all things, teaching that there is no eternal will ruling over them. I replaced that will with wantonness and folly, teaching that, in everything, there is one thing impossible: rationality. A little reason, a germ of wisdom scattered from star to star. This leaven is mixed in all things. For the sake of folly, wisdom is mixed in all things. A little wisdom is indeed possible, but the blessed security I found in all things is that they prefer to dance on the feet of chance. O heavenly sky above me, you pure exalted sky, this is your purity to me, that there is no eternal reason spider and reason cobweb. You are a dancing floor for divine chances, a table of the gods for divine dice and dice players. But you blush. Have I uttered unspeakable things? Have I abused when I meant to bless you? Or is it the shame of being two that makes you blush?
Do you bid me to go and be silent because now the day is coming? The world is deep, deeper than the day can fathom. Not everything can be spoken in the presence of day. But day is coming, so let us part. O heavenly sky above me, you modest one, you radiant one, O my happiness before sunrise. The day is coming, so let us part. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 49. The Virtue of Humility. Zarathustra's Return, Reflections on the Shrinking World of Men.
When Zarathustra returned to the continent, he didn't immediately head to his mountains and cave. Instead, he embarked on numerous wanderings and inquiries, seeking to understand what had transpired among men during his absence, whether they had grown greater or smaller. On his journey, he encountered new houses and was puzzled by them. He remarked, "What do these houses mean? Surely no great soul erected them as a symbol. Did perhaps a foolish child take them out of its toy box? I wish another child would put them back in the box. And these rooms and chambers, can people actually go in and out of them? They seem to be made for silk dolls, or for those who prefer dainty meals, perhaps sharing them with others."
Zarathustra paused and contemplated. Eventually, he expressed his sadness, saying, "Everything has become smaller. I see lower doorways everywhere. Those of my kind can still pass through them, but we must stoop. Oh, when will I return home, where I no longer have to stoop before the small ones?"
Zarathustra sighed and gazed into the distance. On that same day, he delivered his discourse on the diminishing virtue. Zarathustra's controversial presence, unmasking small virtues and hypocrisy. I pass through this people and keep my eyes open. They do not forgive me for not envying their virtues. They criticize me because I tell them that small people require small virtues, and it's hard for me to accept that small people are necessary. Here, I am like a rooster in a strange farmyard, and even the hens peck at me. But I'm not unfriendly to them. I am polite to them, just as I am to all small annoyances. Being prickly towards what is small seems like wisdom to me, like hedgehogs. They talk about me when they gather around their fire in the evening, but no one truly understands me. This is the new silence I have experienced. Their noise around me covers my thoughts. They shout to each other, wondering what this gloomy cloud, referring to me, will do to them. They fear it might bring a plague upon them. Recently, a woman even grabbed her child who was approaching me, fearing that my eyes would harm the child's soul. They cough when I speak, thinking that coughing is a response to strong winds, without understanding the strength of my happiness. They say, "We don't have time for Zarathustra," but what does time matter to one who has no time for Zarathustra? Even if they were to praise me, how could I fall asleep to their praise? Their praise feels like a girdle of spines. It scratches me when I take it off. Among them, I've learned that the praiser acts as if he is giving back, but in truth, he wants more to be given to him. Ask my foot if their praises and flattering tunes please it. It doesn't. It neither wants to dance to their measure nor stand still. They try to lure and praise me with small virtues, attempting to convince my foot with their tick-tock of small happiness. I pass through this people and keep my eyes open. They have become smaller and continue to shrink. The reason for this is their doctrine of happiness and virtue. They are moderate in virtue because they seek comfort, and moderate virtue is compatible with comfort. They try to stride forward in their way, but it's more like hobbling. They become obstacles to those in haste. Some of them go forward while looking backward with stiffened necks, and those are the ones I like to encounter. Foot and I should not lie or contradict each other, but among small people there is much lying. Some of them will, but most are willing to be influenced. Some are genuine, but most are bad actors. There are even those who act without knowing it, and actors without intending it. Genuine ones are rare, especially genuine actors. There is little of true manliness here, and that's why their women become more masculine. Only a man strong enough can save the woman in a woman. The worst hypocrisy I found among them is that even those who command pretend to have the virtues of those who serve. They chant, "I serve, you serve, we serve," and alas, if the first lord is only the first servant. I couldn't help but notice their hypocrisy, even in the rulers. I could see through their false happiness and their buzzing around sunny window panes. I see so much kindness, but it's often accompanied by weakness. They display justice and pity, but it's also mixed with weakness. They are courteous and considerate to each other, just as grains of sand are round, fair, and considerate to other grains of sand. To modestly embrace a small happiness is what they call submission, while they also seek new small happiness modestly. Their greatest desire is that no one harms them. They anticipate everyone's wishes and do well to everyone. But this is cowardice, even if it's called virtue. When they speak harshly, I hear only their hoarseness, and every draught of air makes them hoarse. They are clever, and their virtues have shrewd fingers, but they lack fists. Their fingers don't know how to creep behind fists. Virtue for them means being modest and tame, turning the wolf into a dog, and man into man's best domesticated animal. They say to me, we set our chair in the middle, far from dying gladiators and satisfied swine. But that is mediocrity, even though they call it moderation. Zarathustra's prophetic warning, the great noontide approaches. I pass through this people and speak many words, but they neither know how to grasp nor how to retain them. They wonder why I did not come to condemn lust and vice, and indeed, I did not come to warn against pickpockets either. They wonder why I am not ready to support and sharpen their wisdom, as if they did not have enough of wiseacres whose voices grate on my ears like chalk on a slate. And when I cry out, curse all the cowardly devils within you, those who want to whimper, fold their hands and adore, they shout, Zarathustra is godless. Especially their teachers of submission proclaim this, but it is precisely in their ears that I love to declare, yes, I am Zarathustra, the godless. Those teachers of submission, wherever there is something weak, feeble, or afflicted, there they crawl like lice. Only my disgust prevents me from crushing them. Well, this is my sermon for their ears. I am Zarathustra the godless, who asks, who is more godless than I, that I may learn from their teaching? I am Zarathustra the godless, and where do I find my equals? All those are my equals who give themselves their own will and rid themselves of all submission. I am Zarathustra the godless. I cook every chance in my pot, and only when it has been thoroughly cooked do I welcome it as my food. Many chances have come to me imperiously, but even more imperiously did my will speak to them. Then they knelt down, imploring to find a home and heart in me, saying flatteringly, see, O Zarathustra, how a friend comes to a friend. But why am I speaking when no one is listening? So I will shout it to the winds. You, small people, are becoming even smaller. You crumble away, you comfort-loving ones. You will perish by your many small virtues, by your many small omissions, and by your many small submissions. Your soil is too tender, too yielding. But for a tree to become great, it seeks to anchor its roots around hard rocks. Even what you emit weaves the fabric of all human future. Your inaction is like a cobweb, a spider that feeds on the blood of the future. When you take, it is like stealing, even among the virtuous ones. But even among rogues, honor says, one should only steal when one cannot rob. It gives itself is also a doctrine of submission. But I say to you, comfortable ones, that it takes to itself, and will continue to take more and more from you. Oh, that you would renounce all half-willing, and decide for idleness as you decide for action. Oh, that you understood my words. Do whatever you will, but first be those who can will. Love your neighbor as yourselves, but first be those who love themselves, those who love with great love, and those who love with great contempt. Thus speaks Zarathustra the godless. But why am I speaking when no one is listening? It is still an hour too early for me here. I am my own precursor among this people, my own rooster in the dark alleyways, but their hour is coming, and so is mine. They become smaller, poorer, and less fruitful with each passing hour, poor herbs, poor soil. And soon they will stand before me like dry grass in a barren field, weary of themselves, yearning for fire more than for water. O blessed hour of lightning, O the mystery before noon! I will one day turn them into running fires and messengers with tongues of flame. They will proclaim with fiery tongues, it is coming, it is near, the great noontide. Thus spoke Zarathustra.
Chapter 50. On the Olive Mount. Winter, an unwelcome guest, is here in my home. My hands have turned blue from his chilly handshakes. I honor him, the unwelcome guest, but I also gladly leave him alone. I'm eager to escape from him, and when one runs well, one can outrun him. With warm feet and warm thoughts, I run to where the wind is calm, to the sunny corner of my olive-covered hill. There, I laugh at my stern guest, and still hold some fondness for him. After all, he clears my house of flies and quiets many little noises. He doesn't tolerate the buzzing of a gnat, or even two of them, and he makes the lanes quiet, so much so that the moonlight is afraid to shine there at night. He's a tough guest, but I honor him without worshipping him like those tender souls who worship the pot-bellied fire idol. I'd rather have a little teeth chattering than idol worship. That's my nature. I particularly dislike all fiery idols that are too ardent, steaming, and steamy. I love those I love more in winter than in summer. I now mock my enemies more heartily when winter is in my house. Even when I crawl into bed, my hidden happiness continues to laugh. Me, a crawler, I've never crawled before the powerful, and if I ever lied, it was out of love. So, I'm glad even in my winter bed. A simple bed warms me more than a luxurious one because I'm fond of my poverty. In winter, my poverty is most faithful to me. I begin each day with a bit of mischief. I mock winter with a cold bath. My stern housemate grumbles at that. I like to tease him with a wax taper, so he'll let the heavens emerge from their ashy grey twilight. I'm especially mischievous in the morning when I impatiently await the clear sky, the snow-covered winter sky, the hoary one, the one that often obscures even its own sun. Did I perhaps learn from it the long, clear silence, or did it learn it from me? Or did each of us discover it on our own? The origin of all good things is manifold, and all good mischievous things arise for joy. They can't always be mischievous for just one moment. Long silence is also a good mischievous thing, and looking with a clear, round-eyed countenance like the winter sky, stifling one's own sun and unwavering solar will. Truly, I have learned this art, and this winter mischief well. My favourite mischief and art is the art of my silence, which has learned not to betray itself with silence. By rattling with words and dice, I outwit the solemn assistants, those stern observers. My will and purpose elude them all. So that no one may see into my depths and into my ultimate will, I've devised the long, clear silence. I've encountered many shrewd individuals who veil their faces and muddy their waters so that no one can see through or underneath. But it's precisely those shrewder distrusters and nutcrackers who come to him and discover his best concealed treasures. But the clear, honest, and transparent individuals are the wisest silent ones to me. In them, the depth is so profound that even the clearest water doesn't reveal it. O snow-covered, silent winter sky, you round-eyed whitehead above me, you heavenly likeness of my soul and its mischievousness, must I not conceal myself like someone who has swallowed gold, lest my soul be ripped apart? Must I not wear stilts so they may overlook my long legs, all those envious and injurious people around me? Those dingy, fire-warmed, worn-out, green-tinted, ill-natured souls, how could they endure my happiness? Thus, I only show them the ice and winter of my peaks, and not that my mountain wins all the solar belts around it. They only hear the whistling of my winter storms, not knowing that I also travel over warm seas like longing, heavy, hot south winds. They pity me for my accidents and misfortunes, but my word says, let chance come to me. It is as innocent as a little child. How could they endure my happiness if I didn't surround it with accidents, winter deprivations, fur caps, and enshrouding snowflakes? If I didn't also commiserate with their pity, the pity of those who envy and harm me? If I didn't sigh before them and chatter with cold, patiently letting myself be swathed in their pity? This is the wise, mischievous, and good-hearted will of my soul, to not conceal its winters and icy storms. It doesn't hide its chilblains either. For some, loneliness is the flight of the sick, and for others, it's the flight from the sick. Let them hear me chatter and sigh with winter cold, all those poor squinting rascals around me. With such sighing and chattering, I escape from their overheated rooms. Let them sympathize with me and sigh with me because of my chilblains. He will freeze to death in the ice of knowledge, they mourn. Meanwhile, I run with warm feet back and forth on my olive-covered hill. In the sunny corner of my olive-covered hill, I sing and mock all pity. Thus sang Zarathustra.
Chapter 51. On passing by. Slowly wandering through many lands and diverse cities, Zarathustra eventually returned to his mountains and his cave by taking roundabout paths. Unexpectedly, he arrived at the gate of the great city. There, a frenzied fool with outstretched hands sprang forward and blocked his way. This was the same fool whom the people called the Ape of Zarathustra, because he had learned from Zarathustra the art of expression and modulation of language. Perhaps he also liked borrowing wisdom from Zarathustra. The fool addressed Zarathustra in the following manner: O Zarathustra, here is the great city, a place where you have nothing to seek and everything to lose. Why would you tread through this mire? Spare your feet, spit on the city's gate and turn back. In this city, the thoughts of hermits become a living hell. Great thoughts are cooked and reduced to triviality here. All great emotions wither away, leaving only hollow sensations behind. Can't you smell the butcheries and spirit slaughtering that permeate this city? Can't you see the souls hanging like limp, dirty rags, with newspapers made from their remains? Do you not hear the degeneration of language into a meaningless game? It vomits forth repulsive verbal filth, and newspapers are made from this verbal sewage. They attack and insult each other without knowing why. They jingle with gold and tinkle with their pinchbeck. They seek warmth in distilled waters when they are cold, and coldness in frozen spirits when they are inflamed. They are all sick and afflicted by public opinion. All desires and vices are at home here, but so are the virtuous ones. There is an abundance of appointed virtues, virtue with scribe-like fingers, virtue with hard and enduring buttocks, blessed with small breast stars, and daughters with padded hips. Piety is abundant here, along with sycophantic worship and the licking of spittle before the God of hosts. They thirst for approval from on high, and even the moon calms every starless bosom. The moon has its court, and the court has its moon calves. But the mendicant people pray to everything that comes from the court, and they praise all appointed mendicant virtues. I serve, you serve, we serve. That's what all appointed virtue says to the prince, hoping to receive a star on their slender chests. But the moon still revolves around earthly matters, and the prince is preoccupied with earthly things, especially the gold of the shopkeepers. The god of war's hosts is not the god of the golden bars. The prince proposes, but the shopkeeper disposes. By all that is luminous, strong, and noble in you, Zarathustra, spit on this city of shopkeepers and turn back. Here, everything is tainted and corrupted. Spit on this great city, which is a cesspool where all the filth gathers. Spit on the city of constricted souls, thin breasts, sharp eyes, and sticky fingers. This city is filled with the obnoxious, the shameless, the demagogues of pen and tongue, and the overly ambitious. Everything maimed, dishonorable, lustful, untrustworthy, overripe, sickly yellow, and seditious festers here. Spit on the great city and go back. However, Zarathustra interrupted the ranting fool and silenced him. Stop this at once, cried Zarathustra. Your speech and your presence have disgusted me for too long. Why did you live by the swamp for so long that you've become a frog and a toad yourself? Is there not enough green land and forests around? Are the seas not full of green islands? I despise your contempt, and when you warned me, why did you not heed your own warning? My contempt and my warning bird will fly only out of love, not from the swamp. They call you my ape, you frothy fool, but I call you my grunting pig. Your grunting tarnishes even my praise of folly. What made you start grunting? Was it because no one flattered you enough? So you chose to wallow in filth, finding reasons to grunt and seek vengeance. Your vengeance, you vain fool, is nothing but your foaming anger. I see through you. But your foolish words harm me, even when you are right, and even if my words were justified 100 times over, you would still twist them for your own purposes. That's enough of your nonsense. I'm done with you. Your grunting and your great city repulse me. I have loathed this city for a long time, not just you. There is neither improvement nor deterioration to be found here. Woe to this great city. I wish I could already see the pillar of fire in which it will be consumed. Such pillars of fire must precede the great noontide. But this has its own time and fate. I leave you with this parting advice, fool. When you can no longer love, then you should pass by. Having spoken thus, Zarathustra turned away from the fool and the great city. Chapter 52. The Apostates. The apostates, once vibrant, now withered hearts seek piety. Ah, has everything on this meadow already withered and turned grey, which not long ago was green and vibrant? How much honey of hope I brought to my beehives from here. Those young hearts have already grown old, not truly old, but weary, ordinary, comfortable. They proclaim, we have become pious again. I recently saw them rushing forth with courageous steps in the early morning, but the feet of their knowledge grew tired, and now they even criticize their morning courage. Indeed, many of them once raised their legs like dancers. The laughter of my wisdom beckoned to them. But now I see them bent down, crawling toward the cross. They once fluttered around like gnats and young poets, seeking light and liberty, a little older, a little colder, and now they are mystifiers, mumblers, and mollycoddles. Did their hearts perhaps grow despondent because loneliness swallowed me like a whale? Did their ears long in vain for me and my trumpet notes and calls? Ah, there are always so few with persistent courage and exuberance, and in them the spirit remains patient. The rest are cowardly. The majority, the ordinary, the superfluous, most of them are cowardly. Those of my type will encounter the experiences of my type on their journey. Their first companions will be corpses and buffoons, but their second companions, they will call themselves believers, a living multitude with much love, much foolishness, and much bearded veneration. He who is of my type among men should not bind his heart to those believers. He should not believe in those springtimes and many-coloured meadows, for he knows the fickle, faint-hearted nature of humanity. If they could do otherwise, they would will otherwise. The half-hearted spoil everything. What is there to lament about withered leaves? Let them go and fall away, O Zarathustra, and do not lament. It is better to blow among them with rustling winds. Blow among those leaves, O Zarathustra, so that everything withered may run away from you faster. Apostates return to piety, night watchmen, and doubts in the dark. We have become pious again, confess those apostates, and some of them are still too timid to admit it openly. I look them in the eye, and I say it to their face and to the blush on their cheeks. You are the ones who pray again, but it is a shame to pray, not for everyone, but for you and me, and whoever has a conscience in their head. For you, it is a shame to pray. You know it well, the timid devil within you, which would rather fold its arms, place its hands in its bosom, and take it easy. This timid devil persuades you that there is a God. By doing so, you belong to the type that fears the light, the type to whom the light never allows rest. Now you must daily bury your head deeper into obscurity and mist. And indeed, you choose the hour well, for now the nocturnal birds are once again flying abroad. It is the hour for all those who fear the light, the vesper hour, and the leisure hour when they do not take leisure. I hear it and smell it. Their time has come for hunting and procession, not a wild hunt, but a tame, lame, sniffling, soft-footed, soft-preying hunt. It's a hunt for susceptible simpletons, and all sorts of traps for the heart have been set. And whenever I lift a curtain, a night moth rushes out. Did it perhaps sit there along with another night moth? For everywhere I smell small hidden communities, and wherever there are closets, there are new devotees therein, and the atmosphere of devotees. They sit together for long evenings saying, "Let us become like little children again," and say, "Good God," ruined in mouths and stomachs by pious confectioners. Or they spend long evenings watching a crafty, lurking cross-spider, which preaches prudence even to the spiders themselves, and teaches that it is good for spinning cobwebs under crosses. Or they sit all day at swamps with fishing rods and think they are profound. But whoever fishes where there are no fish, I don't even consider him superficial. Or they learn to play the harp with a hymn poet in a godly and cheerful manner, trying to charm themselves into the hearts of young girls, for he has grown tired of old girls and their praises. Or they learn to shudder in a scholarly and half-madcap way, waiting in darkened rooms for spirits to come to them, and the spirits run away entirely. Or they listen to an old wandering howl and growl piper who has learned from the sad winds the sadness of sounds. He now plays as the wind and preaches sadness in mournful strains. And some of them have become night watchmen. They have learned how to blow horns, go about at night, and awaken old things that have long fallen asleep. I heard 5 words about old things last night at the garden wall. They came from such old, sorrowful, arid night watchmen. "He does not care enough for his children, like human fathers do," said one. "He is too old. He no longer cares for his children," replied the other night watchman. "Does he even have children? No one can prove it unless he proves it himself. I've long wished that he would prove it thoroughly." Prove it? As if he ever proved anything. Proving is difficult for him. He places great importance on others believing him. Yes, yes, belief saves him. Belief in him. That's how it is with old people. That's how it is with us too. Thus spoke the 2 old night watchmen and light scarers, and they sorrowfully tooted their horns. That's what happened last night at the garden wall. But my heart twisted with laughter, ready to break. It didn't know where to go and sank into my midriff. Indeed, it might be my death one day, to choke with laughter when I see drunken donkeys and hear night watchmen doubting God in this way. Hasn't the time long since passed for all such doubts? Who can awaken such old, slumbering, light-shunning things nowadays? The age of the old gods has long since ended, and truly, it ended well with a joyful divine end. They did not gloom themselves to death. That's something people invent. On the contrary, they laughed themselves to death once upon a time. It happened when the ungodliest utterance came from a god himself, the utterance, "There is but one God, you shall have no other gods before me." An old jealous god with a long beard forgot himself in this way, and all the gods laughed and shook on their thrones, exclaiming, "Isn't it divine that there are gods but no God? Whoever has ears, let him hear." Thus spoke Zarathustra in the city he loved, known as the Pied Cow. He was only 2 days' journey away from his cave and his animals, and his soul rejoiced continuously at the thought of returning home. Chapter 53. The Return Home. O lonesomeness, my home lonesomeness, I have lived in wild solitude for too long to return to you without tears. Now point your finger at me as mothers do, smile upon me as mothers do, and simply say, "Who was it that rushed away from me like a whirlwind? Who, when departing, exclaimed, 'I have spent too long with lonesomeness. There, I unlearned silence.'" Have you truly learned that now, Zarathustra? O Zarathustra, I know everything. I know that among the many you were more forsaken than you ever were with me. Forsakenness is one thing, lonesomeness another. You have now learned that among men you will always be wild and strange, even when they love you, for above all, they want to be treated indulgently. Here, you are at home with yourself. You can express everything and reveal all motives. Nothing is ashamed or hidden here. Concealed emotions and frozen feelings have no place. Here, everything approaches you with tenderness, wanting to ride on your back. Every analogy you make brings you closer to every truth. You can talk openly and directly to everything here, and it sounds like praise to their ears. But forsakenness is different. Do you remember, Zarathustra, when your bird screamed overhead, and you stood in the forest, uncertain, not knowing where to go, beside a corpse? When you said, "Let my animals lead me. I have found men more dangerous than animals." That was forsakenness. Do you remember, Zarathustra, when you sat on your island, a well of wine giving and sharing among empty buckets, bestowing and distributing among the thirsty? Until you alone sat there thirsty among the drunken ones, lamenting, "Is taking not more blessed than giving, and stealing even more blessed than taking?" That was forsakenness. Do you remember, Zarathustra, when your quietest hour came, driving you out of yourself, whispering wickedly, "Speak and surrender," when it disgusted you with all your waiting and silence, discouraging your humble courage? That was forsakenness. O lonesomeness, my home, lonesomeness, your voice speaks to me so blessedly and tenderly. We don't question each other or complain. We walk together openly through open doors. Everything is open and clear with you, and time passes more lightly here. In the dark, time feels heavier than in the light. Here, all the words and word cabinets of existence fly open to me. Everything in existence wants to become words, and everything in the process of becoming wants to learn how to speak from me. But down there, all talk is in vain. There, forgetting and passing by are the highest wisdom, and that's what I've learned now. To understand everything in humanity, one must engage with everything. But my hands are too clean for that. I don't even want to breathe their air. Alas, I have lived too long among their noise and foul breath. O blessed stillness around me, O pure sense around me. This stillness draws pure breath from a deep chest. It listens, this blessed stillness. But down there, everything speaks, and everything is misunderstood. If one proclaims wisdom with bells, the marketplace hagglers will drown it out with pennies. Everything down there talks, but no one knows how to understand anymore. Everything falls into the water. Nothing falls into deep wells anymore. Everything talks, but nothing succeeds or accomplishes itself. Everything cackles, but who will sit quietly on the nest and hatch eggs? Everything down there talks, and everything is talked over. What was once too hard for time, and its tooth yesterday, hangs today, chewed up and mangled, from the mouths of today's men. Everything down there talks, and everything is betrayed. What used to be the secret and secrecy of profound souls now belongs to street trumpeters and other butterflies. O human hubbub, you wondrous thing, you noise in dark streets, now you are behind me, and my greatest danger lies behind me. Indulgence and pity have always been my greatest danger. Everyone in the human hubbub wishes to be indulged and tolerated. I have lived among men with suppressed truths, with a fool's hand and a deceived heart, rich in petty lies of pity. I disguised myself among them, ready to misjudge myself so that I could endure them. I willingly said to myself, "You fool, you don't understand men." One unlearns about men when one lives among them. There is too much surface in all men. What can far-seeing, far-longing eyes do there? Fool that I was, when they misjudged me, I indulged them more than I indulged myself. I was habitually hard on myself, often taking revenge on myself for my own indulgence. I sat among them, stung all over by poisonous flies, hollowed out like a stone by many drops of wickedness. I still said to myself, petty things are innocent in their pettiness. Especially those who call themselves the good were the most poisonous flies. They sting in all innocence. They lie in all innocence. How could they be just towards me? Living among the good, pity teaches one to lie. Pity creates a stifling atmosphere for all free souls, for the stupidity of the good is unfathomable. I learned to conceal myself and my riches down there, for I found everyone to be poor in spirit. It was my pity that made me see and sense in everyone what was enough spirit for them, and what was too much. Their rigid wise men, I call them wise, not rigid, taught me to soften my words. Gravediggers dig diseases for themselves, and bad vapors rest under old rubbish. One should not disturb the marsh. One should live in the mountains. With blessed nostrils, I now breathe mountain freedom. My nose is finally free from the smell of human hubbub. My soul sneezes and shouts self-congratulatingly, "Health to you!" It sneezes like it's tickled by sharp breezes, like it's had a sip of sparkling wine. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 54. The Three Evil Things. Zarathustra's Morning Dream, Weighing the World, and Three Evil Things. In my dream, during my last morning dream, I found myself today standing on a promontory beyond the world. In my hands, I held a pair of scales, and I weighed the world itself. Alas, the rosy dawn came too early, awakening me, the jealous one. She always interrupts the radiant glows of my morning dreams. This world is measurable by those with time, weighable by skillful weighers, attainable by strong wings, and fathomable by divine nutcrackers. So did my dream perceive the world. My dream was like a daring sailor, part ship, part hurricane, silent as a butterfly, impatient as a falcon. How did it find the patience and leisure today for weighing the world? Did perhaps my wisdom secretly speak to it, my laughing, wide-awake day-wisdom that mocks all infinite worlds? For it says, where there is force, number becomes the master, for it possesses greater force. With such confidence, my dream contemplated this finite world, neither with novelty nor with oldness, not timidly or beseechingly. It was as if a large round apple were presented to my hand, a ripe golden apple with a cool, velvety skin. This is how the world appeared to me, like a tree nodding in my direction, a broad-branched, strong-willed tree, curved like a reclining and footrest for weary travellers. The world stood on my promontory as if delicate hands were carrying a chest towards me, an open chest for the delight of modest, adoring eyes. It was not a riddle frightening away human love, nor a solution that could lull human wisdom to sleep. To me, the world was a good human thing today, despite the bad things often said about it. I am grateful to my morning dream for allowing me to weigh the world in such a way at dawn today. It came to me as a good and comforting dream of the heart. Now, during the day, I wish to do the same, to imitate and copy its best aspects. I will place the three worst things on the scales and weigh them thoroughly, as a human would. He who taught us to bless also taught us to curse. So, what are the three worst cursed things in the world? I will place them on the scales and weigh them carefully. These three things have been cursed the most and have had the worst reputation: voluptuousness, passion for power, and selfishness. Now here on my promontory, with the sea rolling towards me, I will hold the scales. I choose a witness to observe. You, the anchorite tree, you, the strong-scented, broad-arched tree that I love. On what bridge does the now cross over to the hereafter? By what compulsion does the high stoop to the low? And what still commands even the highest to grow upwards? Now the scales stand poised and still. I have placed three weighty questions on one side and three weighty answers on the other. The three evil things: voluptuousness, passion for power, and selfishness. Voluptuousness. To all ascetics who wear hair shirts and despise the body, it is a sharp sting and a stake to be endured. It is cursed as the world by those who reject worldly pleasures, for it mocks and confounds all misguided and misinformed teachers. Voluptuousness. To the common people, it is the slow fire that burns them, the prepared heat and stewing furnace for all decaying and filthy things. Voluptuousness. To free hearts, it is an innocent and liberating experience, the garden of earthly happiness, a manifestation of gratitude from the future to the present. Voluptuousness, to the withered souls, it is a sweet poison. To those with the will of a lion, it is a great elixir and the most sacred wine of wines. Voluptuousness, it symbolizes the happiness of a higher order and the greatest hope. For many, it promises not just marriage but something beyond it, something more profound. Yet, how many truly understand how unknown to each other man and woman often are? Voluptuousness, but I shall protect my thoughts and words with hedges, lest swine and libertines invade my gardens. Passion for power, it is the fiery scourge that lashes the hardest of hearts, the cruel torment reserved for the cruelest themselves. It is the dark flame of living pyres. Passion for power, the wicked gadfly that plagues the most vain of peoples, mocking uncertain virtues, riding on every horse and every form of pride. Passion for power, the earthquake that shatters all that is rotten and hollow, the rolling, rumbling, punishing destroyer of false facades, the probing question mark against premature answers. Passion for power, before its gaze, humanity crawls, cowers, labors, and sinks lower than serpents and swine. Until, at last, a profound contempt rises from within. Passion for power, the stern teacher of great contempt, which proclaims to cities and empires, "Be gone," until a voice from within cries out, "Be gone from me." Passion for power, it can even ascend enticingly to the pure and solitary heights and seek self-satisfaction, radiating like a love that paints alluring purple bliss onto earthly heavens. Passion for power, but who would call it a passion when the lofty desires to descend for power? There is no sickness or disease in such longing and descending, so that the solitary heights may not forever remain solitary and self-sufficient, so that the mountains may come to the valleys, and the winds from the heights may touch the plains. Who could find the right name and honor for such longing? Zarathustra once named it bestowing virtue, the unnameable. And then, for the first time, something remarkable happened. His words blessed selfishness, the healthy, wholesome selfishness that springs from a powerful soul. The selfishness of a powerful soul to which the noble body belongs, the beautiful, triumphant, invigorating body around which everything becomes a mirror. The supple, persuasive body, the dancer, whose symbol and epitome is the self-enjoying soul. Such bodies and souls call their self-enjoyment virtue. With its words of good and bad, self-enjoyment shelters itself as in sacred groves. With the names of its happiness, it banishes everything contemptible. It banishes all that is cowardly, labeling it as bad. It finds the ever-anxious, the sighing, the complaining, and those who seek the smallest advantage contemptible. It also despises the bittersweet wisdom, the wisdom that blooms in the dark, the nightshade wisdom that continually sighs, "All is in vain." Shy distrust is seen as base, and it scorns anyone who desires oaths instead of trustful looks and handshakes, as well as all forms of excessive, distrustful wisdom, for they are the ways of cowardly souls. Even baser in its eyes is the obsequious and dog-like person who immediately lies on their back, the submissive one. There is also a submissive, dog-like, pious, and obsequious wisdom, which it finds loathsome. It despises with all its being the one who never defends themselves, who swallows poisonous insults and bad looks, the overly patient one, the all-enduring, the all-satisfied, for these are the traits of slaves. Whether they are servile before gods and divine disdain, or before men and foolish human opinions, it spits upon all types of slaves, this blessed selfishness. Bad is the word it uses for all who are spirit-broken and servile, those with downcast eyes, heavy hearts, and a falsely submissive manner that kisses with broad, cowardly lips. And it labels as false wisdom all the cleverness affected by slaves, the hoary-headed and weary ones, especially all the cunning, feigned cleverness, and foolish curiosity of priests. The false wise, the priests, the world-weary, and those with souls of a feminine and servile nature, how they have abused selfishness in their games. And precisely that was meant to be virtue and called virtue, to abuse selfishness, and they wish to be selfless for a reason, all those world-weary cowards and cross-spiders. But now comes the day, the change, the sword of judgment, the great noontide. Many things shall be revealed, and he who proclaims the ego as wholesome and holy and selfishness as blessed, he, the prophet, speaks what he knows. Behold, it is coming, it is near, the great noontide. Thus spoke Zarathustra.
Chapter 55. The Spirit of Gravity. The Three Evil Things: Weighing the World, Voluptuousness, Passion for Power, and Selfishness. My way of speaking is coarse and hearty, meant for the common people. I speak too crudely and cordially for delicate creatures like Angora rabbits. My words sound even stranger to all the inkfish and pen foxes. My hand is like that of a fool. Woe to all tables, walls, and any surface that can be used for a fool's doodling and scribbling. My foot is like that of a horse. I trot and trample over obstacles, race across fields, and take immense joy in fast running. My stomach might as well be that of an eagle. It craves lamb's flesh, and it feels like the stomach of a bird, nourished by simple things, always ready to take flight. Perhaps there's something of bird-like nature within me. And above all, my hostility toward the force of gravity is like the nature of a bird. I am truly, deeply, and originally opposed to it. My hostility has flown far and wide to places you can't even imagine. I could sing a song about it, and I will sing it, even if I'm alone in an empty house and have to sing it just for my own ears. There are other singers, of course, whose voices soften only in a full house, whose hands become eloquent, whose eyes become expressive, and whose hearts awaken only when surrounded by an audience. But I am not like them. The Spirit of Gravity: Embracing Self-Love, Burdens, and the Art of Discovery. He who will one day teach humanity to fly will have changed all boundaries. Even the landmarks themselves will take flight. He will christen the earth anew as the light body. The ostrich can run faster than the swiftest horse, yet it thrusts its head heavily into the weighty earth. So it is with the person who cannot yet fly. Earth and life weigh heavily upon them, and this is the will of the Spirit of Gravity. But the one who wishes to become light, to become a bird, must love oneself. This is what I teach. Not, of course, with the love of the sick and corrupted, for self-love stinks among them. One must learn to love oneself with a wholesome and healthy love, so that one can endure one's own company and not wander aimlessly. Such aimless wandering is often called brotherly love, but these words have been used for deception and falsehood, especially by those who have been burdensome to others. Learning to love oneself is not a commandment for today or tomorrow. It is the finest, most subtle, enduring, and patient of arts. To its possessor, all possessions remain well concealed, and one's own treasure is the last to be unearthed, as the Spirit of Gravity decrees. From almost the cradle, we are given heavy words and values like good and evil. This is the dowry we inherit, and for the sake of it, we are forgiven for living. Hence, people allow little children to come to them, early on instructing them not to love themselves, as dictated by the Spirit of Gravity. Thus, we bear our burdens obediently on our strong shoulders, even over rugged mountains. When we sweat, people say, "Yes, life is hard to bear." But it is humanity itself that is hard to bear, for we carry too many external things upon our shoulders. Like camels, we kneel down and allow ourselves to be heavily laden. Especially the strong, burden-bearing individuals, those with reverence within them, load themselves with numerous heavy words and values. Life then appears to them as a desert. Verily, many things within ourselves are hard to bear, and many internal aspects of a person are like oysters, repulsive, slippery, and difficult to grasp. They require an elegant shell with adornments to plead for them. This is an art that must be learned, having a shell, a fine appearance, and a wise blindness. This art deceives people about many things within themselves. Many a shell is poor and pitiable, and there is too much of it. Much concealed goodness and power remain undiscovered. The most exquisite delicacies find no takers. Women understand this well, the choicest among them, sometimes a bit plumper, sometimes a bit leaner. How much destiny lies in such small differences. Man is difficult to understand, and most difficult to himself. Often, the spirit misrepresents the soul. This is the work of the Spirit of Gravity. However, the one who has discovered themselves is the one who says, "This is my good and evil." In doing so, they silence the mole and the dwarf who proclaim, "Good for all, evil for all." Indeed, I do not like those who call everything good and declare this world to be the best of all worlds. I call them the all-satisfied. Complete contentment, which is satisfied with everything, is not the best taste. I admire the stubborn, discerning tongues and stomachs that have learned to say "I" and "yes" and "no." To consume and digest everything, however, is the true swine nature. To always say "yes" is the trait of the donkey and its kind.
My taste desires deep yellow and hot red. It mixes blood with all colors. But those who whitewash their souls with false purity are repugnant to me. Some fall in love with mummies, others with phantoms, both hostile to flesh and blood. I, however, love blood. I shall not dwell where everyone spits and vomits. I would rather live among thieves and perjurers. No one carries gold in their mouth. Even more repugnant to me are sycophants. The most repugnant human animal I've found I call a parasite. It refuses to love, yet seeks to live off of love. Unhappy are those with only one choice, to become evil beasts or beast-tamers. I would not build my abode among such. I also learned patience, but only in waiting for myself. Above all, I learned to stand, walk, run, climb, and dance. My teaching is this: he who wishes to fly one day must first learn to stand, walk, run, climb, and dance. One does not fly into flying. I learned to reach high windows with rope ladders and climb tall masts. Sitting on high masts of perception was a great pleasure to me, a small light, but a great comfort to castaways and shipwrecked souls. I arrived at my truth through various paths and winding routes, not by a single ladder leading to the heights where my gaze reaches into the distance. I only reluctantly asked for directions. It always went against my taste. Instead, I questioned and examined the paths themselves. My journey was one of testing and questioning, and one must also learn to respond to such questioning. That, however, is my taste, neither good nor bad, but my own, of which I have no shame or secrecy. This is my way. Where is yours? I answered those who asked me about the way. For the way does not exist. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 56. Old and New Tables. The Waiting Game, a search for signs. Here I sit and wait, surrounded by old broken tablets and new half-written ones. When will my time come? The hour of my descent, my return to humanity. I wait for that moment when the signs reveal to me that it is indeed my time, specifically, the laughing lion with a flock of doves. In the meantime, I converse with myself as someone who has the luxury of time. No one brings me new information, so I recount my own story to myself. Disrupting the delusions of morality. When I came among humans, I found them deeply entrenched in an old delusion. They all believed they already knew what was good and bad for humanity. They regarded discussions about virtue as tiresome and found solace in talking about good and bad before going to sleep, as if it was a ritual to ensure a peaceful slumber. I disrupted this slumber by teaching that no one truly knows what is good and bad unless it is the Creator himself. It is the Creator who defines humanity's purpose and gives meaning and direction to the world. Only He has the power to determine what is good or bad. I encourage them to overturn their old, established beliefs, especially those of the moralists, saints, poets, and saviors. I urge them to mock their solemn philosophers and anyone who sat as a grim scarecrow on the tree of life, offering admonitions. I position myself on their grand, solemn paths, even beside the carrion and vultures, and I laughed at the fading glory of their past. I jeered at both their greatness and their smallness, feeling disappointed that their best and worst were so trivial. Thus, I laughed heartily. My wise longing, born in the mountains, echoed within me, a wild wisdom indeed. It would often carry me away, filling me with sun-intoxicated ecstasy, and I would soar like an arrow into distant futures that no dream had ever glimpsed. I journeyed to warmer lands than any sculptor could imagine, where gods danced without shame, unburdened by clothes. I speak in parables, and I am ashamed that I must still be a poet. In this place, I saw all becoming as the dance of gods, a joyous and uninhibited reunion. Time appeared as a delightful mockery of moments, where necessity embodied freedom, playing joyfully with the goad of liberty. Here I encountered my old adversary, the spirit of gravity, and all its creations, rules, laws, necessity, consequences, purposes, will, good and evil. For must there not be something that is danced over and beyond? Must there not, for the sake of the agile and nimblest, be moles and clumsy dwarfs? The Zarathustra word, teaching a new noontide. There I encountered the word Superman on the path, the idea that man is something to be surpassed. Man is a bridge, not a final destination, rejoicing in his noontides and evenings as he advances towards new rosy dawns. I spread the Zarathustra word of the great noontide, and much more, like purple evening afterglows, over humanity. I introduced new stars and new nights to their awareness, casting laughter like a colorful canopy over cloud and day and night. I taught them my art of poetization and aspiration, to compose and unite the fragments within themselves, solving the riddles and embracing the uncertain chances of life. As composers, riddle solvers, and redeemers of chance, I encouraged them to create the future and transform the past until their will proclaimed, "So did I will it, so shall I will it." This I called redemption, and this was the only form of redemption I taught them to recognize. Now I await my own redemption, so that I may go to them one last time, for I will go to humanity once more, and my sun will set among them. In my dying, I will bestow upon them my most precious gift. I learned this from the sun. As it sets, the exuberant sun pours its gold into the sea from its boundless riches. Even the poorest fisherman rows with golden oars. I once witnessed this, and tears flowed from my eyes in awe. Like the sun, Zarathustra too will go down. Now he sits here and waits, surrounded by old broken tablets and new half-written ones for his final descent. Surpassing the self, a noble aspiration. Behold, here is a new tablet, but where are my brothers who will carry it with me to the valley and into the hearts of flesh? This is the demand of my great love for the remotest ones. Do not be overly considerate of your neighbor. Man is something that must be surpassed. There are many different ways and methods of surpassing. Explore them, but only a fool thinks man can also be completely surpassed. Surpass yourself even in your neighbor, and do not allow a right that you can seize to be given to you. What you do, no one can do to you in return. There is no repayment. He who cannot control himself shall be obedient, and many can control themselves but still lack self-obedience. Noble souls, and the principle of contribution. This is the aspiration of noble souls. They don't desire to receive anything for free, especially not life itself. Those who belong to the common masses wish to live without any effort, but those of us to whom life has been given, we are always thinking about what we can best give in return. Indeed, it's a noble principle that says, what life promises us, we shall promise back to life. We should not seek enjoyment where we don't contribute to the joy, and we shouldn't even wish for enjoyment. Enjoyment and innocence are both very modest things. They don't like to be pursued. We should possess them, but we should seek out guilt and pain instead. The firstborn sacrifice, bleeding for greatness. Oh, my brothers, the firstborn is always sacrificed, and now we are the firstborn. We all bleed on secret sacrificial altars, burning and suffering in honor of ancient idols. Our youthfulness is still fresh, which excites the taste of the old. Our best is still young, and this excites the palates of the elderly. Our flesh is tender, our skin is like that of lambs. How could we not stir the desires of the old idol priests? The old idol priest still dwells within us, roasting our best offerings for his feast. Ah, my brothers, how can the firstborn not be sacrifices? But this is what our nature desires, and I love those who don't wish to preserve themselves. I love those who are on the path of descent with all my heart, for they go beyond. The rarity of truth. Embracing the bad conscience. To be truthful, that is a rarity, and those who can be rarely choose to be. Least of all, goodness and truth are companions. Oh, those who are considered good. Good people seldom speak the truth, for a spirit to be deemed good is seen as an affliction. The good ones yield and submit themselves, their hearts repeat and their souls obey. But the one who obeys does not truly listen to themselves. Everything that the good label as evil must come together for one truth to be born. My brothers, are you also wicked enough for this truth? The audacious venture, the prolonged skepticism, the harsh denial, the tedium, the cutting to the core, how seldom do these qualities converge? Yet it is from such soil that truth emerges. Throughout history, knowledge has grown alongside the bad conscience, so dismantle the old tables, you discerning ones. The flux of everything, challenges to stability. When there are planks and gangways spanning the water, when railings line the stream, it's hard to convince anyone that everything is in flux. Even the simpletons argue against it, saying, "What do you mean everything in flux? Planks and railings are still over the stream. Over the stream, everything is stable, including the values of things, the bridges, and the foundations of good and evil. These things are all stable." But when the harsh winter comes, when the stream freezes over, even the wisest among us start to doubt. And indeed, not just the simpletons, but everyone begins to question, shouldn't everything stand still? Fundamentally, everything stands still. That's a comforting winter doctrine, a source of solace for the unproductive season, a great comfort for those hibernating by the fireside. Fundamentally, everything stands still, but in contrast, the thawing wind preaches otherwise. The thawing wind, like an untamed bull, not a ploughing bull, but a furious destroyer with angry horns, breaks the ice, and when it breaks, gangways and railings fall into the water. Oh, my brothers, isn't everything in flux right now? Have all the railings and gangways not fallen into the water? Who would still cling to notions of good and evil? Woe to us, hail to us, the thawing wind is blowing. This is the message my brothers should proclaim through the streets. The illusion of good and evil, seeking true knowledge. There exists an ancient illusion. It goes by the names of good and evil. Soothsayers and astrologers have often been at the center of this illusion. In the past, people used to believe in soothsayers and astrologers, and thus they believed in fate. You shall, because you must. Then, there came a time when people distrusted all soothsayers and astrologers, leading to the belief that everything is freedom. You can, because you will. My brothers and sisters, when it comes to the stars and the future, there has only been illusion, not true knowledge. Therefore, when it comes to good and evil, there has also been nothing but illusion, not true knowledge. The sacred commandments, are they truly holy? You shall not steal, you shall not kill. Such commandments were once deemed sacred. People would bow down, lower their heads, and remove their shoes before these precepts. But let me ask you this. Have there ever been better thieves and killers in the world than those who upheld these holy commandments? Isn't there, in the essence of life itself, an element of stealing and killing? And by labeling such precepts as holy, was not truth itself thereby sacrificed? Or was it a sermon of death that declared holy what contradicted and discouraged life? Oh, my brothers, shatter, shatter for me the old tablets. Embracing the past, shaping a new nobility. I sympathize with the past, and I see that it has been abandoned, left to the whims, spirit, and madness of each generation that comes and interprets it as their bridge to the future. A great ruler might arise, a cunning prodigy, who can both approve and disapprove, shaping and constraining the past until it becomes a bridge, a harbinger, a herald, and a rooster's crow. But there is another danger, and my sympathy lies elsewhere. Those who belong to the common people often look back to their grandparents, and for them, time ends with their grandparents. Thus, the entire past is abandoned because the common people might one day rise to power and drown all of history in shallow waters. Therefore, my brothers, we need a new nobility, one that will oppose both the rule of the common people and the rulers. This new nobility will redefine what it means to be noble on fresh tablets. We need many noble individuals, each with their unique qualities, for the emergence of a new nobility. Or, as I once said in a parable, true divinity lies in the existence of gods, not a single god. A new nobility, creators of the future. O my brothers, I consecrate you and direct you towards a new nobility. You shall become creators, cultivators, and sowers of the future. Not the nobility that can be bought and sold like traders with their gold, for all that can be priced is of little value. Your honor shall no longer come from where you come, but from where you are going. Your will and your feet that seek to surpass you, let these be your new sources of honor. It is not an honor that you have served a prince, for what worth do princes hold now? Nor that you have become a support for the existing order to make it stand more firmly. It is not an honor that your family has become courtly at the royal courts, where standing for long hours is deemed a virtue, for all courtiers believe that sitting is a privilege in the afterlife. It is not even an honor that a Holy Spirit led your ancestors to promised lands, a notion I do not commend. Where the worst of all trees the cross grew, there is nothing to praise. And wherever this Holy Spirit led its knights, goats and geese, misfits and buffoons, always took the lead. O my brothers, your nobility shall not look backward but outward. You shall be exiles from all ancestral lands. Love the land of your children. Let this love be your new nobility, the uncharted territories in the farthest seas. I bid your sails to search for this land and explore it. You shall make amends for being the children of your fathers to your own children. You shall redeem the past in this way. I present to you this new mandate. The pursuit of enjoyment and innocence. Why should one live? Everything is futile. To live is to beat straw. To live is to burn oneself and yet not feel warm. Such ancient ramblings are still considered wisdom because of their age, even though they smell musty. Even mold can be considered noble. Children might speak in this manner, avoiding fire because it has burned them. There is much childishness in the old books of wisdom, and why should someone who continually beats straw be allowed to criticize thrashing? Such a fool ought to be silenced. These individuals sit at the table and contribute nothing, not even a hearty appetite, and then they complain, everything is futile. But my brothers, eating and drinking well is truly an art. Let us break apart the tables of those who never find joy. Unclean spirits and the filthy monster. People say, to the clean, all things are clean. But I say to you, to the swinish, all things become swinish. Therefore the visionaries and those with bowed heads, whose hearts are also bowed down, preach that the world itself is a filthy monster. These are all unclean spirits, especially those who have no peace or rest unless they see the world from its darkest side, the backworldsman. I say this openly, even if it sounds unpleasant. The world is like a man in that it has a dark side. This is true. There is indeed much filth in the world. This is also true. But the world itself is not therefore a filthy monster. There is wisdom in the fact that much in the world has a foul odor. Disgust itself gives rise to wings and the ability to discover fountains of purity. Even in the best, there is still something to be disgusted with, and the best is always something that must be surpassed. O my brothers, there is wisdom in the fact that there is much filth in the world. Renouncing the world, a message of backworldsmen. I heard such sayings from devout backworldsmen, and truly they spoke without wickedness or deceit, although there is nothing more deceitful or wicked in the world. Let the world be as it is, do not lift a finger against it. Let those who wish oppress, harm, and exploit the people. Do not lift a finger against them. In doing so, they will learn to renounce the world. And your own reason, stifle and suppress it, for it is a product of this world. In doing so, you will learn to renounce the world. My brothers, let us shatter, let us tear apart those old tablets of the devout. Let us shred the maxims of those who despise the world. The new doctrine, overcoming weariness. He who learns much unlearns all violent cravings. These words are whispered among people in the dark alleys now. Wisdom is wearisome, nothing is worth pursuing, you shall not crave. This new doctrine I found even hanging in public markets. Break it up for me, my brothers, break up this new doctrine. It was set up by the weary of the world, the preachers of death, and the jailers. It preaches slavery, for they learned poorly, not the best, and they learned everything too soon and too hastily. They also ate poorly, and this resulted in their ruined stomachs. A ruined stomach is a reflection of their spirit. It leads to thoughts of death. Truly, my brothers, the spirit is connected to the stomach. Life is a wellspring of delight, but to those in whom the ruined stomach speaks, the source of all joy becomes tainted. Their spirit becomes the father of affliction. To discern is a delight for those with the will of a lion, but for the weary they are merely willed by external forces, and they are tossed about by every wave. This is the nature of weak men. They lose their way and eventually ask in their weariness, why did we ever embark on this journey? Everything is indifferent. To them it sounds pleasant to hear, nothing is worth pursuing, you shall not desire. But this is a sermon of slavery. O my brothers, Zarathustra comes like a fresh, invigorating wind to all those who are weary of their paths. He will make many noses sneeze. My free breath blows even through walls and into prisons and the hearts of those imprisoned. Willing liberates, for willing is creating. That's what I teach. And you shall learn to create, and you shall learn to learn, only from me, and you shall learn it well. He who has ears, let him hear. Boarding the boat of death, facing challenges, there stands the boat, ready to cross, perhaps into vast nothingness. But who among you is willing to enter into this perhaps? None of you desire to board the boat of death. How can you be world-weary then? World-weary, yet you have not withdrawn from the earth. I have always found you eager for the world, still enamored of your own weariness of the world. Your lips may hang down, but a small worldly desire still lingers there, and in your eyes is there not a faint trace of earthly bliss, never forgotten? On this earth there are many good inventions, some practical, some pleasurable. It is for the sake of these inventions that the earth deserves to be loved. Many such inventions are like a woman's breasts, both useful and delightful, but you, world-weary ones, earth-idlers, it is as if you need a wake-up call. Someone should whip you into action and restore vitality to your limbs. If you are not invalids or feeble creatures whom the earth is tired of, then you are cunning sluggards or delicate pleasure-seeking cats, and if you refuse to run joyfully once more, then you shall fade away.
One should not try to cure the incurable, as Zarathustra teaches. Thus, you shall pass away. But remember, it takes more courage to bring about an end than to create a new verse. This wisdom is known to all physicians and poets alike. Beware the parasite, a cautionary tale. My brothers, there are tables that weariness has crafted, and there are tables that laziness has crafted, corrupt laziness. Although they may sound similar, they seek to be heard differently. Look at this weary one. He is only a hand's breadth away from his goal, yet due to weariness, he has stubbornly laid down in the dust, this courageous soul. He yawns at the path, the earth, the goal, and even at himself out of sheer weariness. He refuses to take another step, this valiant one. Now the sun shines upon him, and dogs lick his sweat, but he remains obstinate, choosing to languish. Just a hand's breadth away from his goal, he prefers to languish. Truly, you may have to drag him by the hair of his head to his own heaven, this hero. Perhaps it is better to let him lie where he has lain down, so that sleep may come to him as a comforter, with refreshing rain. Let him rest until he awakens on his own, until he rejects weariness and what weariness has taught him. But my friends, make sure to scare away the dogs, the idle scavengers, and all the swarming parasites, the cultured vermin, who feast on the sweat of every hero. The coming of new peoples, seeking new beginnings. I create circles around me and sacred boundaries, and fewer ascend the higher mountains with me. I construct a range of ever holier mountains. But be cautious, my brothers, wherever you intend to ascend with me, lest a parasite ascends with you. A parasite is like a reptile, a creeping and cringing creature that seeks to thrive on your weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Its art lies in discerning when ascending souls are weary, and it builds its repugnant nest in your troubles, dejection, and sensitive modesty. Where the strong appear weak, where the noble are overly gentle, there the parasite builds its loathsome nest. It thrives where the great have small weaknesses. What is the highest form of being, and what is the lowest? The parasite is the lowest form, and the one of the highest species feeds the most parasites. The soul with the longest ladder, capable of delving deepest within itself, is bound to attract the most parasites. The most expansive soul, which can roam freely within itself and embrace chance, is a fertile ground. The soul existing in being, delving into becoming, the possessing soul in pursuit of desire and longing, the soul escaping from itself and overtaking itself in a wide circuit, the wisest soul charmed by the sweet words of folly, and the most self-loving soul where everything flows and counterflows. How can the loftiest soul not attract the worst parasites? The dangers of the good and just. Oh, my brothers, am I then cruel? But I say, what is destined to fall, let it fall. Everything of today is destined to fall and decay. Who would want to preserve it? But I also wish to push it. Do you know the joy of rolling stones into steep abysses? See how those people of today roll into my depths. I am a prelude to better players. Oh, my brothers, an example, follow my example. And for those you don't teach to fly, I implore you, teach them to fall faster. Earning one's bread, challenges and growth. I admire the courageous, but being a swordsman alone is not enough. One must also know when and where to wield their swordsmanship. Sometimes it takes greater bravery to remain silent and walk away, reserving one's strength for a worthier adversary. You should only have foes worthy of your disdain, not foes to be despised. You should take pride in your adversaries, as I have taught before. Reserve yourselves for the worthier foe, my brothers, and be prepared to pass by many others, especially the noisy rabble who incessantly argue about people and nations. Keep your perspective clear of their endless debates. There is both right and wrong in their arguments, and merely observing them can stir anger. Viewing and arguing are one and the same in this regard. Instead, retreat to the forests and sheathe your sword. Go your own way, and let the people and nations go theirs, even if their paths seem bleak and devoid of hope. Let the merchants rule where all that glitters is their gold. The age of kings has passed, and what now calls itself the people is unworthy of kingship. Observe how these nations behave like traders, seeking the smallest advantage in any situation. They set traps for each other and extract benefits from one another in the name of good neighborliness. Oh, how blessed was the distant time when a nation proclaimed, "I will be the master over other nations." For my brothers, the best should rule, and the best desires to rule. Wherever the teaching differs, it is because the best is absent. The courage to retreat, choosing worthier adversaries. If they were given bread for nothing, alas, what would they complain about?
Their sustenance is their true source of amusement, and they shall earn it the hard way. They are like predators. In their work, there is even looting. In their earning, there is even deceit. Therefore, they shall face challenges. By facing these challenges, they may become better predators, more cunning, more human-like. For man is the greatest predator of all. Man has already taken away the virtues of all other animals. That's why it has been a challenge for man. Only the birds remain beyond his reach, and if man were to learn how to fly, alas, to what heights would his greed soar? The meaning of man and woman, dancing minds and bodies. This is how I envision man and woman, one fit for war, the other fit for motherhood. Both, however, fit for dancing with their minds and bodies. And may the day be considered lost if we haven't danced to measure. Let every truth be deemed false if it hasn't been accompanied by laughter. Arranged marriages, caution and compatibility. Be cautious in arranging your marriages. Ensure it's not a hasty arrangement. Rushed marriages can lead to marriage breaking. And it's better to break a badly arranged marriage than to bend or lie within it. A woman once told me, "I broke the marriage, but first, the marriage broke me." I've observed that poorly matched couples tend to be the most vengeful. They make everyone suffer for the mistakes of their union. That's why I advise honest individuals to say to each other, "We love each other. Let's make sure we maintain our love, should our commitment be misguided. Let's set a small term and a modest marriage to see if we're compatible for a larger commitment. It's essential always to be a compatible pair." This is my advice to all honest individuals, and it aligns with my love for the Superman and all that is to come. The institution of marriage should not only propagate, but elevate us upwards. May the garden of marriage aid you in this endeavor, my brothers. Seeking new springs, the earthquake of progress. He who has gained wisdom about ancient origins will, in the end, seek the sources of the future and new beginnings. Oh, my brothers, it won't be long until new peoples arise, and new springs rush down into new depths. The earthquake may block many wells and cause much suffering, but it also reveals inner powers and secrets. The earthquake uncovers new springs. In the earthquakes of old civilizations, new fountains burst forth, and whoever proclaims, "Here is a well for many thirsty souls, one heart for many yearning ones, one will for many instruments," gathers around him a people consisting of many who dare to attempt. Who can command? Who must obey? That is what is being attempted. Ah, with what long searching, solving, failing, learning, and retrying. Human society, it's an attempt as I teach, a long search. However, it seeks a ruler. An attempt, my brothers, and not a contract. I implore you, abolish that word of the soft-hearted and indecisive. The danger of the good and just, breaking free. Oh, my brothers, who poses the greatest danger to the entire future of humanity? Is it not the good and just? They are the ones who declare, "We already know what is good and just. We possess it. Woe to those who still seek it." And whatever harm the wicked may do, the harm caused by the good is the most harmful. Into the hearts of the good and just, someone once looked and said, "They are the Pharisees." But people didn't understand him. The good and just themselves were unable to comprehend him, as their spirit was confined within their good conscience. The foolishness of the good is profoundly wise. It is the truth that the good must be like Pharisees. They have no other choice. The good must crucify those who create their own virtues. That is the truth. The second person who discovered the land, heart and soil of the good and just, asked, "Whom do they hate the most?" They hate the Creator the most, the one who breaks the tablets and old values, the disruptor. They call him the lawbreaker. Because the good cannot create, they are always the beginning of the end. They crucify the one who writes new values on new tablets. They sacrifice the future to themselves. They crucify the entire human future. The good have always been the beginning of the end. Breaking free, the great terror and sickness. My brothers, have you also grasped the meaning of this word? And do you remember what I once said about the last man? Where does the greatest danger to the entire human future lie? Is it not with the good and just? Break up, I implore you, the ranks of the good and just. Oh, my brothers, have you also understood this word? Why so soft? Become hard. Are you running away from me? Are you frightened? Does this word terrify you? Oh, my brothers, when I told you to break free from the concept of the good and the tables of the good, I set mankind on a course for the high seas. And now, only now, do you face the great terror, the great prospect, the great sickness, the great nausea, the great seasickness. The concept of the good taught you false shores and false security. You were born and raised in the lies of the good. Everything has been twisted and distorted by the concept of the good. But he who discovered the realm of man also discovered the realm of man's future. Now, be sailors for me, brave and patient. Prepare yourselves, my brothers, learn to prepare yourselves. The sea is stormy, and many seek to rise by your efforts. The sea is stormy, and everything is in the sea. Well, take heart, you old sailor hearts. What about the homeland? Our helm is set for the land where our children's future lies. There, our great longing storms forward, more turbulent than the sea. Becoming hard, the path of creators. Why so hard? Asked the charcoal of the diamond one day. Aren't we close relatives? Why so soft, my brothers? That's what I ask you. Aren't you, my brothers? Why so soft, so submissive and yielding? Why is there so much negation and self-denial in your hearts? Why is there so little determination in your gaze? And if you won't become forces and unyielding ones, how can you ever conquer with me? And if your hardness won't gleam and cut and shape, how can you ever create with me? Because creators are hard, and it must seem like a blessing to you to mold millennia as if they were wax. A blessing to write upon the will of millennia as if it were brass, harder than brass, nobler than brass. Only the noblest is truly hard. I set up this new table over you, my brothers. Become hard. Protecting the will, a will for great triumph. Oh, my will, you who transform every necessity, my necessity, protect me from petty triumphs. You, the destiny of my soul, which I call fate, you within me, above me, preserve and spare me for one great destiny, and your final greatness, my will, spare it for your last triumph, so that you may be unyielding in your victory. Ah, who hasn't succumbed to their own victories, whose eyes haven't dimmed in this intoxicated twilight, whose steps haven't faltered and forgotten how to stand in the face of victory, so that one day I may be prepared and mature for the great noon, ready and mature like glowing ore, a cloud carrying lightning and a swelling milk udder, ready for myself and for my most hidden will, a bow eager for its arrow, an arrow eager for its star, a star prepared and mature for its noon, glowing, pierced, blessed by the annihilating arrows of the sun, a sun itself, and an unyielding sun will, ready for annihilation in victory. O will, you who change every necessity, my necessity, spare me for one great triumph. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 57. The Convalescent. Zarathustra's Awakening, a cry that shook the world. One morning, shortly after returning to his cave, Zarathustra suddenly jumped up from his bed like a madman. He cried out with a terrifying voice, as if someone still lay on the bed refusing to rise. Zarathustra's voice was so loud that it frightened his animals, and creatures from neighboring caves and hiding places hurriedly fled, some flying, some fluttering, some creeping, and others leaping, depending on their mode of locomotion. Zarathustra spoke these words. Arise, profound thought from the depths. I am your rooster and the morning dawn, you oversleeping reptile. Get up, my voice will soon crow you awake. Unshackle the bonds from your ears and listen. I want to hear you. Get up, there is thunder enough to make even the graves listen, and rub away the sleep, the dimness, and the blindness from your eyes. Listen to me with your eyes too. My voice is a remedy even for those born blind. Once you are awake, you shall remain awake forever. It is not my custom to awaken great-grandmothers from their sleep just to tell them to go back to sleep. You're stirring, stretching, and wheezing. Get up, you shall not wheeze, but speak to me. Zarathustra calls you, Zarathustra the godless. I, Zarathustra, the advocate of life, the advocate of suffering, the advocate of the eternal return, call upon you my deepest thought. Joy to me, you come, I hear you. My abyss speaks. I have brought my lowest depth into the light. Joy to me, come here, give me your hand. Ha, let go, aha, disgust, alas, woe is me. The Convalescent, Zarathustra's path to healing and song. Hardly had Zarathustra spoken these words when he fell down as if dead and remained in that state for a long time. When he finally came to himself, he was pale and trembling, and he continued to lie down without eating or drinking for a long time. This condition lasted for 7 days, and his animals never left his side, except for the eagle, which went out to fetch food. It would bring back food and place it on Zarathustra's bed, so that he was surrounded by yellow and red berries, grapes, rosy apples, sweet-smelling herbs, and pine cones. At his feet, 2 lambs lay stretched out, which the eagle had taken from their shepherds. After 7 days, Zarathustra finally raised himself up, took a rosy apple in his hand, smelled it, and found its fragrance pleasing. It was then that his animals thought it was time to speak to him. "O Zarathustra," they said, "you have been lying here with heavy eyes for 7 days. Will you not rise again? Step out of your cave. The world is waiting for you like a garden. The wind plays with fragrances that seek you, and all streams want to flow after you. Everything longs for you since you have been alone for 7 days. Step out of your cave. Everything wants to be your healer. Did a new knowledge, a bitter and grievous knowledge, perhaps come to you? You lay there like leavened dough, and your soul rose and expanded beyond its limits." Zarathustra replied, "O my animals, continue to speak like this, for it refreshes me to hear your words. Where there is talk, there is the world as a garden for me. How delightful it is that there are words and sounds. Are not words and sounds like rainbows and bridges between the eternally separated? To each soul there is another world, and to each soul every other soul is a distant world. Among the most similar, resemblance deceives most delightfully, for the smallest gap is the most difficult to bridge. How could there be an outside of me? There is no outside. But we forget this when we hear sounds. It is so refreshing to forget. Have not names and sounds been given to things so that humans may find refreshment in them? It is a beautiful folly speaking. With it, man dances over everything. How lovely is all speech and all the deceptions of sounds. Love dances with delight on variegated rainbows." His animals then said, "O Zarathustra, for those who think like us, everything dances by itself. Things come and extend their hands, they laugh, they flee, and then return. Everything goes, everything returns. The wheel of existence eternally rolls on. Everything dies, everything blooms anew. The year of existence eternally runs on. Everything breaks, everything is integrated anew. The same house of existence eternally builds itself. Everything separates, and everything greets each other again. The ring of existence remains eternally true to itself. Every moment, existence begins. The ball of here rolls around there. The center is everywhere. The path of eternity is crooked." To this, Zarathustra, the jester and the organ player, replied with a smile, "You wags and barrel organs. You know well what had to be fulfilled in 7 days, and how that monster crept into my throat and choked me, but I bit off its head and spat it away from me. I fell down as one dead, and I remained long as one dead. When I again came to myself, I was pale and trembling, and I lay there for a long time without eating or drinking. This condition continued for 7 days, but my animals did not leave me day or night, except for the eagle, which flew forth to fetch food. And what it fetched and foraged, it laid on my couch, so that I was surrounded by fruits and other provisions. At my feet, 2 lambs were stretched out, which the eagle had with difficulty carried off from their shepherds. At last, after 7 days, I raised myself upon my couch, took a rosy apple in my hand, smelt it, and found its smell pleasant. Then my animals thought it was time to speak to me. "O Zarathustra," they said, "you have been lying here for 7 days with heavy eyes. Will you not set yourself upon your feet? Step out of your cave. The world is waiting for you like a garden. The wind plays with fragrances that seek you, and all brooks would like to run after you. Everything longs for you, as you have remained alone for 7 days. Step forth out of your cave. All things want to be your physicians. Did perhaps a new knowledge come to you, a bitter and grievous knowledge? Like leavened dough, your soul arose and swelled beyond all its bounds. I listened to my animals' words, and found comfort in hearing their voices. How charming it is to hear words and tones. To me, they are like rainbows and bridges between the eternally separated. Each soul belongs to another world, and to each soul, every other soul is a different world. Among the most alike, semblance deceives most delightfully, for the smallest gap is most difficult to bridge over. As for me, how could there be an outside of myself? There is no outside. But this fact is forgotten when hearing words and tones, and it refreshes me to forget. Words and tones are like rainbows and bridges between the eternally separated. My animals continued speaking, explaining that everything goes and returns, that the wheel of existence rolls eternally, and that all things separate and greet one another. They emphasized the idea that the middle is everywhere, and that existence follows an eternal cycle. I smiled at my animals' words and said, "You wags and barrel organs, you know well what had to be fulfilled in 7 days. That monster crept into my throat and choked me, but I bit off its head and spat it away from me." My animals advised me to go out into the world, to the roses, the bees, the doves, and especially the singing birds, to learn singing from them. They believed that singing was for the convalescent, while the sound ones could speak, and when even the sound ones desired songs, they should seek different songs than those of the convalescent. I chuckled and replied to my animals, "How well you know the consolation I devised for myself in 7 days. I must sing once more, and that is my consolation and my convalescence. Would you also like to make another song of it?" They advised me not to talk further, but to prepare a new lyre for myself. For behold, O Zarathustra, for your new songs, new lyres are needed. Sing and overflow, O Zarathustra, heal your soul with new songs, so that you may bear your great destiny, which has not yet been anyone's destiny. For your animals know it well, O Zarathustra, who you are and must become. Behold, you are the teacher of the eternal return. This is now your destiny, that you must be the first to teach this doctrine. How could this great destiny not be your greatest danger and weakness? Behold, we know what you teach, that all things eternally return, and ourselves with them, and that we have already existed countless times, and all things with us. You teach that there is a great year of becoming, a prodigy of a great year. It must, like a sandglass, ever turn up anew, so that it may anew run down and run out, so that all those years are like one another in the greatest, and also in the smallest, so that we ourselves, in every great year, are like ourselves in the greatest, and also in the smallest. And if you were to die now, O Zarathustra, behold, we also know how you would speak to yourself then, but your animals beseech you not to die yet. You would speak, and without trembling, buoyant rather with bliss, for a great burden and worry would be lifted from you, you patient one. Now do I die and disappear, you would say, and in a moment I am nothing. Souls are as mortal as bodies, but the web of causes returns in which I am entangled. It will again create me. I myself belong to the causes of the eternal return. I come again with this sun, with this earth, with this eagle, with this serpent, not to a new life or a better life or a similar life. I come again eternally to this identical and self-same life in its greatest and its smallest, to teach again the eternal return of all things, to speak again the word of the great noon of earth and man, to announce again to man the Superman. I have spoken my word. I break down by my word. So wills my eternal fate. As a herald do I succumb. The hour has now come for the down-goer to bless himself. Thus, Zarathustra's going down ends. When the animals had spoken these words, they fell silent and waited, expecting Zarathustra to respond. However, Zarathustra remained silent, lying with closed eyes as if he were sleeping, although he was not asleep. Instead, he was in communion with his own soul. Aware of the silence surrounding him, the eagle and the serpent cautiously pulled back. Chapter 58. The Great Longing. O my soul, I have taught you to say today, as if it were once upon a time and formerly, and to dance your measure over every here, there, and yonder. I have delivered you from all by-places, brushed off the dust and spiders and twilight from you. I have washed away petty shame and the virtue of by-places from you, and I persuaded you to stand naked before the eyes of the sun. I blew over your surging sea with the storm called Spirit. I blew away all the clouds from it, and even strangled the strangler called Sin. O my soul, I gave you the right to say no like the storm, and to say yes as the open heaven says yes. You remain calm as the light, and now walk through denying storms. I restored to you liberty over the created and the uncreated, and who knows, as you know, the voluptuousness of the future. I taught you a contempt that does not come like worm-eating, a great, loving contempt that loves most where it contemns most. I taught you how to persuade, so that you even persuade the grounds themselves to you, like the sun that persuades the sea to rise. I have taken away all obedience, knee-bending, and homage from you. I have given you the names Change of Need and Fate. I have given you new names and colorful playthings. I called you Fate, and the Circuit of Circuits, and the Navel String of Time, and the Azure Bell. I gave you all wisdom to drink, all new wines, and also all immemorially old strong wines of wisdom. Every sun, night, silence, and longing I poured upon you. You grew for me like a vine, exuberant and heavy, with swelling udders and full clusters of golden grapes. You are filled and weighed down by your happiness, waiting from superabundance, yet ashamed of your waiting. O my soul, there is nowhere a soul more loving, comprehensive, and extensive than you. Where could future and past be closer together than with you? I have given you everything,
and all my hands have become empty because of you. And now, what do you say to me, smiling and filled with melancholy? Which of us owes thanks? Does the giver not owe thanks because the receiver received? Is bestowing not a necessity? Is receiving not an act of pity? I understand the smile of your melancholy, O my soul. Your overabundance now stretches out longing hands. Your fullness looks out over raging seas, and seeks and waits. The longing of overfullness looks out from the smiling heaven of your eyes. And indeed, who could see your smiling and not melt into tears? Even the angels themselves melt into tears through the overgraciousness of your smiling. Your graciousness and overgraciousness are such that you will not complain and weep, yet your smiling now longs for tears, and your trembling mouth for sobs. Is not all weeping complaining, and all complaining accusing? Thus you speak to yourself, and therefore, O my soul, you would rather smile than pour forth your grief. You would rather smile than pour out your grief about your fullness, and the vines longing for the vintager and the vintage knife. But if you will not weep, if you will not pour forth your purple melancholy, then you will have to sing, O my soul, I can see it coming. You will have to sing with passionate song until all seas turn calm to listen to your longing. You will sing until the calm sea carries the ship, the golden marvel, around which all good, bad, and marvelous things dance. Many large and small animals, and everything with light, marvelous feet that can run on violet-blue paths, will follow the ship. They will all head toward the golden marvel, the spontaneous ship, and its master. He is the vintager who waits with the diamond vintage knife, your great deliverer, O my soul, the nameless one, for whom future songs will find names. And indeed, your breath already carries the fragrance of future songs. You are already glowing and dreaming. You are already drinking thirstily from all the deep echoing wells of consolation. Your melancholy is already resting in the bliss of future songs. O my soul, I have given you everything, and even my last possession, and all my hands have become empty because of you. And now you ask, which of us now owes thanks? But better yet, sing to me, sing, O my soul, and let me thank you. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 59, the second dance song. Zarathustra's dance with life, a poetic encounter of attraction and challenge. Zarathustra's encounter with life, represented as a playful and elusive figure, is described in a poetic and vivid manner. He sees golden gleams in life's eyes and envisions a golden boat on dark waters, a symbol of fleeting beauty and pleasure. Life gazes at Zarathustra's dancing feet, and with a glance, she ignites a dance frenzy within him. Zarathustra's feet respond to life's invitation, and his toes seem to listen and dance with wild enthusiasm. Life's presence is alluring, and Zarathustra is drawn to her despite the sense of fear and uncertainty she evokes. Their interaction is a dance of attraction and repulsion. Life tempts him with her flight and playfulness, and Zarathustra is willing to endure suffering for her sake. He acknowledges the dual nature of life, both enticing and challenging. As they dance together, life's crooked glances teach Zarathustra unconventional paths, and his feet follow her crafty suggestions. He expresses a complex mix of emotions, fear, love, and longing for life, who is both a temptress and an innocent. Life's actions are unpredictable, and she alternates between drawing near and fleeing. Zarathustra follows her with determination, even when it leads him into uncertainty and danger. He uses metaphors of bats, owls, and playful teasing to describe life's capricious nature. She is a temptress who provokes him with her charms and challenges. In his pursuit of life, Zarathustra stumbles and falls, yet he is willing to endure the difficulties of the chase. He implores her to take his hand, or even just a finger, indicating his desire for a closer connection. As they navigate through caves and thickets, Zarathustra's pursuit of life becomes more challenging. He humorously compares her to a bat and an owl, and playfully accuses her of leading him astray. Life's actions become more provocative, with references to her biting and her enticing gaze. Zarathustra finds himself enchanted by her despite her mischievous behavior. The dance takes them over challenging terrain, and Zarathustra embraces the role of the hunter with life as his quarry. He experiences both the exhilaration and the hardships of the chase. As Zarathustra falls, he pleads with life for mercy and longs for a more tranquil and beautiful place. He suggests paths of love and idyllic landscapes, but life continues to test and challenge him. Despite his weariness, Zarathustra offers to carry life and quench her thirst, but she remains elusive
and doesn't drink. He playfully calls her a nimble, supple serpent and expresses frustration with her teasing ways. In the end, Zarathustra decides to take control of the situation. He asserts his dominance by suggesting that life should cry out to him to the rhythm of his whip, reversing their roles in the dance. This poetic passage captures the complex and dynamic relationship between Zarathustra and life, filled with attraction, challenge, and a sense of playful defiance. Life's response to Zarathustra, the complex dynamics of love and wisdom. Life responded to me in this manner, closing her delicate ears to my harsh words. "O Zarathustra, don't crack your whip so terribly. You surely know that noise kills thought, and right now, delicate thoughts have come to me. We are both genuine ne'er-do-wells and ne'er-do-ills. We found our island and our green meadow beyond good and evil, just the two of us. Therefore, we must be friendly to each other. Even if we don't love each other with all our hearts, must we hold a grudge against each other if our love is not perfect? I am friendly to you, perhaps even too friendly, because I envy your wisdom. Ah, this crazy old fool wisdom. If your wisdom were to leave you one day, my love for you would leave just as quickly." Then Life looked around thoughtfully and said softly, "O Zarathustra, you are not faithful enough to me. You don't love me nearly as much as you claim. I know you are thinking of leaving me soon. There is an old, heavy, booming clock that strikes the hours at midnight, and its sound reaches your cave. When you hear that clock strike between 1 and 12, you think about leaving me. You know that, Zarathustra." I hesitated for a moment and replied, "Yes, but you also know." I whispered something into her ear, amidst her tangled yellow foolish tresses. "You know that, O Zarathustra, no one knows that." And we looked into each other's eyes, gazing at the green meadow where the cool evening was passing. We wept together. At that moment, life became dearer to me than all my wisdom had ever been. The Midnight Voice, Zarathustra's revelation of deep truths. 1. Oh man, pay attention. 2. What does the voice of deep midnight truly say? 3. I slept my sleep. 4. From the deepest dream I've awakened and say. 5. The world is deep. 6. And deeper than the day can perceive. 7. Deep is its sorrow. 8. Joy, deeper still than grief can be. 9. Sorrow says, away. 10. But joys all crave eternity. 11. They long for deep, profound eternity. 12. Chapter 60. The Seven Seals, or the Yes and Amen Song. The Seven Seals, a passionate call to eternity's embrace. If I possess the gift of foresight, and am filled with the spirit of divination that roams high mountain ridges, between two seas, wandering between the past and the future like a heavy cloud, opposed to hot plains, and to all that is wearisome, and neither capable of dying nor living, ready for lightning in its dark bosom, and for the liberating flash of light, charged with lightning bolts that say, yes, and laugh, yes, ready for prophetic flashes of lightning. Blessed, however, is the one who is thus charged. And indeed, he must hang like a heavy storm on the mountain for a long time, he who will one day ignite the light of the future. Oh, how could I not be passionate about eternity, and about the supreme marriage ring, the ring of return? I have never yet found the woman with whom I would like to have children, unless it is this woman whom I love. For I love you, O eternity. For I love you, O eternity. 2. The Creative Spark, a love letter to eternity. If ever my anger has disrupted the past, moved boundaries, or cast aside old beliefs like shattered tables into deep chasms, if ever my contempt has scattered decayed words to the winds, and I've come like a broom to sweep away cobwebs, and as a refreshing breeze to old, decaying places. If ever I've sat in joyous reverence where old gods are buried, blessing the world, and showing love for the world, beside the memorials of those who once opposed the world, even churches and the graves of gods I cherish, as long as the heavens peer through their dilapidated roofs with pure eyes. I gladly sit like grass and vibrant flowers on abandoned churches. Oh, how could I not be passionate about eternity and the ultimate union, the ring of all rings, the ring of return? I have never found the woman with whom I would want to have children, except it be this woman whom I love. For I love you, O eternity. For I love you, O eternity. 3. Cosmic Choreography. Eternity's marriage ring beckons. If ever a breath hath come to me of the creative breath, and of the heavenly necessity which compelleth even chances to dance star dances, if ever I have laughed with the laughter of the creative lightning, to which the long thunder of the deed followeth, grumblingly, but obediently, if ever I have played dice with the gods at the divine table of the earth, so that the earth quaked and ruptured and snorted forth fire streams. For a divine table is the earth, and trembling with new creative dictums and dice-casts of the gods. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love. For I love thee, O eternity, for I love thee, O eternity. Eruption of creativity, yearning for eternity's union. If ever I have felt the creative spark within me, like a heavenly force that compels even random events to dance in a cosmic choreography, if ever I have laughed with the kind of laughter that follows the creative burst of lightning, where the thunderous execution of deeds obediently follows, albeit grumblingly, if ever I have engaged in a game of chance with the gods at the sacred table of the earth, causing the earth to tremble and release fiery eruptions, for the earth is a divine table, quivering with new creative decrees and divine gambles. Oh, how could I not be passionate about eternity and the ultimate union, the ring of return? I have never encountered a woman with whom I desired to have children, except for the one I love. For I love you, O eternity. For I love you, O eternity. Sailor's delight, a sea of passion for eternity. If I have a fondness for the sea and everything related to it, especially when it challenges me with its anger, if I have the excitement of exploration in me, driving me towards the unknown, if the thrill of a seafarer is in my delight, if my joy has ever exclaimed, the shore has disappeared, and the last chain has fallen from me, the boundless world roars around me, and far away, space and time sparkle for me, well, cheer up, old heart. Oh, how could I not be passionate about eternity and the ultimate union, the ring of rings, the ring of return? I have never met a woman with whom I would like to have children, except it be this woman whom I love. For I love you, O eternity. For I love you, O eternity. Dancer's virtue, pursuing eternity's ultimate goal. If my virtue is like that of a dancer, and I have often leaped with both feet into the joy of golden emerald rapture, if my wickedness is a playful wickedness, at home among rose gardens and fields of lilies, because in laughter all evil is present, but it is purified and forgiven by its own bliss. And if my ultimate goal is that everything heavy should become light, every body a dancer, and every spirit a bird. Indeed, that is my ultimate goal. Oh, how could I not be passionate about eternity and the supreme union, the ring of rings, the ring of return? I have never found the woman with whom I would want to have children, except it be this woman whom I love. For I love you, O eternity. For I love you, O eternity, soaring into heaven, embracing the ring of return with eternity. If ever I have created a serene heaven above me, and have soared into my own heaven with my own wings, if I have joyfully swum in the deep, luminous distances, and if the wisdom of my freedom like a bird has come to me, but this is how avian wisdom speaks. Behold, there is no above and no below. Dive, soar, move in all directions, you radiant one. Sing, speak no more. Are not all words meant for the heavy? Do not all words deceive the light ones? Sing, speak no more. Oh, how could I not be passionate about eternity and the supreme union, the ring of rings, the ring of return? I have never found the woman with whom I would want to have children, except it be this woman whom I love. For I love you, O eternity. For I love you, O eternity. Fourth and last part. Oh, where in the world have there been greater foolishness than with the compassionate? And what in the world has caused more suffering than the foolishness of the compassionate? Misfortune to all those who love, but do not have a higher perspective that transcends their compassion. So spoke the devil to me once. Even God has his hell. It is his love for humanity. And recently I heard him say these words, God is dead. Out of his compassion for humanity, God has died. Zarathustra II, the Pitiful. Chapter 61, The Honey Sacrifice. And again, moons and years passed over Zarathustra's soul, and he paid little attention to them, but his hair turned white. One day, as he sat on a stone in front of his cave and gazed into the distance, his animals gathered thoughtfully around him and stood in front of him. Zarathustra, they said, are you perhaps looking for your happiness? What does my happiness matter? He replied. I've long ceased to strive for happiness. I strive for my work. Zarathustra, the animals persisted, you speak as if you have too much of everything. Are you not sitting by a sky-blue lake of happiness? You jest, Zarathustra replied with a smile. You chose that simile well. But you know that my happiness is heavy, not like a flowing wave of water, but like molten pitch. The animals circled around him once more. Zarathustra, they said, Is that why you are becoming paler and darker, despite your white and flaxen hair? It seems you are sitting in pitch." Zarathustra laughed and said, "You little jesters, you know how to choose your words, but my happiness is like honey in my veins, making my blood thicker and my soul calmer." The animals approached him again and said, "Zarathustra, why don't you ascend a high mountain today? The air is pure, and you can see more of the world than ever." Zarathustra agreed, saying, "Your suggestion is wise and in line with my desires. I will ascend a high mountain today, but ensure there's honey ready for me, yellow, white, good, ice-cold, golden honeycomb honey, for I intend to make a honey sacrifice." Once Zarathustra reached the summit and sent his animals home, he stood alone and looked around. Then he spoke. "When I spoke of sacrifices and honey sacrifices, it was a playful way of speaking, a useful folly. Here, on this mountaintop, I can speak more freely than in front of mountain caves and hermits' domestic animals. What am I sacrificing? I use what is given to me, a spender with 1,000 hands. How can I call that a sacrifice? And when I desired honey, it was only a desire for bait, sweet mucus, and mucilage that even the mouths of growling bears and strange, sulky, evil birds crave, just as water is their craving. The best bait for hunters and fishermen. If the world is like a dark forest of animals and a playground for all wild hunters, then I see it as a boundless, rich sea, full of colorful fish and crabs that even the gods might envy. A sea teeming with wondrous things, large and small, especially the human world. Towards this human abyss, I cast my golden fishing rod and say, 'Open up, you human abyss. Open up and offer me your fish and shining crabs.' With my best bait, I will lure the strangest human fish today, those who bite at my hidden hooks and ascend to my height. For I am a drawer, a trainer, a training master, who advised himself long ago, 'Become what you are.' So, let people come up to me, for I still await the signs that it's time for me to descend among them. I have not yet gone down as I must among people, so I wait here, clever and scornful, on high mountains, neither impatient nor patient, for I have even unlearned patience because I no longer suffer. My fate gives me time. Perhaps it has forgotten me, or hides behind a large stone, catching flies. I am well disposed toward my eternal fate because it doesn't hurry me. It leaves me time for merriment and mischief, which is why I climbed this high mountain to catch fish. Did anyone ever catch fish on high mountains? Although it may be a foolish pursuit, it's better than waiting below, growing solemn with impatience. I don't want to be an impatient one who shouts down into the valleys, 'Listen, or I'll scourge you with the scourge of God.' Not that I hold a grudge against those wrathful ones. They are amusing to me. I am prepared for my eternal fate, and so I stand securely on this ground, an eternal ground, a hard bedrock on this highest, hardest mountain ridge where all winds converge, as if at the point of a storm, asking where from, where to, and where next. Here laugh my hearty, healthy wickedness, cast down your glittering, scornful laughter from the high mountains. Entice the finest human fish for me with your glittering bait, and whatever belongs to me in all seas, fish it out for me. Bring it up to me, for that's what I wait for, the wickedest of all fish catchers. Cast out my fishing hook, my bait of happiness. Drip your sweetest dew, the honey of my heart. Bite into the belly of all black affliction, my fishing hook. Look out, my eye. How many seas around me, what dawning human futures, and above me, what rosy red stillness, what unclouded silence." Chapter 62. The Cry of Distress. The next day, Zarathustra sat on the stone in front of his cave, while his animals ventured out into the world to bring back new food and honey. He had exhausted the old honey completely. As he sat there with a stick in his hand, tracing the shadow of his figure on the ground and lost in thought, he suddenly noticed another shadow beside his own. Startled, he looked around and stood up to find the soothsayer standing beside him. This was the same soothsayer whom Zarathustra had once invited to dine with him, the one who had proclaimed the great weariness of life and taught that all is alike, nothing is worth it, the world is without meaning, knowledge strangles. But something had changed in the soothsayer's countenance since then, and when Zarathustra looked into his eyes, he was once again taken aback by the darkness and foreboding he saw there. The soothsayer, sensing what was happening in Zarathustra's soul, wiped his face as if trying to erase the impression. Zarathustra did the same. After a moment of silence, they reached out and shook hands, a sign that they wanted to recognize each other once more. "Welcome here," said Zarathustra, "you soothsayer of great weariness. Your previous stay as my guest was not in vain. Eat and drink with me today, and forgive me for having a cheerful old man at the table with you." "A cheerful old man," replied the soothsayer, shaking his head. "Whoever you are, or want to be, O Zarathustra, you have been here at the summit for the longest time. But soon your ship will no longer rest on dry land." "Do I rest on dry land?" asked Zarathustra, laughing. "The waves around your mountain," answered the soothsayer, "are rising higher and higher, waves of great distress and affliction. Soon they will lift your ship and carry you away." Zarathustra fell silent, puzzled. "Do you hear nothing yet?" continued the soothsayer. "Can't you hear it rushing and roaring from the depths?" Zarathustra listened and heard a long, agonizing cry that echoed from one abyss to another. None of them wanted to keep it. It sounded so terrible. "You evil messenger," said Zarathustra at last. "That is a cry of distress, a human cry. It may have come from a dark sea. But why should human suffering concern me? Do you know what my last sin is called?" "Pity," answered the soothsayer with overflowing emotion, raising both hands. "O Zarathustra, I have come to tempt you to your last sin." And as soon as those words were spoken, the cry echoed again, longer and more alarming, and much closer. "Do you hear it? Do you hear it, O Zarathustra?" cried the soothsayer. "The cry is about you. It calls for you. Come, come, come. It's time, the highest time." Zarathustra was left speechless, confused and shaken. Finally he asked, hesitating within himself, "And who is it that is calling me?" "But you know it well," replied the soothsayer passionately. "Why do you hide from it? It is the higher man who is calling you." "The higher man?" exclaimed Zarathustra, horrified. "What does he want? What does he want here?" His skin was covered in perspiration, and he trembled. But the soothsayer paid no attention to Zarathustra's alarm. Instead, he listened intently in the downward direction. After a long while of silence, he looked behind and saw Zarathustra standing there, trembling. "O Zarathustra," he began with a sorrowful voice, "you do not stand there like someone whose happiness makes them giddy. You will have to dance, or you might tumble down. But even if you were to dance before me, and perform all your acrobatics, no one could say, 'Behold, here dances the last joyous man.' In vain would anyone come to this height seeking him. They might find caves and hiding places for the solitary ones, but not the mines of luck, treasure chambers, or new veins of happiness. Happiness? How could one find happiness among those who are buried alive and alone? Must I still seek the last happiness on the happy isles, far away in forgotten seas? But all is the same. Nothing is worth it. No search is of any use. There are no more happy isles." The soothsayer sighed, and with his last sigh, Zarathustra regained his composure, like someone emerging from a deep chasm into the light. "No, no, 3 times no," he exclaimed with a strong voice, stroking his beard. "I know better. There are still happy isles. Stop sighing about it, you sack of sorrow. Enough of your rain cloud of morning misery. Do I not stand here wet from your misery, drenched like a dog? Now I shake myself and run away from you to become dry again. Don't be surprised. Do I seem rude to you? But this is my court. As for the higher man, well, I will go look for him in those forests, where his cry came from. Perhaps he is there, in danger from some evil beast. He is in my territory, and he will come to no harm there. And indeed, there are many evil beasts around me." With these words, Zarathustra turned to leave. Then the soothsayer said, "O Zarathustra, you are a rogue. I know it well. You want to get rid of me. You'd rather run into the forest and set traps for evil beasts. But what good will it do you? In the evening, you will have me again. I will sit in your cave, patient and heavy like a block, and wait for you." "So be it," Zarathustra shouted back as he walked away. "And what's mine in my cave also belongs to you, my guest. If you find honey there, just lick it up, you growling bear, and sweeten your soul. Because in the evening, we both want to be in good spirits. In good spirits and joyful because this day has come to an end. And you yourself shall dance to my tunes like my dancing bear. You don't believe it? You shake your head? Well, cheer up, old bear. But I am also a soothsayer." Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 63. Talk with the Kings. Encounter with Kings, a dialogue on kingship, society, and the higher man. Before Zarathustra had been an hour on his way in the mountains and forests, he saw a strange procession. 2 kings, adorned with crowns, purple girdles, and colorful attire like flamingos, were walking on the path he was about to descend. They were leading a loaded donkey. Zarathustra, astonished, said to himself, What do these kings want in my domain? He quickly hid behind a thicket to observe them. As the kings approached, Zarathustra mumbled to himself, "Strange, strange, what is this? 2 kings, and only 1 donkey." The 2 kings stopped and smiled, looking towards the direction of Zarathustra's voice. Then they glanced at each other. The king on the right said, "We sometimes have similar thoughts among ourselves, but we don't voice them." However, the king on the left shrugged and replied, "Perhaps it's a goatherd or an anchorite who has spent too much time among rocks and trees. Living without society corrupts good manners." "Good manners?" retorted the other king, his tone bitter. "What are we avoiding then? Isn't it good society, our so-called good society? It's better to live among anchorites and goatherds than with our gilded, false, overly adorned populace, even though they call it good society." "Or they call it nobility," added the king on the left, shaking his head. "But everything there is false and corrupt, especially the blood, thanks to old diseases and worse healers. The best and dearest to me now is a sturdy peasant, coarse, crafty, stubborn, and resilient. That is the noblest type at present." "The peasant is the best for now, and the peasant type should reign," declared the king on the right. "But we are living in a realm of the populace. I will no longer tolerate anything imposed upon me. The populace, that means a jumble of everything." "Populace jumble, where everything is mixed with everything else," the king on the left agreed. "Saints and swindlers, and every creature from Noah's Ark. Good manners. Everything is false and corrupt among us. No one knows how to show reverence anymore, and that's what we're fleeing from. They are intrusive and gaudy dogs, gilding palm leaves. This disgusts me. We kings have also become false. We've dressed ourselves in the faded pomp of our ancestors, becoming showpieces for the most foolish and cunning individuals who seek power. We are not the first men, but we have to represent them," continued the right king with bitterness. "We've grown tired of this charade. We've avoided the rabble, the noise, the ambition, and the bad breath. Shameful. To live among the rabble, to represent the first men among them, disgusting. What a loathing. What does it matter to us kings?" "It seems your old ailment has returned," remarked the left king. "Your disgust has returned, my poor brother. You know that someone might be listening." At this moment, Zarathustra, who had been listening to their conversation, revealed himself. He approached the kings and said, "He who listens to you and is pleased to do so is called Zarathustra. I am Zarathustra, the one who once said, 'What does it matter about kings?' Forgive me, I rejoiced when I heard you say, 'What does it matter about us kings?'" Then Zarathustra asked, "But what brings you to my domain? Perhaps you have found what I seek on your journey, the higher man." The kings beat their breasts and exclaimed together, "We are recognized. Your words have severed the darkness in our hearts with the sword of your speech. You have discovered our distress. We are on our way to find the higher man, the one who is higher than us, even though we are kings. We are bringing this donkey to him, because the highest man should also be the highest lord on earth. There is no greater misfortune in human destiny than when the powerful are not also the best. Everything becomes false, distorted, and monstrous. And when the powerful are the lowest, more beast than human, the populace rises in honor, and even the virtue of the populace claims, 'I alone am virtue.'" Zarathustra marveled at their wisdom and replied, "What have I just heard? You kings possess such wisdom. I am enchanted, and I already feel the inspiration to compose a rhyme about it, though it may not be suitable for all ears. I abandoned consideration for long ears a long time ago, so here we go." At this point, the donkey made itself heard, saying with malice, "Ye-ah." It was once, perhaps in the first year of our Lord, Zarathustra began to recite with a sardonic smile, "Drunk without wine, the Sibyl thus deplored, how things go wrong, decline, decline, the world has never sunk so low, Rome has become a harlot, Caesar a beast, and God has become a Jew." Kings yearning for war, nostalgia and inspiration in Zarathustra's presence. The kings were delighted by Zarathustra's rhymes. The king on the right spoke first, expressing his gratitude for having come to see Zarathustra. He explained that they had seen a distorted image of Zarathustra in their enemy's mirror, making him appear like a devil, and they were initially afraid. However, hearing Zarathustra's words in person had a profound impact on them. Zarathustra's teachings about the value of peace as a means to new wars had stirred something deep within them. They found his warlike words inspiring, and it reminded them of their fathers, who had a thirst for life and war. The mention of swords and the desire for battle resonated with their ancestral heritage. The kings acknowledged that their ancestors had become fond of life when swords clashed like red-spotted serpents, and they longed for war. They believed that a sword thirsted for blood and sparkled with desire. As the kings shared their thoughts and nostalgia for war, Zarathustra felt a temptation to mock their eagerness, but he restrained himself. He informed them that his cave was nearby and invited them to visit. However, he also mentioned that he had to respond to a cry of distress, leaving the kings to wait. Zarathustra found irony in the fact that kings, who were known for their power and authority, would have to wait, but he recognized the virtue of patience, even in kings, as a valuable ability. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 64. The Leech. As Zarathustra continued on his thoughtful journey, descending through forests and across moory bottoms, he unintentionally stepped on a man. Suddenly, a cry of pain, curses, and invectives burst forth from the man. Startled, Zarathustra raised his stick and struck the man in his fright. However, he quickly regained his composure and realized the folly of his actions. "Forgive me," he said to the man he had struck, who had gotten up and was now angry and seated. "Forgive me and listen to a parable first. Imagine a wanderer dreaming of distant things on a lonely road, stumbling upon a sleeping dog basking in the sun. Both wake up and snap at each other like mortal enemies, both driven by fear. It happened to us just like that. And yet, how little was needed for them to show affection to each other. That dog and the lonely one, are they not both lonely beings?" "Whoever you are," the trodden man responded, still angry, "your parable gets too close to me, not just your foot. Am I then a dog?" With that, he got up, revealing his naked arm, which had been hidden in the swamp. Initially, he had lain outstretched on the ground, concealed like someone waiting to trap swamp game. "What on earth are you doing?" Zarathustra exclaimed in alarm as he noticed the bleeding arm. "What has harmed you? Has a vicious creature bitten you, you unfortunate soul?" The injured man laughed, still angry, and replied, "Why should it matter to you? Here I am at home and in my domain. Let anyone question me if they wish, but I'll hardly respond to a fool." "You are mistaken," Zarathustra said sympathetically, holding the man gently. "You are mistaken. Here, you are not at home, but in my territory, and here, no harm shall come to anyone. Call me whatever you will. I am who I must be. I call myself Zarathustra. Well, the way to Zarathustra's cave is up there. It's not far. Will you not come and tend to your wounds at my home? You've had a rough time in this life. First a beast bit you, and then a man trod upon you." When the trodden man heard the name Zarathustra, he was transformed. "What is happening to me?" he exclaimed. "Who occupies my thoughts so much in this life as this man, Zarathustra, and that blood-sucking creature, the leech? I lay here by this swamp like a fisherman for the leeches, and my outstretched arm had already been bitten 10 times when an even finer leech bit into my blood. Zarathustra himself. Oh happiness, oh miracle. Praise this day that led me into the swamp. Praise the best and liveliest cupping-glass that currently exists. Praise the great conscience leech, Zarathustra." The trodden man spoke, and Zarathustra rejoiced at his words and their refined and reverential style. "Who are you?" Zarathustra asked, extending his hand. "There is much to discuss between us, but already it seems that clear daylight is dawning." "I am the spiritually conscientious one," the man replied, "and when it comes to matters of the spirit, few are more rigorous, strict and severe than I am, except for the one from whom I learned it, Zarathustra himself. Better to know nothing than to half know many things. Better to be a fool on one's own account than to be a sage for the approval of others. I go to the essence, whether it is great or small, called swamp or sky. A handbreadth of essence is enough for me, as long as it is genuine basis and ground. I can stand on a handbreadth of basis. In true knowledge, there is neither greatness nor smallness." "Are you perhaps an expert on leeches?" Zarathustra inquired. "Do you investigate leeches to their ultimate essence, you conscientious one?" "Oh, Zarathustra," the trodden man replied, "that would be an immense undertaking. How could I presume to do so? What I truly master and understand is the brain of the leech. That is my world. And it is a world. Forgive my pride in this matter, for here I have no equal. That's why I said, here I am at home. How long have I dedicated myself to this one thing, the brain of the leech, so that the slippery truth no longer escapes me here. This is my domain. I have cast aside everything else, and everything else has become indifferent to me for the sake of this knowledge. My spiritual conscience demands that I should know one thing and not know all else. The semi-spiritual, the hazy, the vague, and the visionary are loathsome to me. Where my honesty ends, there I am blind and wish to remain blind. But where I want to know, there I also want to be honest, which means severe, rigorous, strict, cruel, and inexorable. Because you once said, O Zarathustra, spirit is life that cuts into life itself. That led and enticed me to your doctrine, and truly, I have increased my own knowledge with my own blood. As the evidence suggests, Zarathustra interrupted, for the blood was still flowing from the conscientious one's naked arm, bitten by 10 leeches. You, strange fellow, teach me much with your very presence, you yourself, but perhaps I shouldn't pour it all into your rigorous ear. Well then, we part ways here, but I hope to find you again. The way up to my cave is there. Tonight, you shall be my honored guest. I would like to make amends to your body for my unintentional misstep upon you, and I'm thinking about that. However, a cry of distress has called me away from you for now. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 65. The Magician. The Magician's Lament, a cry for warmth and love. But as Zarathustra went around a rock, he spotted another man on the same path not far below him. This man was wildly flailing his limbs and eventually fell to the ground on his belly. Zarathustra said to his heart, Stop, he must be the higher man. From him came that dreadful cry of distress. I will see if I can help him. Zarathustra rushed to where the man lay on the ground, but found an elderly man with trembling limbs and fixed eyes. Despite Zarathustra's efforts to lift him and help him stand, it was in vain. The unfortunate man seemed oblivious to Zarathustra's presence, continuously looking around with agitated gestures, as if he were abandoned and isolated from the world. Finally, after much trembling, convulsions, and curling into himself, he began to lament as follows. Who warms me, who loves me still? Give me ardent fingers, give me heartening charcoal warmers. Prone, outstretched, trembling, like one whose half-dead and cold feet are warmed by another, and shaken, by unfamiliar fevers, shivering with sharpened, icy-cold frost arrows, chased by you, my imagination, ineffable, hidden, terrifying. You, the huntsman behind the cloud banks, now struck by lightning from you, you, mocking eye that watches me in the darkness. Thus I lie, bend myself, twist myself, convulsed with eternal torment, and struck by you, the cruelest huntsman, you, the unfamiliar, God. Strike deeper, strike once more, pierce and rend my heart. What is the meaning of this torture with dull, indented arrows? Why do you look here, not weary of human pain, with mischief-loving, godly glances? Not murder, but torture you seek. Why torture me, you, the mischief-loving, unfamiliar God? Ha, ha, you approach in the gloomy hour of midnight. What do you want? Speak. You crowd me, press, ha, now far too closely. You hear me breathing, you overhear my heart, you ever jealous one. Jealous of what? Off, off. Why the ladder? Do you want to get in, to climb into the heart, to penetrate my most private thoughts? Shameless one, you unknown one, thief. What are you seeking with your stealing? What are you seeking with your eavesdropping? What are you seeking with your torturing? You torturer, you hangman God, or should I, like the mastiffs, roll before you, and cringe, enraptured, frenzied, wag my tail friendly? In vain, goad further, cruelest goader. I am no dog, just your prey, cruelest huntsman, your proudest captive, you, the robber behind the cloud banks. Speak at last, you lightning-veiled one, you unknown one. Speak. What do you want, highway ambusher, from me? What do you want, unfamiliar? God? What? Ransom gold? How much ransom gold? Ask for much, that's what my pride demands. And be brief, that's what my other pride demands. Ha, ha, me. Do you want? Me? Entire? Ha, ha. And are you torturing me, you fool, torturing my pride to death? Give me love, who still warms me, who still loves me. Give me ardent fingers, give me heart-warming coal-burners, give me the loneliest one, the ice, sevenfold frozen ice, which makes one thirst for enemies. Give, yield to me, cruelest foe, yourself. Away, he surely fled, my last only companion, my greatest foe, the unfamiliar one, my hangman God. No, come back, with all your great torments. To me, the loneliest one. Oh, come back. All my hot tears trickle their way to you, and all my final heartfelt fervor upwards to you. Oh, come back, my unfamiliar God, my pain, my final bliss. Zarathustra encounters the magician, a test of deception and truth. Here, Zarathustra couldn't restrain himself any longer. He took his staff and struck the wailing man with all his might. Stop this, he cried angrily with laughter. "Stop this, you stage player, you false coiner, you liar from the very heart. I know you well. I will soon make your legs warm, you evil magician. I know how to make it hot for someone like you." "Leave off," said the old man, springing up from the ground. "Don't strike me again, Zarathustra. I did it only for amusement. That kind of thing belongs to my art. I wanted to test you when I gave this performance, and indeed, you detected me well, but you too have given me a significant test. You are hard, wise Zarathustra. You strike hard with your truths, and your cudgel forces from me this truth." "Don't flatter yourself," replied Zarathustra, still excited and frowning. "You are a deceiver from the heart. You are false. Why do you speak of truth? You peacock among peacocks, you sea of vanity. What did you represent before me, you evil magician? Whom was I supposed to believe in when you wailed like that?" "The penitent in spirit," said the old man. "That's who I represented. You yourself coined that expression, the poet and magician who finally turns his spirit against himself, the transformed one who freezes to death due to his bad science and conscience. And admit it, it took a long time, O Zarathustra, before you saw through my trick and lie. You believed in my distress when you held my head with both your hands. I heard you lament, 'We have loved him too little, loved him too little.' Because I deceived you to that extent, my wickedness rejoiced in me." "You may have deceived others more subtly than me," said Zarathustra sternly. "I don't guard against deceivers. I have to be without precaution. That's my destiny. But you must deceive. I know you that much. You must always be ambiguous, three-faced, four-faced, and five-faced. Even what you've just confessed is neither true enough nor false enough for me, you bad false coiner. How could you do otherwise? You would whitewash your own malady if you appeared naked before your physician. That's how you whitewashed your lie before me when you said, 'I did it only for amusement.' There was seriousness in it too. You are something of a penitent in spirit. I understand you well. You have become the enchanter of the whole world. But for yourself, you have no lie or artifice left. You are disenchanted to yourself. Disgust has become your only truth. No word in you is any longer genuine, but your mouth is, which is to say, the disgust that clings to your mouth." "Who are you at all?" cried the old magician defiantly. "Who dares to speak to me like this, the greatest man now living?" A green flash shot from his eye at Zarathustra, but immediately after, he changed and said sadly, "O Zarathustra, I am weary of it all. I am disgusted with my arts. I am not great. Why should I pretend otherwise? But you know it well. I sought greatness. I wanted to appear as a great man and convinced many, but the lie was beyond my power. I collapse under it. O Zarathustra, everything in me is a lie, but my collapse is genuine." "It honors you," said Zarathustra gloomily, looking down with a sidelong glance. "It honors you that you sought greatness, but it betrays you as well. You are not great. You bad old magician, that is the best and most honest thing about you, that you have grown weary of yourself and admitted it. I am not great. That is what I honor in you, as a penitent in spirit, even if only for a moment. In that one moment, you were genuine. But tell me, what are you seeking here in my forests and mountains, and if you have placed yourself in my path, what proof of me do you seek?" Thus spoke Zarathustra, and his eyes sparkled. But the old magician remained silent for a while and then said, "Did I test you? I only seek. O Zarathustra, I seek a genuine one, a righteous one, a simple one, an unequivocal one, a man of perfect honesty, a vessel of wisdom, a saint of knowledge, a great man. Don't you know it, O Zarathustra? I seek Zarathustra." And here there arose a long silence between them. Zarathustra, however, became deeply absorbed in thought and closed his eyes. But then he returned to the situation, grasped the magician's hand, and said politely and diplomatically, "Well, the path leads up there. That is Zarathustra's cave. You may seek the one you desire within it, and consult with my animals, my eagle and my serpent. They will help you in your search. My cave is spacious. However, I myself have not yet seen a great man. The truly great is currently invisible to the sharpest eye. It is the era of the populace. I have encountered many who puffed themselves up, and the people cried, 'Behold, a great man!' But what use are all these bellows? The wind eventually escapes. The frog that inflates itself for too long will burst in the end, and the wind will come out. I call it good sport to puncture a swollen belly. Listen to that, you boys. Our today belongs to the populace. Who still knows what is great and what is small? Who can successfully seek greatness today? Only a fool. It works with fools. Are you searching for great men, you strange fool? Who taught that to you? Is today the right time for it? Oh, you misguided seeker, why do you tempt me? Thus spoke Zarathustra, comforted in his heart, and went on his way laughing. Chapter 66. Out of Service. Not long after Zarathustra had freed himself from the magician, he encountered another person sitting beside the path. This man was tall, black, with a haggard, pale countenance, and his presence troubled Zarathustra greatly. In his heart, Zarathustra wondered why such a person had entered his domain, and what he, resembling a priest, sought there. He questioned why he had just escaped from one magician, and now encountered another, a somber wonder-worker, or perhaps a world maligner by divine grace. Zarathustra's inner turmoil and impatience with the situation led him to curse the circumstances, and even mention the devil, who always seemed to arrive too late. However, despite his initial intention to avoid the black man, fate had other plans. The black man had already noticed Zarathustra and approached him eagerly, seeking help from the traveler. The black man explained that he was a seeker, an old man who had strayed into unfamiliar and wild territory, far from civilization. He mentioned hearing the howling of wild beasts and lamented that the one who could have offered him protection was no longer there. He was searching for a pious man, a saint, an anchorite who lived alone in the forest and remained oblivious to worldly knowledge. He explained that he had been seeking the most pious man who did not believe in God, and that was why he sought Zarathustra. Zarathustra, intrigued, asked what the whole world now knew, and the old man sorrowfully confirmed that the old God, in whom the world once believed, no longer lived. He explained that he had served this old God until the end, and had come to the mountains to find solace in pious recollections and divine services after the god's passing. He claimed to be the last pope, seeking a festival of divine memories and services, only to find the saint he sought was no longer there. When Zarathustra asked how the saint had died, the old pope avoided the question and looked away with a painful and gloomy expression. This prompted Zarathustra to suggest that perhaps sympathy for humanity had overwhelmed the saint, leading to his death upon witnessing the crucifixion of a man. The old pope did not respond directly, but maintained a solemn silence. Zarathustra concluded that the saint had passed away, which saddened him. He described his preference for those who spoke honestly and radiated brightness. However, he also acknowledged that the saint had an equivocal nature, and his teachings were not always clear. Zarathustra criticized the saint's lack of clarity and questioned why he had not spoken more directly to avoid misunderstandings. He also remarked on the saint's changing nature over time, from wrathful to compassionate, and how he eventually died due to overwhelming pity. The old pope, who had been blind in one eye, shared that he had served the saint faithfully and knew more about him than Zarathustra might have imagined. He described the saint as a hidden god, full of secrecy, and suggested that there was even adultery involved in his divine affairs. He emphasized that the saint's love extended to humanity regardless of reward or requital. He also mentioned that the saint had a transformational journey, from being harsh and revengeful in his youth to becoming a compassionate, elderly figure in the end. The old pope believed that the saint's overwhelming pity had led to his death. Zarathustra, in response, acknowledged the old pope's piety, but argued that the saint had an equivocal nature, resembling the priestly type. He believed that the saint's lack of clarity in his teachings had caused misunderstandings. Zarathustra also asserted that the saint had an inconsistent character, and he praised those who loved unconditionally, without expecting reward or requital. The old pope observed that Zarathustra, despite claiming to be ungodly, had been converted by some inner god to his ungodliness, suggesting that Zarathustra's piety was hidden within his unbelief. He believed that Zarathustra's great honesty might lead him beyond conventional notions of good and evil. He requested to be Zarathustra's guest for a single night, praising the blessing potential in Zarathustra's eyes, hands, and mouth, and suggesting that Zarathustra was more pious than he realized. Zarathustra agreed to host the old pope and offered to guide him to his cave. He acknowledged that his cave provided a haven, but he also expressed his desire to help those who were suffering. Zarathustra was concerned about the old pope's melancholy and was determined to offer support. However, the old pope, recognizing Zarathustra's profound unbelief, remarked on Zarathustra's evolving beliefs and suggested that Zarathustra might lead himself beyond traditional notions of piety and morality. In the end, Zarathustra accepted the old pope's request to be his guest, and they set out for Zarathustra's cave, continuing their philosophical and spiritual discussions along the way. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 67, The Ugliest Man. And Zarathustra continued to walk through mountains and forests, searching for the distressed sufferer and crier, but he remained elusive. As he journeyed, he found himself reflecting on the strange encounters he had experienced that day. "What good things this day has given me," he mused, "as compensation for its inauspicious beginning. What peculiar interlocutors I have encountered. I will chew on their words like fine corn, savoring them slowly until they flow into my soul like milk." But as Zarathustra followed the path around a rocky bend, the landscape changed dramatically. He entered a desolate realm characterized by black and red cliffs, devoid of grass, trees, or the songs of birds. This valley was so forbidding that all animals, including predators, avoided it. It was known as serpent death because a species of repulsive, thick green serpents came here to die when they grew old. As Zarathustra walked through this valley, dark memories surfaced, and a heavy melancholy settled over him. He moved more slowly, nearly coming to a halt. Suddenly, he spotted something sitting by the wayside, a shape resembling a man, but also something otherworldly. A feeling of great shame overcame him for gazing upon such a creature. Blushing deeply, he averted his gaze and lifted his foot to depart from this ill-fated place. Then, the barren wilderness seemed to come to life. From the ground, a noise arose, gurgling and rattling, much like water bubbling through clogged pipes. Gradually, this cacophony transformed into human voices and speech, addressing Zarathustra. "Zarathustra, Zarathustra, solve my riddle. Tell me, what is the revenge on the witness? I beckon you back. Here is smooth ice. Be careful not to break your pride on it. You think yourself wise, proud Zarathustra. Solve the riddle, you hard nutcracker, the riddle that I am. Tell me, who am I?" Upon hearing these words, what do you think happened in Zarathustra's soul? Pity overcame him, and he suddenly sank down, much like a sturdy oak succumbing to the blows of numerous woodcutters, causing great surprise even to those who intended to cut it down. But Zarathustra quickly rose from the ground, his countenance now stern. "I know you well," he declared boldly. "You are the murderer of God. Let me go. You could not tolerate the one who saw you, the one who truly saw through you, you ugliest of men. You sought revenge against this witness." Zarathustra spoke with unwavering resolve, ready to continue his journey. However, the enigmatic figure grabbed a corner of his garment and struggled to find words. Finally, he spoke again. "Stay," he implored. "Do not pass by. I have discerned which axe struck you to the ground. Hail to you, O Zarathustra, for standing on your feet once more. You have understood, I know it well, how the man feels who killed him. The murderer of God. Stay, sit down here beside me. It is not in vain. To whom else would I go but to you? Stay, sit down, but do not look at me. Honor my ugliness in this way. They persecute me, and now you are my last refuge. I would mock their hatred and be proud and cheerful if they persecuted me in vain. Hasn't all success so far been with those who were well persecuted? And he who persecutes well quickly learns to be obsequious when he is put behind. But it's their pity that I flee from, and I flee to you. O Zarathustra, protect me, you, my last refuge, the only one who understood me. You have understood how the man feels who killed him. Stay, and if you must go, you impatient one, do not go the way I came. That way is bad. Are you angry with me because I've already used language for too long, because I've given you advice? But know that it's I, the ugliest man, who also have the largest, heaviest feet. Where I have gone, the way is bad. I tread all paths to death and destruction. But that you passed me by in silence, that you blushed, I saw it well. That's how I recognized you as Zarathustra. Everyone else would have thrown their arms, their pity, at me in look and speech. But I am not beggarly enough for that. That's what you understood. For I am too rich in what is great, frightful, ugliest, most unspeakable. Your shame, O Zarathustra, honored me. I had a hard time escaping from the crowd of the pitiful, so that I could find the only one who currently teaches that pity is intrusive, yourself, O Zarathustra. Whether it's the pity of a god or the pity of humans, it is offensive to modesty, and unwillingness to help may be nobler than the virtue that rushes to do so. That, however, namely pity, is considered virtue itself nowadays by all petty people. They have no reverence for great misfortune, great ugliness, great failure. I look beyond all of them as a dog looks over the backs of a flock of sheep. They are petty, well-behaved, well-intentioned, grey people. As the heron looks contemptuously at shallow pools, with its head bent backward, so do I look at the crowd of grey little waves and desires and souls. I have been acknowledging them as right for too long, those petty people. So we have finally given them power as well, and now they teach that good is only what petty people call good. And truth is now what the preacher, who himself emerged from them, that peculiar saint and advocate of the petty people, spoke when he testified about himself, "I am the truth." That immodest one has greatly inflated the petty people, he who taught no small error when he said, "I am the truth." Has an immodest one ever been answered more courteously? But you, O Zarathustra, passed him by and said, "No, no, thrice no." You warned against his error. You were the first to do so, against pity, not everyone, not no one, but yourself and your type. You are ashamed of the shame of the great sufferer, and truly when you say, "From pity there comes a heavy cloud, beware, O men." When you teach, "All creators are hard, all great love is beyond their pity," O Zarathustra, how well versed you seem to me in weather signs, but beware also of your own pity. For many are on their way to you, many who suffer, doubt, despair, drown, freeze. I warn you also against myself. You have read my best, my worst riddle, myself, and what I have done. I know the axe that fells you. But he had to die. He looked with eyes that beheld everything. He saw the depths and dregs of men, all their hidden ignominy and ugliness. His pity knew no modesty. He crept into my dirtiest corners. This most prying, over-intrusive, over-pitiful one had to die. He ever beheld me. On such a witness, I would have revenge, or else I would not live myself. The God who saw everything, and also man, that God had to die, man cannot bear it that such a witness should live. Thus spoke the ugliest man. Zarathustra, however, got up and prepared to continue his journey, for he felt frozen to the very bowels. "You nondescript," he said, "you warned me against your path. As thanks for it, I praise mine to you. Behold, up there is the cave of Zarathustra. My cave is large and deep, and has many corners. There, he who is most hidden finds his hiding place, and close beside it there are 100 lurking places and by-places for creeping, fluttering, and hopping creatures. You outcast, who has cast himself out, you will not live among men and their pity. Well then, do as I do. Thus you will also learn from me, only the doer learns, and talk first and foremost to my animals, the proudest animal and the wisest animal. They might well be the right counselors for both of us." Thus spoke Zarathustra, and went on his way, even more thoughtfully and slowly than before, for he pondered many things, and hardly knew what to answer. How poor indeed is man, he thought in his heart, how ugly, how wheezy, how full of hidden shame. They tell me that man loves himself. Ah, how great must that self-love be, how much contempt is opposed to it. Even this man has loved himself as he has despised himself, a great lover I think he is, and a great despiser. I have not yet found anyone who more thoroughly despised himself. Even that is exaltation. Alas, was this perhaps the higher man whose cry I heard? I love the great despisers. Man is something that must be surpassed. Chapter 68. The Voluntary Beggar. When Zarathustra had left the ugliest man, he felt chilled and lonely. Coldness and loneliness enveloped his spirit, and even his limbs grew colder. But as he continued to wander, sometimes through green meadows, and at other times over rocky terrain, where a restless brook might have once flowed, he suddenly felt warmer and more invigorated. "What has happened to me?" he wondered. "Something warm and alive is stirring within me. It must be nearby. I am no longer so alone. Unconscious companions and brothers surround me, and their warm breath touches my soul." As he looked around for the source of this warmth and companionship, he saw a group of cows gathered on a hill. Their proximity and the scent of the animals warmed his heart. These cows appeared to be listening intently to someone speaking, paying no attention to Zarathustra as he approached. As he got closer, he realized that a human voice was speaking among the cows, and all of them had turned their heads toward the speaker. Zarathustra hurried over and gently moved the cows aside, fearing that someone might be in need of help, and the cow's natural kindness wouldn't suffice. To his surprise, he found a man sitting on the ground, calmly and kindly addressing the cows. It seemed as though he was preaching to them, and his eyes radiated kindness. "Why are you here?" Zarathustra asked in astonishment. "Why am I here?" the man replied. "The same reason you are, you troublemaker, to seek happiness on earth. To that end, I'm trying to learn from these cows. I've been talking to them for half the morning, and they were just about to give me their answer. Why are you disturbing them? Unless we become like cows and learn the art of rumination, we won't enter the kingdom of heaven. We should learn one thing from them: rumination. Even if a man were to gain the whole world but fail to learn the art of rumination, what would it profit him? He would not be rid of his great affliction, which is now called disgust. Who among us does not carry in his heart, mouth and eyes the burden of disgust? You too. But look at these cows." Thus spoke the preacher on the mount, his gaze previously filled with love for the cows, now turned toward Zarathustra with a different expression. "Who is this I'm talking to?" he exclaimed in fear, rising from the ground. "This is the man without disgust. This is Zarathustra himself, the conqueror of great disgust. This is the eye, this is the mouth, this is the heart of Zarathustra himself." And whilst the preacher on the mount spoke, he kissed Zarathustra's hands with overflowing eyes, behaving as if an unexpected precious gift had fallen from heaven. The cows, however, watched all of this in wonder. "Do not speak of me, you strange and amiable one," said Zarathustra, restraining his affection. "Speak first of yourself. Are you not the voluntary beggar who once cast away great riches? Are you not the one who was ashamed of his wealth and the wealthy, and fled to the poorest to share his abundance and his heart? But they did not receive you." "But they did not receive me," said the voluntary beggar. "You know it indeed, so I went to the animals and to these cows." "Then you learned," interrupted Zarathustra, "how much harder it is to give properly than to take properly, and that bestowing well is an art, the final, subtlest master art of kindness." "Especially in these times," replied the voluntary beggar, "especially now, when everything lowly has become rebellious, exclusive, and haughty in its manner, like the common people. For the hour has come, you know it well, for the great evil long slow mob and slave insurrection. It spreads and extends. Now it provokes the lower classes, all benevolence and petty giving, and the overly rich should be cautious. Whoever now overflows like bulging bottles from narrow necks, of such bottles one willingly breaks the necks. Wanton greed, bitter envy, vindictive revenge, and popular pride, all of these things caught my eye. It is no longer true that the poor are blessed. The kingdom of heaven, however, is with the cows." "Why is it not with the rich?" asked Zarathustra, tempting him, while he held back the cows that were sniffing curiously at the peaceful man. "Why do you tempt me?" answered the other. "You know better than I do. What drove me to the poorest, O Zarathustra? Was it not my disgust for the rich? For the criminals of wealth, with cold eyes and corrupt thoughts, who profit from all sorts of filth? For this rabble that stinks to high heaven, for this gilded, corrupted populace whose fathers were pickpockets, crows, or rag-pickers, with compliant, lewd, and forgetful wives? For they are not much different from harlots, above the populace, below the populace. What does poor and rich mean today? I have unlearned that distinction. I fled further and further, until I came to these cows." So spoke the peaceful one, panting and sweating from his words, and the cows wondered once more. Meanwhile, Zarathustra kept smiling as he looked into the man's face, shaking his head silently. "You are being too hard on yourself, preacher on the mount, with such severe words," he said, "for neither your mouth nor your eyes were given to you for such severity, nor, I think, was your stomach. All this rage, hatred, and foaming over is repugnant to it. Your stomach craves milder things. You are not a butcher." "You seem more like a plant-eater and a root-man to me," Zarathustra continued. "Perhaps you grind corn, and without a doubt, you are averse to fleshly pleasures, and you love honey." "You have divined me well," replied the voluntary beggar, his heart lightened. "I love honey, and I do grind corn. I have sought out what tastes sweet and gives a pure breath. I have also found what requires a long time, a day's work, and mouth's work, suitable for gentle idlers and sluggards. The cows have indeed taken it to the farthest extent. They have invented rumination and basking in the sun. They also abstain from all heavy thoughts that might weigh down the heart." "Well," said Zarathustra, "you should also meet my animals, my eagle and my serpent. There are no others like them on earth today. Look, this path leads to my cave. Be my guest tonight, and talk to my animals about the happiness of animals until I return. But now, a cry of distress calls me away from you. If you find new honey with me,
Ice-cold golden comb honey, eat it. But for now, bid farewell to your cows, you strange and amiable one, although it may be hard for you. They are your warmest friends and teachers. Except for one, whom I hold dearer, replied the voluntary beggar. You yourself, O Zarathustra, are good, and even better than a cow. Away, away with you, you evil flatterer, Zarathustra exclaimed playfully. Why do you spoil me with such praise and honeyed flattery? Away from me, he repeated, playfully tossing his stick at the affectionate beggar, who quickly ran off. Chapter 69. The Shadow. As Zarathustra continued on his way, the voluntary beggar disappeared, and Zarathustra found himself alone. However, it wasn't long before he heard a new voice calling out behind him. Stay, Zarathustra, wait for me. It is I, indeed, O Zarathustra, myself, your shadow. But Zarathustra didn't wait. He felt a sudden irritation due to the crowd and the congestion in his mountains. Where has my solitude gone? He wondered. It is becoming too much for me. These mountains are swarming. My kingdom is no longer of this world. I need new mountains. My shadow calls me. What does my shadow matter? Let it follow me. I will run away from it. Zarathustra ran, and the one behind him followed, so that there were now 3 runners in a row. First, the voluntary beggar, then Zarathustra, and finally his shadow. But soon, Zarathustra realized the folly of his irritation and shook off his annoyance. What, he said to himself, have not the most ludicrous things always happened to us old anchorites and saints? My foolishness has grown in the mountains. Now I hear the footsteps of 6 old fools following each other. But does Zarathustra need to be afraid of his shadow? It seems to have longer legs than mine. Zarathustra laughed at his own thoughts, stood still, and turned around quickly. He almost knocked his shadow and follower to the ground because they had been following so closely. The follower appeared slender, swarthy, hollow, and worn out. Who are you? Zarathustra asked vehemently. What are you doing here? And why do you call yourself my shadow? I don't find you pleasing. Forgive me, replied the shadow. It is indeed I, and if I don't please you, O Zarathustra, I admire your good taste. I am a wanderer who has walked a long path, always on the move, but without a goal, and without a home. I am almost like the eternally wandering Jew, except that I am not eternal, and not a Jew. What? Must I always be on the move, tossed by every wind, unsettled and driven about? O earth, you have become too round for me. I have sat on every surface like tired dust, fallen asleep on mirrors and window panes, and everything takes from me, nothing gives. I am becoming thin, almost like a shadow. But after you, O Zarathustra, I fled and followed the longest. Although I hid from you, I was still your best shadow. Wherever you sat, I sat too. I have travelled with you through the remotest, coldest worlds, like a phantom haunting winter roofs and snows. I have gone beyond every crime, pursued the most dangerous desires, and unlearned belief in words, values, and great names. Too much has become clear to me, and now it no longer concerns me. Nothing that I love lives on. How can I still love myself? To live as I desire, or not to live at all, that is my wish, and the wish of the holiest. But alas, do I still have desires? Do I still have a goal, a haven to which my sails are set, a favourable wind? Ah, only he who knows where he is sailing knows what wind is good for him. What is left for me now? A weary and whimsical heart, an unstable will, fluttering wings and a broken backbone. Seeking my home has become a homesickness that consumes me. Where is my home? I ask and seek, but I haven't found it. O eternal everywhere, O eternal nowhere, O eternal in vain. Zarathustra listened to the shadow's words, and his countenance became saddened. You are my shadow, he said sadly. Your danger is not small, free spirit and wanderer, Zarathustra continued. You've had a bad day, and you must be careful not to have an even worse evening. Even captured criminals sleep peacefully. They enjoy their new security. Beware lest you become a prisoner of a narrow faith, a hard and rigid delusion. Now everything that is narrow and fixed tempts and seduces you. You've lost your goal, and how will you forego and forget that loss? You are a poor rover and rambler, a tired butterfly. Would you like to rest and find a home tonight? Then come to my cave. The path leads there. But for now, I will run away from you again. A shadow seems to be hanging over me. I will run alone so that it may become bright around me once more. I must be merry on my own legs for a long time still. But in the evening, there will be dancing with me. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 70. Noontide. Zarathustra continued to run, and found himself alone once more,
enjoying his solitude and contemplating good things for hours. At noon, as the sun was directly overhead, he came across an old, gnarled tree entwined by a vine bearing yellow grapes. He felt a slight thirst and reached out to pluck some grapes, but was suddenly overcome by the desire to lie down beneath the tree in the perfect noonday stillness and sleep. As he laid down, his eyes remained open, and he pondered the world and his feelings. He thought of the perfection of the moment and how sleep had come over him like a delicate, gentle wind on calm seas. Sleep left his soul awake and his body light. He felt a caressing hand that seemed to persuade him and constrain him, making his soul stretch out. His strange soul stretched and stretched, growing weary. It had experienced too much goodness and had become burdened by a golden sadness. It felt as if a seventh-day evening had come upon it precisely at noon. It was like a ship that had sailed for too long and was now seeking the calmest cove, a place of rest. Zarathustra spoke to his heart, marveling at the world's perfection. He considered whether he had wandered too long among good and ripe things. His soul stretched out, grew long and weary, and the golden sadness weighed it down. He felt like a ship seeking the shore after a long voyage, a place where a spider could spin a thread to connect it to land. As he lay in the grass, his soul seemed to be resting near the earth, trusting and waiting, bound to it by the lightest threads. He marveled at the world's perfection, but he realized that he couldn't sing in this solemn moment. The world was perfect, and he needed to be silent. Zarathustra's soul contemplated the perfection of the moment, and he thought of the small things that brought the best happiness: a gentle breeze, a rustling sound, a breath, a glance, a lizard's rustling. The least and gentlest things made up the best happiness. As he pondered, he felt a sting in his heart. He questioned what had happened to him and whether time had slipped away. His heart was stung by a golden drop of happiness. He felt like he was falling into the well of eternity. Zarathustra wondered if the world had become perfect, round and ripe, and he desired the golden round ring that represented such perfection. He wanted to run after it, but he realized he had been sleeping for a long time, perhaps a half-eternity. He urged himself to wake up and stretched his old legs, but he fell asleep once more, and his soul defended itself, telling him to leave it alone. Zarathustra then heard a voice within him, and his soul argued for more sleep, claiming that the world had become perfect. Zarathustra resisted the temptation to sleep and woke up again, sitting upright. He looked up to the sky, feeling as if heaven were watching him. He questioned his soul and wondered when it would be time to drink the drop of dew that had fallen upon all earthly things. He contemplated when his soul would be reunited with the well of eternity. Suddenly, he became aware that the sun was still directly above him, and he realized he hadn't slept long at all. Chapter 71. The Greeting. Late in the afternoon, Zarathustra returned to his cave after a long and fruitless search. However, as he stood just 20 paces away from his cave, an unexpected event occurred. He heard the cry of distress once again, and this time it came from his own cave. The cry was long, manifold, and peculiar, composed of many voices that, despite their distance, seemed to blend into a single voice. Zarathustra rushed towards his cave and was met with a surprising sight. Inside were all the individuals he had encountered throughout the day: the king on the right, the king on the left, the old magician, the pope, the voluntary beggar, the shadow, the intellectually conscientious one, the sorrowful soothsayer, and even the donkey. The ugliest man among them had crowned himself and adorned himself with purple girdles, attempting to disguise his appearance and appear handsome. In the center of this peculiar gathering stood Zarathustra's eagle, looking ruffled and disturbed, as it had been asked questions that challenged its pride. The wise serpent was coiled around its neck. Zarathustra gazed at this scene in astonishment, then proceeded to scrutinize each guest with polite curiosity, reading their souls and wondering anew. The assembled individuals had risen from their seats and awaited Zarathustra's words with reverence. Zarathustra, in turn, addressed them. Zarathustra addressed his guests, the despairing ones, acknowledging that he had heard their cry of distress, and he had now found the higher man he had been seeking all day, within his own cave. He humorously noted that he had allured the higher man with honey offerings and clever lures of his own happiness. However, he observed that the company before him seemed ill-suited for one another's company, as they made each other's hearts fretful. Zarathustra believed that a jovial buffoon, a dancer, or a wild romp could lighten their spirits, and he expressed his desire to make them laugh once more. He recognized that their presence had given him the power to encourage and uplift them. He then offered them his empire and dominion for the evening and night, assuring them that his animals would serve them and his cave would be their resting place. He promised to protect them from their wild beasts, providing them with security as the first offering. Zarathustra then extended his little finger to his guests, symbolizing the second offering. He playfully suggested that when they had his little finger, they could take his whole hand and heart with it. He warmly welcomed his guests to his abode. In response, the king on the right, speaking for the group, expressed their recognition of Zarathustra and their reverence for him. They were deeply moved by his humble yet proud demeanor. His presence had uplifted their spirits, and they saw his strong will as a magnificent and refreshing sight. They likened him to a tall, solitary pine tree, growing with strength and sturdiness, commanding the landscape and seeking dominion in the high places. The higher man was like a commander and a victor, and they marveled at his growth and presence. Zarathustra's guests were captivated by his character and the transformative effect of his presence, and they eagerly looked forward to their time together in his cave. The king on the right praised Zarathustra, stating that his presence had a transformative effect on the gloomy and unstable individuals, instilling them with a sense of purpose. Many had become curious about Zarathustra and longed to know more about him. Those who had heard his songs and honeyed words in the past were now asking if he still lived and whether they should seek him out. Solitude itself seemed fragile, and the longing for Zarathustra had drawn many to his mountain. The king on the right proclaimed that those who had come to Zarathustra's cave, no longer despairing, were a sign that even better individuals were on their way to him. They were the remnants of God among men, driven by great longing, loathing, and satiety, seeking hope once more. However, when the king on the right attempted to kiss Zarathustra's hand, the philosopher retreated, surprised and fearful. After a moment, he returned to his guests and spoke plainly, stating that he had not waited in the mountains for them. He acknowledged that they might be considered higher men, but argued that they were neither high enough nor strong enough for his purposes. He believed that they required indulgence, which he was unwilling to offer. Zarathustra explained that he did not treat his warriors indulgently, and that their weakness would spoil his victories. He questioned their ability to withstand his challenging path, and suggested that the sound of his drums might be overwhelming for some of them. Zarathustra continued to address his guests, explaining that they were not beautiful and well-born enough for him. He sought pure and smooth mirrors for his doctrines, and even his own likeness appeared distorted on their surfaces. He pointed out that they carried many burdens and recollections, harboring hidden flaws and concealed aspects. Despite their higher status, they were still marred by crookedness and imperfections. Zarathustra regarded them as bridges and steps for those who might ascend higher, not as the heirs of his heritage and name. He emphasized that he awaited others in the mountains, stronger and more resolute individuals who would be worthy of his teachings. He expressed his anticipation for the arrival of laughing lions, individuals who were built squarely in body and soul and who would represent his true children. Zarathustra longed for them and wanted to hear about his gardens, happy isles, and the new beautiful race he envisioned. He solicited his guests' love to speak to him about his children, as they were his greatest treasure. As Zarathustra spoke with passion and longing, his guests fell silent and were visibly moved. Only the old soothsayer made gestures, perhaps indicating that he understood the philosopher's words on a deeper level. Chapter 72. The Supper. The interruption by the soothsayer and his plea for food and wine brought a momentary pause to Zarathustra's discourse and prompted a practical turn in the conversation. It was evident that the guests, having journeyed long distances, were in need of sustenance beyond philosophical discussions. The soothsayer, with a sense of urgency, emphasized the vital importance of wine, claiming that it alone could provide immediate vigor and health. He pointed out that not everyone could thrive on water alone, an observation that resonated with some of the guests. In response to this, the king on the left chimed in, assuring Zarathustra that they had an ample supply of wine. However, the issue at hand was the lack of bread. This prompted Zarathustra to propose a practical solution. He suggested that they could slaughter 2 lambs and cook them with sage, a dish he personally favored. Additionally, he mentioned the availability of roots, fruits, nuts, and other provisions in the vicinity. Zarathustra extended an invitation to all present, including the kings,
to actively participate in the preparation of this meal. Amid the discussions of food and drink, the voluntary beggar interjected with a playful comment. He humorously noted Zarathustra's apparent indulgence in such a feast, contrasting it with the philosopher's teachings on the virtue of blessed be moderate poverty. Zarathustra responded with his characteristic wit, acknowledging the beggar's right to continue with his own customs if they brought him joy. He made it clear that he was a guide and mentor only to those who willingly embraced his philosophy. As the conversation continued, Zarathustra articulated the qualities he valued in those who chose to follow his path. He extolled the virtues of strength, joy in both battle and feast, readiness to face challenges, and overall physical and mental health. To him, the best of everything should be the privilege of his followers, and he believed they should seize it boldly if it was not freely offered. The king on the right, who had remained largely silent until this point, was taken aback by the wisdom and sensibility of Zarathustra's words. He marveled at the unusual combination of wisdom and practicality in a philosopher, a rare blend that he found intriguing. Even the donkey, known for its stubbornness, grudgingly assented to the king's remark. With the matter of sustenance addressed and the promise of a hearty meal ahead, the guests settled in for what would come to be known as the supper. However, the conversation had shifted from abstract philosophical musings to a focus on the concept of the higher man, a theme that would likely continue to shape their discussions throughout the meal and beyond. Chapter 73. The Higher Man. The Higher Man, a journey beyond the marketplace. When I first came among people, I committed a great error, the error of the ascetic man. I appeared in the marketplace. I spoke to all, but in truth, I spoke to none. In the evening, I found myself among rope dancers and corpses, and I felt like a corpse myself. But with the new morning, a new truth came to me. I learned to say, what do I care for the marketplace, the crowd, the noise of the masses, and their long ears? Higher men, learn this from me. On the marketplace, no one believes in higher men. If you choose to speak there, so be it. But the crowd merely blinks and says, we are all equal. You higher men, they say with their blink. There are no higher men. We are all equal. Man is man, and before God, we are all equal. But now, this God is dead. However, we will not be equal before the crowd. Higher men, away from the marketplace. Embracing the Superman, triumph after the death of God. By God, and now this God is dead, you, higher individuals, God was your greatest danger. Only since he has been laid to rest have you risen again. Now the great noonday approaches, and the higher man emerges as the master. Have you grasped the significance of these words, my brothers and sisters? Are you filled with fear? Does the abyss appear before you, and does the hound of hell howl nearby? Fear not, higher individuals. Now only the mountain of humanity's future lies ahead. God is no more. Now we aspire for the Superman to thrive. The Superman's ascendance, humanity surpassed. In today's world, the most cautious individuals ask, how can we sustain humanity? But Zarathustra, as the first and only one, asks, how can humanity be surpassed? The Superman is my foremost concern, the first and only thing that matters to me, not humanity, not our neighbors, not the poorest, not the most wretched, not even the best among us. Oh, my brothers, what I can admire in humanity is its capacity for overcoming and surpassing itself, and in you, too, I see much that inspires love and hope. The fact that you have shown disdain, you higher individuals, fills me with hope. For the great despisers are also the great reverers. Your moments of despair are worthy of honor, for you have not learned to bow down to submission, nor have you embraced petty schemes. Today, the petty people have risen to power. They advocate submission, humility, cunning, diligence, consideration, and a long list of petty virtues. Everything that is effeminate, everything that stems from servitude, and especially the blending of the masses. They wish to rule over the fate of all humanity. Oh, revulsion, revulsion, revulsion. They endlessly inquire, never growing weary, how can man sustain himself best, longest, and most comfortably? They have become the masters of today. These masters of today, surpass them, my brothers, these petty people. They are the greatest threat to the Superman. Surpass, you higher individuals, the petty virtues, the petty strategies, the grain-sized considerations, the ant-hill politics, the pitiable complacency, and the happiness of the majority, and if need be, choose despair over submission. Truly, I love you because you do not know how to live in today's world, you higher individuals.
for this is how you live, best. Courage of the hermit and the eagle, gazing into the abyss. Do you possess courage, my brothers? Are you bold of heart? Not the courage displayed in front of others, but the courage of the hermit and the eagle, the kind that not even a god can see. I do not consider cold souls, mules, the blind, and the drunken to be courageous. True courage belongs to those who know fear but conquer it, those who gaze into the abyss with pride, the one who peers into the abyss with the eyes of an eagle, the one who grasps the abyss with eagle's talons. He possesses courage. The necessity of evil, the great force within man. Man is evil, so said the wisest ones to console me. Ah, if only it were still true today, for evil is the greatest force in man. Man must become better and more evil. That is what I teach. The utmost evil is necessary for the best of the Superman. It may have been suitable for the preacher of the common people to suffer and be burdened by the sins of men. But I take great sin as my great consolation. However, such things are not spoken for every ear. Not every word is suitable for every mouth. These are lofty and distant matters, not meant for the understanding of simpletons. Beyond correction, the pursuit of honesty and virtue. Do you, higher individuals, believe that I am here to correct what you have done wrong? Or that I intend to make more comfortable beds for you, the afflicted? Or to reveal new and easier paths for you restless, wandering and climbing souls? No, no, 3 times no. More and better individuals of your kind shall always emerge, for your trials shall always become worse and more challenging. Only through this, does humanity ascend to the heights where lightning strikes and shatters, high enough for lightning. My soul and my quest reach out to the few, the distant and the enduring. Your many little and brief miseries matter little to me. You have not yet suffered enough for me, for you suffer from yourselves, not yet from humanity. You would be lying if you said otherwise. None of you suffer as I have suffered. Striving for the Superman, rejecting petty virtues. It's not enough for me that lightning no longer causes harm. I don't want to redirect it away. It must learn to work for me. My wisdom has gathered over time like a cloud, becoming stiller and darker. That's what all wisdom does that will one day unleash lightning. I don't want to be light to these people of today, nor do I want to be called light. Them, I want to blind. Lightning of my wisdom, strike out their eyes. Be your own light, ascending to great heights. Do not desire anything beyond your capabilities, as there is deceit in those who desire beyond their capabilities, especially when they desire great things. For those who aspire to greatness awaken suspicion. They are cunning counterfeiters and actors on a stage, until in the end they become false even to themselves, cross-eyed, tarnished with white blemishes, adorned with grand words, and displaying false virtues and impressive but deceptive deeds. Beware, you higher individuals, for nothing is more valuable and scarce to me than honesty. Is today not the age of the masses? The masses, however, do not discern what is great from what is small, what is straight from what is honest. They are naturally crooked, perpetually deceptive. Skepticism in a world of the masses, be wary of false values. Today, you higher individuals, you courageous and open-hearted ones, should exercise a healthy skepticism, and keep your reasons to yourselves, for today is a day for the common people. What the common people once believed without reasons, who can convince them otherwise with reasons? In the marketplace, one persuades through gestures, not reasons. Reasons make the common people distrustful. And when truth has triumphed there, ask yourselves with a good dose of skepticism, what strong error fought in its favor? Also, be wary of the educated. They dislike you because they are unproductive. They have cold, lifeless eyes that strip every bird of its feathers. These individuals boast about not lying, but the inability to lie is far from a love for truth. Be cautious. Freedom from falsehood is not the same as knowledge. I do not trust those with icy spirits. He who cannot lie does not truly know what truth is. Using your own legs, independence on the path to greatness. If you wish to ascend to great heights, then use your own legs. Do not rely on others to carry you upward, and do not sit upon the backs and heads of others. Have you mounted a horse? Are you now riding swiftly toward your goal? Well, my friend, your lame foot is still with you even on horseback. When you reach your destination, when you dismount from your horse, right at the peak, you, the higher individual, will stumble, birthing your own child, rejecting false values. You creators, you higher individuals,
One can only be pregnant with one's own child. Do not allow yourselves to be deceived or burdened by others. Who then is your neighbor? Even if you act for your neighbor, you are still not creating for them. I urge you to unlearn this for, you creators. Your true virtue wants nothing to do with for or because. Close your ears to these false little words. For one's neighbor is the virtue of petty people who say like, and hand washes hand. They neither have the right nor the capacity for your self-seeking. In your self-seeking, you creators, there lies the foresight and anticipation of the pregnant. What no one's eye has yet seen, the fruit, this is what shelters, saves and nurtures your entire love. Where your entire love resides, with your child, there is also your entire virtue. Your work, your will, is your neighbor. Do not let false values impose upon you. The impurity of giving birth, cleansing the soul. You creators, you higher individuals, whoever must give birth is unwell. Whoever has given birth, however, is impure. Ask women, they give birth not because it brings pleasure. The pain makes hens and poets cackle. You creators, there is much impurity in you. That is because you have had to be mothers. With a new child, oh, how much new filth has also entered the world. Go apart. Those who have given birth shall cleanse their souls. Embracing your humanity, the capacity to overcome. Do not strive for virtue beyond your capabilities, and do not pursue goals that contradict probability. Follow in the footsteps of your Father's virtues. How can you ascend if your Father's will does not rise with you? But be cautious, for he who seeks to be a pioneer should beware of becoming a relic. Do not set yourselves up as saints where your fathers had vices. For example, if your fathers indulged in women, strong wine, and the flesh of wild boars, it would be foolish to demand chastity from yourselves. It would be ridiculous for someone like that to have 1, 2, or 3 wives, or to start monasteries with signs reading, "The path to holiness" over their doors. This is just a new kind of foolishness. These individuals establish penitential and refuge houses for themselves, and it may serve some purpose, but I do not believe in it. In solitude, one's inner nature is cultivated, including one's animal instincts. Therefore, solitude is not advisable for many. Have there ever been beings filthier on earth than the desert saints? Not only did the devil roam around them, but also the swine. Laughing at the world, the joy of laughter. Shy, ashamed, and awkward, I have often seen you, higher individuals, withdraw, just like a tiger whose leap has failed. You made a throw, and it didn't succeed. But does it truly matter, you players of the dice? You hadn't yet learned to play and jest as one must play and jest. Aren't we always seated at a grand table of jesting and playing? And if great things have failed with you, does that mean you have failed? And if you have failed, does that mean humanity has failed? But if humanity has indeed failed, well then, so be it. Failures of the higher individuals, learning to laugh at oneself. The higher the type, the less often success is achieved. You higher individuals here, haven't you all been failures? Take heart. What does it matter? There is still so much possible. Learn to laugh at yourselves as you should. Is it any wonder that you have failed, and only partially succeeded, you who are partially shattered? Isn't humanity's future striving and struggling within you? Humanity's deepest, most profound, and highest aspirations, its incredible powers, don't they all intermingle within your being? Is it any wonder that many vessels shatter? Learn to laugh at yourselves as you should. You higher individuals, oh, how much is still possible. And indeed, how much has already succeeded. How rich is this earth in small, good, perfect things, in well-constituted things. Surround yourselves with small, good, perfect things, you higher individuals. Their golden maturity heals the heart. The perfect teaches one to hope. Beware of the absolute ones, rejecting ill will towards life. What has been considered the greatest sin on earth until now? Was it not the word of him who said, "Woe to those who laugh now"? Did he himself find no reason for laughter on earth? Then he sought poorly. Even a child can find reasons to laugh. He did not love enough, otherwise he would have loved us, the ones who laugh. But he hated and mocked us. He promised us wailing and gnashing of teeth. Must one curse immediately when one does not love? That seems like bad taste to me. But he, this absolute one, did just that. He came from the common people, and he himself did not love enough. Otherwise, he would have raged less because people did not love him. All great love does not seek love, it seeks more. Avoid all such absolute ones. They are a poor, sickly type,
a common type. They view this life with ill will. They have an evil eye for this world. Stay away from all such absolute ones. They have heavy hearts and sultry souls. They do not know how to dance. How could the earth be light to such individuals? Dance like a cat, approaching happiness with laughter. Good things often approach their goal in a winding manner. Like cats, they arch their backs and purr with inner delight as they approach their happiness. All good things laugh. You can tell by someone's stride whether they are walking on their own path. Just watch me walk. But the one who nears their goal dances. I haven't become a statue. I don't stand there stiff, dull and unmoving like a pillar. I love swift movement. Even if there are swamps and thick troubles on earth, those with nimble feet can run across the mud and dance as if on well-polished ice. Lift up your hearts, my brothers, high, higher, and don't forget your legs. Lift up your legs, you good dancers, and even better, stand on your heads. Zarathustra the dancer, adorning oneself with laughter. This crown of laughter, this garland of roses, I have adorned myself with it. I have consecrated my own laughter. For today, I have found no one else potent enough for this task. I am Zarathustra the dancer, Zarathustra the light one, who beckons with his wings, ready for flight, calling to all birds, prepared and joyful. I am Zarathustra the soothsayer, Zarathustra the laughter prophet, not impatient, not absolute, one who loves leaps and sidesteps. I have adorned myself with this crown myself. Unlearn the sighs of sorrow, stand on your proper legs. Lift up your hearts, my brothers, high, higher, and don't forget your legs. Lift up your legs too, you good dancers, and even better if you can stand on your heads. There are also heavy animals in a state of happiness, and some are born club-footed. They try to do strange things, like an elephant trying to stand on its head. But it's better to be foolish with happiness than foolish with misfortune. It's better to dance awkwardly than to walk lamely. So, I urge you, my higher individuals, learn my wisdom. Even the worst thing has two good sides. Even the worst thing has good dancing legs. So I beseech you, my higher individuals, stand on your proper legs. Unlearn the sighs of sorrow and the sadness of the masses. Oh, how sad the fools of the masses seem to me today, but today is their day. Dance like the wind, praising the spirit of the storm. Dance like the wind as it rushes forth from its mountain caves, dancing to its own tune. The seas tremble and leap under its steps. Praise be to that good, unruly spirit, which comes like a hurricane to the present and the populace alike. It is hostile to thistleheads, puzzleheads, withered leaves and weeds. Praise be to this wild, good, free spirit of the storm, which dances upon marshes and afflictions as it does on meadows. It hates the sickly populous dogs and all the ill-constituted, sullen brood. Praise be to this spirit of all free spirits, the laughing storm, which blows dust into the eyes of the gloomy and melancholic. You, higher individuals, the worst thing about you is that none of you have learned to dance as you should, beyond yourselves. What does it matter if you have failed? So, learn to laugh beyond yourselves. Lift up your hearts, you good dancers, higher and higher, and do not forget the joy of laughter. This crown of laughter, this rose garland crown, I cast it to you, my brothers. I have consecrated laughter. You higher individuals, learn, I implore you to laugh. Chapter 74. The Song of Melancholy. Zarathustra's Departure, a love letter to his animals. When Zarathustra spoke these words, he stood near the entrance of his cave. But with his final words, he slipped away from his guests and ventured into the open air. "Oh, the pure scents that surround me," he exclaimed. "Oh, the blessed stillness around me. But where are my animals? Come here, my eagle and my serpent. Tell me, my animals, do these higher men not smell good? Oh, the pure scents around me. Now I truly know and feel how much I love you, my animals." And Zarathustra said once more, "I love you, my animals." The eagle and the serpent pressed close to him when he spoke these words, looking up at him. In this shared silence, they all sniffed and savored the fresh air together. The air outside was better than that with the higher men. The melancholic demon unleashed, a cunning magician's confession. However, as soon as Zarathustra had left the cave, the old magician got up, glanced around him with a sly look and said, "He is gone. And already, you higher individuals, allow me to flatter you with this complimentary name, just as he does. Already, my malevolent spirit of deception and magic attacks me, my melancholic demon. This demon is an adversary to Zarathustra from the depths of my heart. Forgive me for it. Now it wants to perform tricks before you. Its moment has come. I struggle in vain against this malevolent spirit. To all of you, whatever honors you like to claim in your names, whether you call yourselves the free spirits, the conscientious, the penitents of the spirit, the unfettered, or the great longers, to all of you who, like me, suffer from the great loathing, to those for whom the old God has died, and no new God lies in cradles and swaddling clothes yet, my malevolent spirit and magic demon is favorable. I know you, you higher individuals, and I know him. I also know this fiend, whom I love against my will, this Zarathustra. He often seems to me like the beautiful mask of a saint, like a new and strange masquerade, in which my malevolent spirit, the melancholic demon, takes delight. I love Zarathustra, so it often seems to me, for the sake of my malevolent spirit. But now it is attacking and compelling me, this spirit of melancholy, this evening twilight demon. And truly, you higher individuals, it has a desire, open your eyes. It has a desire to come naked, whether male or female I do not yet know, but it is coming, it is constraining me. Alas, open your minds. The day is fading, and evening is approaching for all things, even for the best things. Now listen and observe, you higher individuals, what devil, whether man or woman, this spirit of evening melancholy is. The old magician spoke these words, gave a cunning look around him, and then seized his harp. Thus spoke the old magician. He cast a sly glance around, and then picked up his harp. The Song of Melancholy, Insights into the Poet's Soul. In the clear evening air, when the soothing dew gently pours down to the earth, invisible and unheard, for tender footwear, the soothing dews wear, like all that's gentle and kind. Do you remember then, do you remember, burning heart, how once you thirsted for heaven's kindly teardrops and dew's gentle fall, all parched and weary, you thirsted, when on yellow grassy pathways, wicked occidental sunbeams played through the dark trees around you, blindingly sunny glances, joyfully blinding. The wooer of truth, you, they taunted. No, merely a poet, a cunning, deceitful and lowly creature who always must lie, knowingly, willingly, always lying, lusting for plunder, masked in many disguises, concealed, shrouded, his own booty, he, a wooer of truth, no, just a fool, just a poet, speaking in riddles, shouting confusedly from the mask of a fool, circumambulating on fabricated word bridges, on colourful rainbow arches, between the false heavenly and the false earthly, roaming around us, soaring around us, mere fool, mere poet. He, a wooer of truth, not calm, stiff, smooth and cold, becoming an image, a godlike statue, set up in front of temples as a god's own door-guard, no, hostile to all such truthful statues, homelier in every desert than at temples, with feline playfulness, leaping through every window, swiftly into opportunities, sniffing in every wild forest, greedily, longingly, sniffing, that you, in wild forests, among the speckled fierce creatures, should roam, sinful and colourful, licking your lips with longing, blissfully mocking, blissfully devilish, blissfully bloodthirsty, stealing, sneaking, lying, roaming. Or like eagles that fixedly, long down the precipice look, down their precipice. Oh, how they whirl down now thereunder therein, deeper into profoundness they whirl. Then suddenly, with precise aim, with trembling flight, pouncing on lambs, headlong down, fiercely hungry, longing for lambs, fierce against all lamb-like spirits, furious against all who appear sheepish or lamb-eyed, or with curly wool, grey, with lamb-sheep kindness. Even so, eagle-like, panther-like, are the poet's desires, your own desires under 1,000 guises, you fool, you poet, you who viewed all of humanity as God views them, like sheep, the God to rend within humanity as the sheep in humanity, and in rending, laughing. That is your own blessedness, of a panther and an eagle, blessedness, of a poet and a fool, the blessedness. In the clear evening air, when the moon's sickle, green between the purple glows, sneaks out jealous, the enemy of day, with every step in secret, the rosy hammocks of garlands drooping, until they've sunk into the night, faded, gone down. Thus I had sunk one day from my own truth insanity, from my own fervent day longings, weary of the day, tired of sunshine, sunk downward, downward, into the shadows, because of one truth, all scorched and thirsty. Do you still remember? Do you remember, burning heart, how you thirsted then, that I should be banned from all truth, mere fool, mere poet? Chapter 75. Science.
The magician sang his song, and all those present were ensnared by his artful and melancholic allure. Only the spiritually conscientious one remained unaffected. He promptly seized the harp from the magician's hands and exclaimed, "Air! Let in fresh air! Let Zarathustra enter! You're making this cave stifling and poisonous, you wicked old magician! You lead astray, you deceiver, you cunning one, into unknown desires and desolation. And oh, how you talk and make a fuss about the truth! Alas, to all free spirits who are not cautious around such magicians, their freedom is in jeopardy. You instruct and tempt them back into prisons. You old melancholic devil, your lament hides a seduction within. You resemble those who, with praise of chastity, secretly beckon toward sensuality." The conscientious one spoke thus. However, the old magician, reveling in his triumph, tolerated the annoyance caused by the conscientious one. He responded with a humble tone, "Be silent. Good songs deserve a good echo. One should remain silent for a while after good songs. That's what all these higher men do. But perhaps you understood little of my song. There's little of the magic spirit in you." "You praise me," replied the conscientious one, "by separating me from yourself. Very well. But you others, what do I see? You still sit there, all of you, with lusting eyes. You free spirits, where has your freedom gone? You almost appear to me like those who have watched bad girls dance naked for too long. Your very souls are dancing. In you, you higher men, there must be more of what the magician calls his evil spirit of magic and deception. We must indeed be different." And indeed, we spoke and thought together long enough before Zarathustra returned to his cave for me to be aware that we are different. Even up here, you and I seek different things. I seek more security. That's why I came to Zarathustra. He is still the most steadfast tower and will, today, when everything is shaking, when the whole world trembles. But you, when I see the look in your eyes, it almost seems like you seek more insecurity, more horror, more danger, more earthquakes. You long for the worst and most dangerous life, which terrifies me the most, for the life of wild beasts, for forests, caves, steep mountains, and labyrinthine gorges. It's not those who lead you out of danger that please you most, but those who lead you away from all paths, the misleaders. However, if such a desire is real in you, it still seems impossible to me. For fear, that is the original and fundamental feeling of humans. Everything is explained through fear, original sin, and original virtue. My virtue, which is science, also grew from fear. The fear of wild animals has been deeply ingrained in humans, including the animal that they conceal and fear within themselves. Zarathustra calls it the beast inside. This ancient fear, over time, has become subtle, spiritual, and intellectual. Today, I believe it is called science. The conscientious one spoke these words, but Zarathustra, who had just returned to his cave and heard the last discourse, threw a handful of roses at the conscientious one and laughed at his truths. "Why," he exclaimed, "what did I just hear? It seems to me that you are a fool, or perhaps I am one. Let me quickly turn your truths upside down, because fear is the exception with us. Courage, adventure, and delight in the uncertain and unattempted, courage, I believe, is the entire primitive history of humanity. Man envied the wildest and most courageous animals and robbed them of all their virtues, thus becoming man. This courage, refined over time into something subtle, spiritual, and intellectual, this human courage, with the wings of an eagle and the wisdom of a serpent, this, I believe, is what we call today." "Zarathustra!" cried all of them in unison, bursting into laughter. Yet a heavy cloud seemed to rise from them. Even the magician laughed and said wisely, "Well, my evil spirit is gone. Didn't I warn you when I said it was a deceiver, a lying and deceitful spirit, especially when it reveals itself naked? But what can I do about its tricks? Did I create it and the world? Well, let's be good again and in good spirits. And even though Zarathustra looks at me with an evil eye, just look at him. He dislikes me. Before the night comes, he will learn to love and praise me again. He can't go long without committing such follies. He loves his enemies. This art he knows better than anyone I have seen, but he takes revenge for it, on his friends." The old magician spoke, and the higher men applauded him, causing Zarathustra to go around and mischievously and lovingly shake hands with his friends, as if he had to make amends and apologize to everyone for something. However, when he reached the door of his cave, he longed for the fresh air outside and his animals, and wished to sneak out. Chapter 76. Among Daughters of the Desert.
Zarathustra's shadow pleads, "Stay among the desert maidens." "Do not depart," said the wanderer who called himself Zarathustra's shadow. "Stay with us, or else the old gloomy affliction might once again descend upon us. The old magician has just shared his worst with us for our benefit, and behold, the good and pious Pope here has tears in his eyes, and has set sail once more on the sea of melancholy. Those kings may put on a good facade before us, for that is what they've learned best from us lately. But if they were left unseen, I wager they would again play the dark game, the game of drifting clouds, damp melancholy, veiled heavens, stolen suns, and howling autumn winds. The game of our howling and crying for help might begin again. Stay with us, O Zarathustra. Here, much hidden misery longs to speak. There is much evening, many clouds and damp air. You have nourished us with strong food for men and powerful proverbs. Do not let the weak womanly spirits attack us again after dinner. You alone make the air strong and clear around you. I have traveled many lands, and my nose has learned to discern and appreciate various types of air, but with you in your cave, my nostrils find the greatest delight. Unless it be, forgive an old memory. Forgive me an old after-dinner song that I once composed among desert maidens. With them, too, the air was equally good and clear, like an oriental paradise, far from the cloudy, damp melancholy of old Europe. I loved those oriental maidens, and the azure heavens above them, untouched by clouds and thoughts. You would not believe how charmingly they sat there when they were not dancing, profound yet thoughtless, like little secrets, like enigmatic puzzles, like dessert nuts. They were many-hued and foreign, but without clouds, riddles that could be guessed. I composed an after-dinner psalm to please such maidens. With these words, the wanderer seized the old magician's harp, crossed his legs, and looked around calmly and sagely. He inhaled the air slowly and inquisitively, like someone tasting the new foreign air of a new country. Then he began to sing with a kind of roaring. The deserts grow, woe him who doth them hide. Ha! Solemnly, in effect solemnly, a worthy beginning, in an African manner solemnly, worthy of a lion, or perhaps of a virtuous howl-monkey. But it doesn't concern you, beloved friendly maidens, at whose feet for the first time a European under palm trees is granted a seat. Selah. Wonderful, truly. Here I sit now near the desert, yet I am still far from the desert, not deserted at all. I'm swallowed by this tiny oasis. It opened up like a yawn, its loveliest mouth agape, most sweet-scented of all mouths, and I fell right in, right down, right through, among you, beloved friendly maidens. Selah. Hail. Hail to that whale, fish-like, if it made things nice for its guest. You surely understand my reference. Hail to its belly, if it had a loveliest oasis belly like this one, though I doubt it. With this I come from old Europe, which doubts more eagerly than any elderly married woman. May the Lord improve it. Amen. Here I sit now in this tiniest oasis, like a date indeed, brown, sweet gold-dripping, for the lips of a longing maiden, but even more for youthful, snow-white, ice-cold and incisor-like front teeth, and for such, hearts of ardent date fruits pine. Selah. Now similar to those south fruits, I lie here, surrounded by little flying insects, sniffing around and playing, and also by even smaller, foolish, more sinful desires and fantasies, surrounded by you, silent, prescient, maiden kittens Dudu and Suleika, like sphinxes, to put it in one word. Forgive me, O God, for such sinful speech. Here I sit, savouring the freshest air, paradisal air truly, bright and buoyant, golden mottled, as goodly as the air that fell from the lunar orb, by chance or by arrogance, as ancient poets tell it. But I doubt it. With this I come from old Europe, which doubts more eagerly than any elderly married woman. May the Lord improve it. Amen. Drinking this finest air, nostrils swollen like goblets, without a future, without memories. Here I sit, you beloved friendly maidens, and look at the palm tree there, how it bows and bends, as if dancing like a dancer, always on one leg, persistently, too long, dangerously, always, just on one leg. Has it forgotten the other leg? At least it seems so. I searched in vain for the missing fellow jewel, the other leg, in the sacred precincts, near her most cherished, most tender skirt, fluttering and flickering. Yes, if you would, beautiful friendly ones, take my word for it. She has, alas, lost it. It's gone, forever gone. The other leg. Oh, pity for that loveliest other leg. Where may it be now, abandoned and weeping? The loneliest leg? Perhaps it's afraid of a furious yellow, blonde and curly leonine monster, or perhaps it's even gnawed away, nibbled badly, most wretched, woeful, nibbled badly. Seller, oh, don't weep, gentle spirits, don't weep, you date fruit spirits, milk bosoms, don't weep, you pale doo-doo. Be strong, Suleika, bold, bold, or should there be something strengthening, heart-strengthening? Here, that's most appropriate. An inspiring text, a solemn exhortation. Ha! Rise now. Honor, moral honor, European honor. Blow again, continue, bellows box of virtue. Ha! Roar once more, your moral roar, like a virtuous lion roaring near the daughters of the desert. For the roar of virtue, my dearest maidens, is stronger than any European fervor, European passion. And now I stand here, as a European, I can't be different with God's help. Amen. The deserts grow, woe to him who hides them. Chapter 77. The Awakening.
Zarathustra's triumph over gravity and the higher men's laughter. After the song of the wanderer and shadow, the cave suddenly filled with noise and laughter. The assembled guests were all speaking at once, and even the donkey, encouraged by the commotion, no longer remained silent. Zarathustra felt a slight aversion and scorn for his visitors, although he was pleased with their happiness. It seemed like a sign of recovery to him. So he slipped out into the open air and spoke to his animals. "Where has their distress gone now?" he said. "It seems that they have unlearned their cries of distress with me, though, alas, not yet their crying." Zarathustra stopped his ears, as the braying of the donkey mixed strangely with the noisy jubilation of the higher men. "They are merry," he began again, "and who knows? Perhaps at their host's expense. If they have learned to laugh from me, it is still not my laughter they have learned. But what does it matter? They are old people, they recover in their own way, they laugh in their own way. My ears have endured worse and have not become peevish. This day is a victory. The spirit of gravity, my old arch-enemy, is already yielding and fleeing." Zarathustra rejoiced, and the evening was approaching. He saw the sky brightening over the sea, and felt that the day, which had begun so badly and gloomily, was about to end well. "It is about to end," he thought. "The evening is coming, the good rider is riding over the sea. How it bobs, the blessed one, the homeward-bound one, in its purple saddles. The sky gazes brightly upon it, and the world lies deep." Zarathustra turned his attention back to the cave, where the cries and laughter of the higher men continued. He said to himself, "They are biting at it, my bait is taking hold. The spirit of gravity is departing from them. Now they are learning to laugh at themselves. My virile food is having its effect, my strong and savory sayings. I did not nourish them with flatulent vegetables, but with warrior food, with conqueror food. I awakened new desires in them, new hopes in their hearts. They find new words, and soon their spirits will breathe wantonness. This food may not be suitable for children or for young and old girls in love. Their bowels are persuaded differently. I am not their physician and teacher. Disgust is departing from these higher men, and that is my victory. In my domain, they become confident. All foolish shame flees from them. They empty themselves. They empty their hearts, and good times return to them. They keep holiday and contemplate. They become thankful. That is the best sign. They become thankful. It won't be long before they create festivals and set up memorials to their old joys. They are convalescing." Zarathustra spoke joyfully to his heart and looked outward. His animals pressed up to him, honoring his happiness and his silence. Higher men's devotion to the revered donkey. Suddenly, Zarathustra's ears were startled as the once noisy and laughter-filled cave fell silent as death. His nose detected a sweet scent and the aroma of incense, as if from burning pine cones. "What's happening? What are they doing?" he wondered, sneaking up to the entrance to observe his guests unnoticed. To his astonishment, he beheld an extraordinary sight with his own eyes. "They have all become pious again, praying they are mad," he exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Indeed, all these higher individuals, both kings, the retired pope, the malevolent magician, the voluntary beggar, the wanderer and the shadow, the old soothsayer, the spiritually conscientious one, and the ugliest man. All knelt like children and credulous old women, worshipping a donkey. And at that moment, the ugliest man began to gurgle and snort, as if something inexpressible within him sought to find expression. When he finally found words, it was a strange and devout litany in praise of the revered and incensed donkey. The litany sounded as follows: "Amen, and glory, honor, wisdom, thanks, praise and strength be to our God, from everlasting to everlasting." The donkey, however, here brayed, "Ye-ah! He bears our burdens. He has taken upon himself the form of a servant.
He is patient of heart and never says nay, and he who loves his God chastises him. The donkey, however, here brayed, "Ye-ah!" He speaks not, except to ever say yes to the world he created. Thus he extols his world. It is his artfulness that remains silent. Thus he is seldom found to be wrong. The donkey, however, here brayed, "Ye-ah!" Ungainly, he traverses the world. Grey is the favourite colour in which he cloaks his virtue. If he possesses spirit, he conceals it. Yet everyone believes in his long ears. The donkey, however, here brayed, "Ye-ah!" What hidden wisdom it is to have long ears, and to only say, yes, never no. Has he not created the world in his own image, as stupid as possible? The donkey, however, here brayed, "Ye-ah!" You walk straight and crooked paths. You care little about what appears straight or crooked to us humans. Beyond good and evil is your domain. It is your innocence not to know what innocence is. The donkey, however, here brayed, "Ye-ah!" See how you reject no one, neither beggars nor kings. You allow little children to approach you, and when mischievous boys taunt you, you simply say, "Ye-ah!" The donkey, however, here brayed, "Ye-ah!"
You love she-donkeys and fresh figs.
You are not a despiser of food. A thistle pleases your heart when you happen to be hungry. Therein lies the wisdom of a god. The donkey, however, here brayed, "Ye-ah!" Chapter 78. The Donkey Festival. Zarathustra's outburst, donkey worship and divine controversy. At this point in the litany, Zarathustra couldn't contain himself any longer. He cried out, "Ye-ah!" even louder than the donkey, and leaped into the midst of his frenzied guests. "What are you doing, you grown-up children?" he exclaimed, pulling up those who were praying on the ground. If anyone else, except Zarathustra, had seen you like this, everyone would think you are the worst blasphemers or the silliest old women with your new belief. And you, old Pope, how can you justify adoring a donkey as if it were God? The Pope replied, "O Zarathustra, forgive me, but in matters of divinity I am more enlightened. It is better to worship God in this form than not at all. Ponder this statement, my exalted friend, and you will see the wisdom in it. The one who said God is a spirit took the greatest step towards unbelief ever taken on earth. Such a statement is not easily reversed. My old heart leaps and rejoices because there is still something to worship on earth. Forgive me, O Zarathustra, with the heart of an old, pious pontiff." Zarathustra turned to the wanderer and shadow and said, "You call yourself a free spirit, and yet you engage in such idolatry and hierolatry here. You are behaving worse than with your brown girls, you misguided new believer." The wanderer and shadow replied, "It is a sad state of affairs, and you are right. But what can I do? The old god has come back to life, O Zarathustra. You may say what you will, the ugliest man is to blame for it all. He has revived him, and if he claims to have once killed him, the death of God is always just a prejudice." Zarathustra then turned to the old magician and said, "And you old magician, what have you done? Who should believe in you in this age of freedom when you believe in such divine donkeyism? It was a foolish thing you did. How could you, a clever man, do something so foolish?" The magician replied, "O Zarathustra, you are right. It was a foolish thing, and it was also repugnant to me." Finally, Zarathustra addressed the spiritually conscientious one, saying, "And you, consider and reflect. Does anything here go against your conscience? Is your spirit too pure for this prayer and the incense of these devotees?" The spiritually conscientious one replied, "There is something about this spectacle that even does good to my conscience. Perhaps I dare not believe in God, but it is certain that God, in this form, seems most worthy of belief to me. God is believed to be eternal, as the devout testify. He who has so much time takes his time. As slow and as foolish as possible, yet such a being can still go very far. And someone with too much spirit might easily become infatuated with stupidity and folly. Think of yourself, O Zarathustra. Even you could become a donkey due to an excess of wisdom. Doesn't the true sage willingly choose the crookedest paths? The evidence supports it, O Zarathustra, your own evidence." "And you, finally," said Zarathustra, turning towards the ugliest man who was still on the ground, offering wine to the donkey. "Tell me, you nondescript, what have you been up to? You seem transformed, your eyes shine, the mantle of the sublime covers your ugliness. What did you do? Is it true what they say, that you have awakened him again? And why? Wasn't he killed and disposed of for good reasons? You yourself seem awakened. What did you do? Why did you turn around? Why did you convert? Speak, you nondescript. O Zarathustra, replied the ugliest man, you are a rogue. Whether he still lives, lives again, or is thoroughly dead, who among us knows that best? I ask you. But one thing I do know, I learned it from you once, O Zarathustra. The one who wants to kill most thoroughly laughs. One does not kill with anger but with laughter, you once said. O Zarathustra, you hidden one, you destroyer without wrath, you dangerous saint, you are a rogue. Return to earthly kingdom, rejecting heaven for the kingdom of earth. But then, as Zarathustra observed these playful responses, he jumped back to the door of his cave. Turning to all his guests, he exclaimed with a strong voice, "O you jesters, every one of you, you tricksters! Why do you feign and conceal yourselves from me? How your hearts convulsed with delight and mischief, because you had once again become like children, pious children at that, because you did as children do, prayed, folded your hands and said, 'Good God!' But now I beseech you, leave this nursery, my own cave, where childishness has been taking place today. Outside, cool down your hot childishness and heart turmoil. Indeed, unless you become like little children, you will not enter that kingdom of heaven." And Zarathustra pointed upwards with his hands. "But we have no desire to enter the kingdom of heaven. We have become men, and so we want the kingdom of earth." A joyful Zarathustra, new celebrations and the donkey festival. And once again, Zarathustra spoke, saying, "O my new friends, you strange ones, you higher individuals, how much I delight in you now. Since you have regained your joy, you have truly all blossomed forth, and it seems to me that such flowers as you require new celebrations. A bit of valiant nonsense, some divine service, a donkey festival, an old joyful Zarathustra fool, a boisterous one to brighten your souls. Do not forget this night and this donkey festival, you higher individuals. You devised it when you were with me, and I consider it a good omen. Only the convalescents conceive such things, and if you should celebrate this donkey festival again, do it out of love for yourselves, and also out of love for me, and in my remembrance." Thus spoke Zarathustra. Chapter 79. The Drunken Song. Embracing midnight's revelry and profound joy. Meanwhile, one by one, they had gone out into the open air, into the cool, contemplative night. Zarathustra, however, led the ugliest man by the hand to show him his night world, the great round moon, and the silvery waterfalls near his cave. Finally, they stood together, all of them old, but with comforted, brave hearts. They were astonished that life on earth could be so good. The mystery of the night drew closer to their hearts. Zarathustra thought to himself, "Oh, how much I now appreciate these higher individuals." But he didn't say it aloud out of respect for their happiness and their silence. Then, something astonishing happened in this long and remarkable day. The ugliest man began to make strange noises once more, and when he finally found his voice, he asked a clear and profound question that touched the hearts of all who heard it. "My friends, all of you," said the ugliest man, "what do you think? For the sake of this day, I am content to have lived my entire life. And even that is not enough for me. Life on earth is worth living. I will say to death, was that life? Well, once more, my friends, what do you think? Will you not, like me, say to death, was that life? For the sake of Zarathustra, well, once more." When the higher individuals heard his question, they became aware of their transformation and recovery, and they rushed to Zarathustra, thanking, honoring, caressing and kissing his hands, each in their own way. Some laughed, and some cried. The old soothsayer danced with delight, filled not only with sweet wine, but also with the sweetness of life, having cast off all weariness. Some even say that the donkey danced that evening, perhaps due to the wine the ugliest man had given it to drink. Whether that's true or not, that night witnessed greater and rarer wonders than the dancing of a donkey. In the words of Zarathustra's proverb, what does it matter? Zarathustra's mysterious midnight discourse, unveiling deep thoughts. When this happened with the ugliest man, Zarathustra stood there as if inebriated. His gaze grew dull, his tongue faltered, and his feet stumbled. Who could fathom the thoughts that passed through Zarathustra's soul at that moment? It seemed as if his spirit had retreated and wandered ahead to remote distances, as if he were wandering on high mountain ridges, as the scripture says, between two seas, wandering between the past and the future like a heavy cloud. Gradually, as the higher men supported him, he regained some semblance of himself. He resisted the crowd of well-wishers with his hands, but remained silent. Suddenly, he turned his head quickly, as if he had heard something. Then he placed his finger on his lips and said, "Come." Immediately, the surroundings grew still and filled with an air of mystery. From the depths, the slow sound of a clock bell reached their ears. Zarathustra listened to it, as did the higher men. Then he placed his finger on his lips a second time and said, "Come, come, it is nearing midnight," and his voice had changed. However, he had not moved from his spot. The silence became even deeper and more mysterious. Everything listened intently, even the donkey, Zarathustra's noble animals, the eagle and the serpent, the cave of Zarathustra, the large cool moon, and the night itself. But Zarathustra placed his hand on his lips for the third time and said, "Come, come, come, let us now wander. It is the hour, let us wander into the night." Beware of midnight's voice, a terrifying and enchanting revelation. You higher individuals, it is approaching midnight. Then I shall speak something to your ears, as that old clock bell speaks to mine, mysteriously, terrifyingly, and warmly, as the midnight clock bell speaks to me, which has witnessed more than one human being, which has counted the painful heartbeats of your fathers. Ah, ah, how it sighs, how it laughs in its dreams, the old, deep, deep midnight. Hush, hush. At this time, many things are heard that cannot be heard during the day. Now, in the cool air, when all the tumult in your hearts has quieted down, now it speaks, now it is heard, now it infiltrates overwrought nocturnal souls. Ah, ah, how the midnight sighs, how it laughs in its dream. Do you not hear how it speaks to you, mysteriously, terrifyingly and warmly, the old, deep, deep midnight? O man, beware. The world's deep mysteries, midnight musings and cosmic questions. Woe to me! Where has time gone? Have I not descended into deep wells? The world sleeps. Ah, ah, the dog howls, the moon shines. I would rather die than tell you what my midnight heart now thinks. I have already died. It is all over. Spider, why do you spin around me? Do you want blood? Ah, ah, the dew falls, the hour approaches. The hour in which I shiver and freeze, which asks and asks and asks, who has the courage for it? Who will be the master of the world? Who will declare, "Thus shall you flow, you great and small streams"? The hour is approaching. O man, you higher man, pay attention. This discourse is for sensitive ears, for your ears. What does deep midnight's voice truly say? Midnight's call, a melodic journey into profound happiness and unhappiness. It carries me away, my soul dances. Day's work, day's work. Who will be the master of the world? The moon is calm, the wind is still. Ah, ah, have you flown high enough already? You have danced, but a leg is not a wing. You good dancers, now all delight is over. Wine has turned to dregs, every cup has become brittle, and the graves murmur. You have not flown high enough. Now the graves murmur, "Free the dead. Why is it such a long night? Doesn't the moon make us drunk?" You higher individuals, free the graves, awaken the corpses. Ah, why does the worm still burrow? The hour is approaching. The clock bell tolls, the heart still thrills, the woodworm still burrows, the heartworm. Ah, ah, the world is deep. The lyre's midnight tune, revelations of the deepest suffering and joy. Sweet lyre, I love your sound, your intoxicating, enchanting sound. How far and how long your sound has reached me, from the distant shores of love. You old clock bell, you sweet lyre, every pain has torn at your heart, the pain of fathers, forefathers, ancestors. Your speech has matured, like the golden autumn in the afternoon, like my anchorite heart. Now you say, the world itself has ripened, the grapes turn brown. Now it wishes to die from happiness. Higher individuals, do you not feel it? There mysteriously wells up an aroma, a scent of eternity, a rosy, blessed, brown, golden wine scent of ancient happiness, of drunken midnight death happiness which sings, "The world is deep, deeper than the day can comprehend." Midnight's warning, grasping the secrets of the world's profound depth. Leave me be, I am too pure for you, do not touch me. Hasn't my world just become perfect now? My skin is too pure for your hands. Leave me be, you dull, foolish, stupid day. Isn't midnight brighter? The purest souls shall rule the world, the least known, the strongest, the midnight souls, who shine brighter and deeper than any day. O day, are you searching for me? Are you seeking my happiness? I am rich for you, lonely, a treasure trove, a chamber of gold. O world, do you desire me? Am I worldly for you? Am I spiritual for you? Am I divine for you? But day and world, you are too coarse. Have cleverer hands, reach for deeper happiness, reach for deeper unhappiness, reach for some God. Do not reach for me. My happiness is deep, you strange day, but I am no God, no God's hell. Its misery is deep. Drunken lyre and midnight revelations, navigating suffering and joy. God's suffering is deeper, O strange world. Grasp at God's suffering, not at me. What am I? A drunken, sweet lyre, a midnight lyre, a bell-frog that no one understands, but it must speak before the deaf ones, you higher individuals. For you do not understand me. Gone, gone, O youth, O noon, O afternoon. Now evening, night, and midnight have arrived. The dog howls, the wind. Is the wind not like a dog? It whines, it barks, it howls. Ah, ah, how she sighs, how she laughs, how she wheezes and pants, the midnight. How she speaks soberly now, this drunken poetess. Has she perhaps overindulged in her drunkenness? Has she become overly awake? Is she meditating? She contemplates her suffering in a dream, the old, profound midnight, and even more so her joy. For even though sorrow may be deep, joy is deeper still than grief can ever be. The vineyard's praise, bleeding grapes, cruelty, and profound joy. You grapevine, why do you praise me? Have I not cut you? I am cruel and you bleed. What does your praise of my drunken cruelty mean? Whatever has become perfect, everything mature, desires to die. That's what you say. Blessed be the vintner's knife. But everything immature desires to live. Alas, woe says, away with you, go away, sorrow. But everything that suffers desires to live, to become mature, lively and yearning, yearning for the higher, the brighter, the further. I want heirs, says everything that suffers. I want children. I do not want myself. But joy does not want heirs. It does not want children. Joy wants itself, eternity, recurrence, everything like itself. Woe says, break, bleed, you heart, wander, you leg, fly, you wing, onward, upward, you pain. Well then, cheer up, my old heart. Woe says, away with you. Joy's desire for eternity, embracing sorrow, blessings and love. Higher individuals, what do you think? Am I a fortune teller, or a dreamer, or a drunkard, or a dream interpreter, or a midnight bell, or a drop of dew, or a vapor and fragrance of eternity? Don't you hear it? Don't you smell it? Right now, my world has become perfect. Midnight is also midday. Pain is also joy. Curse is also blessing. Night is also a sun. Go away, or you will discover that a sage is also a fool. Have you ever said yes to one joy? Oh, my friends, then you have said yes to all sorrow. All things are intertwined, interlaced, and enamored. Have you ever wanted something to come back twice? Have you ever said, you please me, happiness, stay, moment? Then you wanted everything to return, everything anew, everything eternal, everything intertwined, interlaced, and enamored. Oh, then you loved the world, eternal ones, you loved it eternally and for all time. And even to sorrow you say, away, go, but come back, for joys all want, eternity. Joy's thirst for eternity, embracing the richness of life's contradictions. Joy desires the eternity of all things. It desires honey and dregs, drunken midnight, graves, the consolation of grave tears, gilded evening red. What does joy not desire? It is thirstier, heartier, hungrier, more frightening, more mysterious than all sorrow. It desires itself, it bites into itself, the ring's will writhes within it. It desires love, it desires hate, it is overly rich, it gives, it throws away, it begs for someone to take from it, it thanks the taker, it would gladly be hated. So rich is joy that it thirsts for woe, for hell, for hate, for shame, for the lame, for the world, for this world, oh, you know it well. You higher individuals, it longs for you, this joy, this irrepressible, blessed joy, for your sorrow, you failures. For failures, all eternal joy longs. For joys all want themselves, and that's why they also want grief. Oh happiness, oh pain, oh break, you heart. You higher individuals, learn that joys want eternity. Joys want the eternity of all things. They want profound, deep eternity. Zarathustra's roundelay, reveling in profound joy and deep eternity. Have you now grasped my song? Have you understood what it means? Well then, rejoice. You higher individuals, sing now my roundelay. Sing now for yourselves the song named once more, with the meaning, unto all eternity. Sing, you higher individuals, Zarathustra's roundelay. O man, take heed. What does the voice of deep midnight truly say? I slept my sleep. From the deepest dream I've awakened and proclaim, the world is profound, deeper than daylight can perceive. Profound is its sorrow, joy, deeper still than grief can be. Sorrow says, depart, go, but joys all seek eternity, seek deep, profound eternity. Chapter 80. The Sign. In the morning after that night, Zarathustra leaped from his bed, his loins girded, and emerged from his cave like a radiant morning sun emerging from the shadowy mountains. O great star, he spoke, as he had spoken before, O deep eye of happiness, what would your happiness be without those for whom you shine? And if they remained in their chambers while you are already awake, coming forth to give and distribute, how would your proud modesty reproach them? But they still sleep, these higher men, while I am awake. They are not my true companions. I do not wait for them here in my mountains. I want to be at my work, in my day. But they do not understand the signs of my morning. My footsteps are not the call to awakening for them. They still slumber in my cave. Their dreams still drink from my drunken songs. The attentive ear for me, the obedient ear, is still missing in their limbs. Zarathustra had spoken this to his heart as the sun rose, and he looked upward, hearing the sharp cry of his eagle. Very well, he called upwards. This pleases me. My animals are awake, for I am awake. My eagle is awake, and like me, honors the sun. It grasps the new light with eagle talons. You are my true animals. I love you. But I still lack my true companions. As Zarathustra spoke, he suddenly became aware that he was surrounded and fluttered around as if by innumerable birds. The whirring of wings and the crowding around his head was so intense that he closed his eyes. It was as if a cloud of arrows were descending upon a new enemy, but in reality it was a cloud of love, showering upon a new friend. What is happening to me? Thought Zarathustra in his astonishment, and he slowly sat down on a large stone near the entrance of his cave. As he reached out with his hands, trying to repel the tender birds surrounding him, above, below, and all around, he unexpectedly touched a mass of thick, warm, shaggy hair. At the same time, he heard a long, soft lion's roar in front of him. The sign has come, said Zarathustra, and a change came over his heart. Before him lay a yellow, powerful animal, resting its head on his knee, unwilling to leave him out of love. It behaved like a dog finding its old master again. The doves, too, were eager with their love. Whenever a dove flew over its nose, the lion shook its head in wonder and amusement. Zarathustra spoke only one word, "My children are near, my children." Then he fell silent. Tears welled up in his eyes and fell upon his hands. He paid no further attention to anything, sitting there motionless, not pushing away the animals. The doves fluttered around him, perched on his shoulder, caressed his white hair, and showed endless tenderness and joy. The strong lion licked the tears from Zarathustra's hands, roaring and growling gently. This is how the animals behaved. All of this went on for a long time, or perhaps a short time, for there is no time on earth for such things. Meanwhile, the higher men had awakened in Zarathustra's cave. They had gathered for a procession to meet him and give him their morning greeting. They realized he was no longer with them. When they reached the cave's entrance, their steps made noise, and the lion suddenly started. It turned away from Zarathustra, roaring loudly, and rushed towards the cave. The higher men, upon hearing the lion's roar, cried out in unison, fled back, and disappeared instantly. Zarathustra, stunned and bewildered, rose from his seat. He looked around, stood there in astonishment, inquired of his heart, pondered, and remained alone. He said slowly, "What did I just hear? What happened to me just now?" His memory returned to him, and he recalled everything that had happened between yesterday and today. He stroked his beard and said, "Indeed, this is the stone on which I sat yesterday morning. Here the soothsayer came to me, and here I first heard the cry of distress that I heard just now, the great cry of distress. Oh, you higher men, it was your distress that the old soothsayer predicted to me yesterday morning. He wanted to seduce and tempt me with your distress," Zarathustra continued. "He said to me, 'O Zarathustra, I come to seduce you to your final sin.'" to my final sin, cried Zarathustra, laughing angrily at his own words. What has been reserved for me as my final sin? Once again, Zarathustra became lost in thought, sat back on the large stone, and meditated. Suddenly, he jumped up and exclaimed, fellow suffering with the higher men. His face turned resolute. Well, that has had its time. My suffering and my fellow suffering, what do they matter? Do I strive for happiness? I strive for my work. Well, the lion has come, my children are near, Zarathustra has matured, my time has come. This is my morning, my day begins. Arise now, arise, great noontide. Zarathustra left his cave, radiant and strong, like a morning sun emerging from dark mountains.
And that was all for this time. If you liked the video, then I urge you to like and subscribe. And if you're ready for more, then these videos are a good place to start. See you in the next video.